Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alpha's Magic by Shannon West. Narrated by Gabriel McKnight. Prologue. Banshira, also known as Leo. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something was coming for me. Something big. Not big like one of those enormous old oak trees in the forest whose limbs grow so heavy they have to lay them on the ground. Not even one of those massive waves that sometimes sweep in and destroy everything in their path. But big all the same. Important and life-changing. And coming straight for me. When it arrived, I knew my whole life was going to be different. I didn't know how I was so sure of it. I'd given up on trying to understand things like that a long time ago, but I knew just the same. Maybe the absolute fucker who had taken everything away from me had left me some of my magic, which used to sing inside me like one of the tunes my mother used to play on her pianoforte. I hadn't tried to access any of my magic in a long time, being too steeped in misery after the warlock finished with me, and too traumatized and horrified by what she'd made me into to even try and find its hiding place. I remember reaching for it once, right after I'd changed, flailing for it, desperate for it to save me. But it shied away from me, like a skittish pony, dodging past my hand when I reached for it, as if trying to escape from a burning barn and save itself. It was possible there were a few small scraps of it still left inside me, not quite seared away by the Dark Witch's terrible spell, fallen behind the door of my mind and almost forgotten in the general wrecking ball disaster the horrible woman had made of me, of my body and my mind and my entire life. Tiny scraps of magic remained inside me, little charms fixed in my mind and infused with just enough magic to produce some small effect over and over without any real thought or effort. They would have been left behind inadvertently, of course. She wouldn't have meant to do me any kindness, however random or insignificant. But somehow, as she yanked my whole life out from under my feet like a cheap scatter rug and tore away everything I ever was, even my humanity, she'd somehow overlooked my ability to call on my magic. Or maybe she hadn't overlooked anything. Maybe the evil harridan wanted me to know it was still inside me, though mostly useless to me in the face of her terrible spell. Maybe she relished the idea of me retaining a bit of precognition so I could know what was coming for me and dread it, afraid that her evil dark magic had conjured up some fresh new hell. It would be one more little torture to inflict upon me. As if she hadn't done enough already. Did she really think I feared death after all that she'd done to me? Ha! I hoped for it, prayed for it, longed for it year after year, but it had always stayed tantalizingly, mockingly, just out of reach, jeering at me and skittering back if I came too close to it. My knowledge of coming events wasn't usually clear, and it didn't always happen. The gods knew I hadn't seen the evil witch coming. If I had, I would have killed myself to avoid this thing she had made me. But sometimes I still had feelings about upcoming events in my life, and this one was one of those times, and it was strong. Whatever was coming for me was hurtling toward me like a falling comet, or like a rock in a landslide, wild and dangerous and totally out of control. I had hung breathless on the possibility of death before, but it had never quite materialized. Maybe now it was finally coming true. Death and the end of everything the warlock had done to me. At long last. A boy could hope anyway. As soon as it was light enough outside, I went out into the cool gray dawn and looked up at the sky to see if I could actually see something headed towards shore. Maybe there was a big bad storm on the horizon to account for this awful unsettling feeling inside me. Or maybe there was really some kind of huge comet heading straight for us, its trail stretching behind it like the tail of a fiery kite, ready and willing to wipe out all of humanity and usher in another ice age. But there was nothing there but the sea and the sky, one as gray, blue, and serene as the other. It was actually kind of anticlimactic. All that serenity was just a lie, of course. I was living proof that everything could change on a dime. Not only that, the sea could be calm and beautiful one minute, and then hurl hurricanes and gale-force winds at us the next, daring us to try and survive them. If there was one thing I knew for sure, it was that anything could happen out of the blue, and frequently did. Grimora was late in returning, and that worried me. He should have been back at the cave by now. He made these monthly visits to the village for supplies, and I'd always thought these trips far too dangerous, but I could never talk him out of them. Sometimes he let me go with him, wearing my hooded robe to hide my face from the villagers. They knew what I was, but they'd rarely had an up-close look. He needed to go, he said, to get the materials for his tisanes and potions. Plus, he said, he needed to pick up some of the tinned peaches that he knew I liked. But the supplies were heavy, and he was getting much too old to make the journey alone. It was no secret among the villagers that he lived with me here in what they called Banshira's cave. That alone was enough to condemn him, and so I worried about him every time he went until he safely returned. Since the feeling I'd had in the night was so strong, I stayed outside the cave and paced up and down, peering into the distance and hoping to see him coming. I was far too restless to go back inside. I worried about him for a long time that morning, long enough for the sun to rise fully in the sky, and still he hadn't returned. Too nervous to wait any longer, I set off down the trail to look for him, hoping I'd find him along the way. Perhaps he had decided to stop and rest, and then fallen asleep instead. He was far too old to be making that climb up to the cave as often as he did, especially carrying heavy supplies. Too old for a lot of things. But I couldn't imagine what I'd do without him. If I came across him, I could wake him up and help him carry his sacks and bags up to the cave. Maybe even carry him if he'd allow it. I could almost imagine his slow, kind smile as he opened his eyes and saw me. I did find him at the bottom of the trail, but Grimora would never open his eyes and smile at me again. He'd been dead for hours. Maybe he'd died during the night, and that accounted for my horrible feeling of impending doom. I suppose it must have been natural causes. There were no marks on his body, but I still roared with pain and grief and shook my fist at the indifferent sky. And then, because I couldn't control my anger, I began running toward the village, wanting to take out my rage and my hurt on something, someone. I thought they must have hurt him somehow. I relished the reception I'd find there. I hoped they'd fight me. I wanted to destroy the place and lay waste to the entire village, kill every man in it, and dance in his blood. I wanted to squeeze the neck of the village's head man until his eyes bugged out and his head popped off. I could practically feel the crunch of his bones beneath my fingers. I don't know how long it took me to arrive. Minutes, hours, days. I don't know if I would have really done anything at all, or if I was just blowing off steam. Grimora wouldn't have liked it if I had. But as I topped a rise and looked down on the village below, I was stunned to see that it already lay in ruins. All the houses were burned to the ground, their timbers smoldering in the waning sunlight. Animals lay in their pens, blood streaming from spear wounds in their necks. Smoke drifted across the village or hung over parts of it in a pall, and the bloody, blackened bodies of men, women, and even children were sprawled in the dirt. Appalled and shaken, I fell to my knees and retched. I'd been so furious and full of rage toward these people, but I hadn't really wanted anything like this. Never this. This had been a sickening massacre. Who could have imagined this, let alone carried out such a horror? And for the God's sake, why? The answer came to me as clearly as if the wicked, murdering bitch had been standing beside me. To pin the blame on you, of course. That's why the village was destroyed. She knows somehow that you're still alive. She's found out you're not dead yet, and she wants you to get the blame for this. In that instant, I knew who must have committed this atrocity. The same wicked, evil bitch who destroyed me and my entire family. It was Rosamond, the evil queen of Morovia.
Chapter 1. Asher. Queen Rosamond was dead. She had died suddenly, and the shocking news had reached us last evening, just as we'd sat down to dinner. There had been a loud banging at the door, with the dogs running to hurl their bodies against it, going wild with barking and making an awful noise. It had caused me to spring from my chair and grab for my sword, while Wyatt pushed his Omega Darcy behind him in alarm. We approached the door with our weapons in hand, ready for anything, but we only found King Harrison's messenger, sent urgently to inform us of the disaster that had befallen our king's consort. Rosamond had also been set to inherit the throne of Sadfarma, following her father's recent death, but to my knowledge, she hadn't yet been coronated. Now, she never would be. From what the messenger told us, she had been riding with her entourage early that morning on the trail she'd taken hundreds of times before. It was her custom to ride every morning, and this morning had been no exception. There had been a storm the night before, but the weather had cleared during the night, and it was sunny and beautiful when she rode out of the palace grounds. It was common knowledge that she always enjoyed a good hunt after breakfast. Chasing foxes and watching her dogs first corner and then tear them apart was just the thing to put her in a good mood and start her day. But this time, as the dogs chased the hapless fox down the trail, a huge limb from a massive oak tree, which had been damaged during the storm the night before, had suddenly snapped with a loud crack and fallen right on top of Queen Rosamond and two of her courtiers, killing all three of them instantly. The survivors of the hunting party had recovered her body, along with the others, and the queen had been taken back to the palace, where her body now lay in state in the royal chapel, awaiting the funeral that would take place in a few days. King Harrison had sent us a request to attend him right away.
I'm sorry for Harrison, but I can't say I'm sorry to see her gone,
Wyatt said.
She was an awful woman. Harrison hasn't known any real happiness since he met her.
I feel the same way about her after what she did to Rory, but she was still Harrison's queen. We need to support him if we can.
Was she really such a bad person?
Darcy asked, easing himself down on a chair by the fire as he joined us. He was almost 6 months pregnant with his and Wyatt's first child. Imagine the most unpleasant person you know or ever heard of. Then double that, I said, and Wyatt laughed and nodded. True, I said. Darcy turned to me.
But why would Harrison ever marry such a terrible woman?
It's hard to say. He must have had his reasons and thought it was a good idea at the time. He wanted trade routes to improve the economy here in Morovia, and they were desperately needed at the time. Her father made him an offer of an alliance that entailed Harrison marrying Rosamond in return for Morovia use of the Sadfarman ports. I think he came to regret it soon after the marriage, but he was too decent to ever say a word against her, and he tried hard to respect his marriage vows. Mostly, he spent as much time as he could away from the palace. There was no question of whether or not we'd have to attend the funeral, even though Harrison's entire family had despised the queen. So had his pack, namely us, or what was left of us, now that Lex and Brandon had married their partners and moved away. I wondered if Lex would even show up, but in the end, I knew he would, if only for his brother's sake. He'd hate every second of it, but he'd be there. Our pack was scattered now, with Lex Inigella acting as the regent for his Omega Rory, and Brandon having run off with the notorious pirate Roxbury. They were probably living by now in Gilead, the pirates' island in the north. Brandon kept insisting he would eventually come back to Morovia and live on his family's estate, but I had my doubts. Roxbury could be very persuasive when he set his mind to it. Wyatt and I talked it over, and we decided we should head out first thing in the morning to be with Harrison. Darcy would stay home because Wyatt was a control freak, and Darcy was still experiencing quite a bit of sickness in the mornings.
That was common for Omega male pregnancies, but this baby was far too important to both of them to risk anything happening. We set out early the next morning and made good time to Thalia, the capital city of Moravia, riding hard and making it there by the afternoon. We went immediately to the palace and were shown to Harrison's private quarters. We found them sitting by the fire, drinking blood-red wine from an ornate goblet. An ancient-looking lady, with her white wigs piled elegantly high on her head, was sitting in the chair opposite him. He glanced up when we came in, his eyes glittering with tears, and gave us a sad smile.
"Thank you for coming. I need my friends and brothers around me."
He gestured to the lady, who rose to her feet to curtsy to us.
"This is Lady Rocella, who was always a good friend to Rosamond."
We bowed to her, and she smiled at us and curtsied again. "I'll take my leave now, Your Majesty. I just wanted to personally express my deepest condolences."
"Thank you, Lady Rocella."
She went toward the door with Wyatt accompanying her to open it and see her out. As soon as the door closed behind her, Harrison sagged in his chair.
"They've been coming all morning. Courtiers, ladies-in-waiting, old friends, one after another. It's been exhausting."
He reached up and laid a hand on my arm.
"Thank you again for coming so quickly."
"Of course," I said, sitting down next to him. "We're sorry for your loss. Tell us how we can help."
"I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. The priests have all the arrangements in hand. Her younger brother, Prince Chandler, is on his way from Sadfarma.
I suppose I should call him King Chandler now,
if indeed there is an investiture in a few days' time. The council has to approve it first, along with his husband Kelman as a regent. Chandler has assured me he'll keep all the treaties with Moravia in place, but that really depends on his regent."
"The priest he married?"
"Yes. He's not popular with the council or the Sadfarman people, so the council may surprise us and name a new heir. I believe there are several contenders. Alfred was like the old king, his father, Hendrik. When he was young, Alfred was known for spreading his seed all over the court, even with the ladies-in-waiting. Alfred had many illegitimate children, so there should be plenty stepping forward."
"Unless you think this might be a good time to stake your own claim to Sadfarma, we stand ready to back you on that."
He shrugged. "Perhaps. I have no real basis for that. It will be a couple of weeks before the council meets to decide anything, and I find it hard to think about all that now."
"Time to think about it later, then. You're still grieving now," I said, meaning to comfort him. It had the opposite effect. He looked up at me with real pain in his dark eyes.
"That's just it, Asher. I should be grieving. But I don't feel anything. Not really."
He put his forehead in his hand.
"I was married to her for years. I should feel something."
"She was a difficult person, Harrison. We all knew that. You were a good husband to her." He shook his head and said nothing else for a while. We sat with him and tried to get him to eat something. I knew what he was feeling was guilt for not loving his wife. But then again, she had been a really hard person to love, and never seemed to care all that much for Harrison either. He never should have married her, but regrets and recriminations didn't help anyone. He'd made mistakes, and now he had to suffer their consequences, but it didn't have to ruin his life. We'd make sure he'd be all right. We sat with him all afternoon until Prince Chandler arrived, and we withdrew then so they could have some privacy. We had just made it to the guest rooms we'd been assigned when we saw Lexington coming down the white corridor toward us. I'd known he was coming from Megala, and I was glad to see him, even though it had only been a few weeks since we'd all had the adventure together with the pirates.
"Rory didn't come?"
Wyatt asked, and Lex shook his head.
"No, he just couldn't. This place still terrifies him, even with the Queen gone now, and I can understand why."
Rosamond and the priest had tried their best to kill him, that was why. And they had entombed him alive, so I understand his feelings. The fact that Lex was here was a testament to how close he was to his brother, and nothing else. I suspected he wouldn't stay long, and he soon proved me right. I have to leave right after the funeral. I'll stay long enough for the funeral, and then I'm out of here. I was actually hoping you and Wyatt would go back to Igela with me when I leave. Your Omega Darcy too, of course, Wyatt. The roads are much improved in Igela since I've taken over, so the trips over in the carriage shouldn't be bad at all. What's going on? There's been an attack a couple of days ago on one of the villages in the west, near the Lorien Sea. Everyone was slaughtered. It was a terrible thing. An attack? By what country? Not a country. Actually, the rumors say it was a monster. A monster? What kind of monster? That's crazy, Harrison. There's no such thing. I would have agreed with you not long ago, but I'm afraid the stories about Banshira are at least partially true. I remember Brandon telling us about him. He and Roxbury stayed in his cave for a while. What? Wyatt exclaimed. I never heard about all this. Yes, you did, but you were too busy fighting with Roxbury to pay any attention. According to the legends, his name is Banshira, and he's a big, hairy creature who supposedly lives in a cave by the sea with an old wizard named Cremora. When Roxbury came to find Brandon, they told me about him. Roxbury said Cremora told him that, in his opinion, he wasn't really a demonic monster at all, but just a man who had a strange illness. Or he was possibly under some kind of spell. He was forced from his home because of it, and Cremora found him in the woods all alone and half-starved over 10 years ago. He was only a child at the time. So he's not really a monster? Wyatt said. No, not unless the stories the survivors of the massacre told us are true. They claim it was definitely Banshira who attacked with a horde of demons, even slaughtered all the animals. An entire horde of demons? Really? That's the story the survivors told anyway. I doubt they're strictly true. No, I said. I would think not. But there are those who believe it, and now they're clamoring for me to do something about it and save Igela. They're convinced he's going to go on some kind of rampage and killing spree throughout the kingdom. Wyatt laughed. So you thought it would be a good idea for me to take my pregnant Omega there to be killed and eaten by a monster? I don't think so. Lexington laughed and turned to me. What about you then, Asher? Are you up for a little monster hunting? Why not? I said, grinning at him. Sounds like a good time to me. He clapped me on the shoulder and nodded. Good. It'll be like old times. We'll leave as soon as this funeral is over, and as soon as we can decently get away. That can't be too soon for me. We did leave soon after the funeral, but it wasn't quite as soon as Lex wanted. As always seemed to happen when a person is anxious to be on their way somewhere, one thing after another caused little delays. Finally, however, Queen Rosamond was prayed over sufficiently by her priests and safely entombed in the main cathedral near the palace, the same church whose aisles we had once searched with lanterns in the middle of the night, frantically trying to find the tomb where they'd put Rory's body. It was late afternoon by the time we left, but we both wanted to be on our way from that place. We said goodbye to Harrison and Wyatt and took our leave. We only made it as far as an inn on the outskirts of town, but it was still better than the oppressive atmosphere that still hung over the palace. Personally, I thought Harrison needed to burn some sage around the palace, just to be on the safe side, but Lexington advised me to keep that idea to myself. I had long heard the rumors about Rosamond secretly practicing the dark arts, though to hear her tell it, she was a good, God-fearing woman who abhorred and hated all dark magic. I didn't buy it. Lex and I had a lot of magic ourselves, and we had both sensed something terribly wrong with Rosamond. She always managed to make herself scarce when we were around, which wasn't all that often. I could smell the magic on her if I got too close. I knew she used heavy words to hide herself, and I should have done more work to look into it. But she was Harrison's queen, and he didn't want our interference. I still thought she should have been brought to trial for what she'd done to Rory. Perhaps then her dark secrets might have come out. But Lex didn't pursue it because he loved his brother, and the estrangement between them had only gotten worse in the meantime. Maybe that massive tree limb falling on her head was a little divine justice at work. Years before she married Harrison, I'd heard stories about how she dealt with those she considered enemies in her own country. Many people had opposed her father taking the throne years ago, and some said he was a usurper, and he was not even the legitimate heir. I didn't know all the details of that story, but his detractors and any other contenders for the throne disappeared one after another, until he was the only one left standing. Rosamond would have been only a teenager at the time, as she had been in her late 20s when she had her unfortunate accident. Some of those stories of what happened to those people who opposed her father, if true, were chilling and a little hard to believe. As for Lex, he said it wasn't hard for him to believe every bad story we heard about her. But then, his hatred for the late queen was well known, and very well deserved.
Chapter 2. Banshira, once known as Leo. I arrived back at the cave feeling drained and devastated by all that had happened in such a short time. I had to decide how best to bury Grimora, but in the end, I couldn't bear to think of putting him in the cold ground. He always hated being cold. I built a funeral pyre of driftwood I gathered from the beach, along with some branches from the forest, and draped his best wizard robes over his body. Then I lit the small pyre at sunset and stayed near it most of the night, feeding it wood for fuel. In the morning, I'd scatter his ashes in the sea and then end it all myself, because I'd wanted to for years, and only Grimora had stopped me in the past. Besides, without Grimora, I didn't think I could bear the loneliness. But first, I'd finish what I started for Grimora's sake, and then climb up to the cave and throw myself off the ledge and be done with this painful life I had lived for far too long. But when I went to check the fire, I could see his skeleton still mostly intact up under the wood. I had no idea what to do with that, so I did what I usually did. Nothing at all, except to worry about it. I sat up half the night by the smoldering coals on the beach, trying to decide what to do next, and I thought about Grimora. I remembered the day Grimora and I met, though most of my memories of that day are dim and clouded. If I had expected a quick death, and I had, I was sadly mistaken. I had wanted only to die. That witch had laid a wicked spell on me, turning me into a monster, an ugly, ridiculous, hairy creature with claws and teeth. Why had she done it? She'd been trying for my father. But I had seen her slip the powder into his cup, and I had dashed forward to drink it before he could. A foolish thing to do, perhaps, but I loved my father very much, and brave, noble, foolhardy acts were what little boys lived for and dreamed about. I also thought my father could save me, because I thought he could do anything. But he died before he got the chance. My father and I had been close that last couple of years before his death. By then, my mother had retreated into her own world and had little time for either of us. He knew I had magic inside me, but until I got my full growth, he didn't know how much or how potent it might be. I think he did know enough to know it was different from his, however. He first tried to teach me from his many books, but the pages would stick when I tried to turn them and refused to show themselves to me, and the words danced around on the page and wouldn't lie still for me to read them. Once, when I was looking for something new to read,
I found a book on the library shelves. I don't remember the name of it now, but it seemed to lean out of the row as I ran my hands over it, and it was warm and friendly to me from the first moment I touched it. It was almost welcoming. I opened it up, and the pages turned easily, almost eagerly under my fingers. I was happily curled up in front of the fireplace reading, in fact, when my father came in and found me. "What are you doing?" he'd asked, and I held up the book of spells to show him. "I found a grimoire of magic," I told him. "What? I keep those books in my desk. Let me see what you have there." He took the book in his hand and almost immediately recoiled. "What is this?" He began to turn the pages and got a strange look on his face. He turned sharply toward me. "Show me where you found this." I got up and went over to the shelf, and he followed me right on my heels. He inspected all the books left there in the area, and finally he turned to face me. "You are not to read any further in this book, Leo. Promise me." "But why?" "It's forbidden." "Who has forbidden it?" "The laws of the gods and man. It's a dangerous book, and I don't want you to touch it. Do I make myself clear?" My father was rarely stern with me like this, so I simply nodded my head to show him I understood. His eyes were flashing at me, and I was a bit afraid of him, I think. He took a deep breath and loosened his shoulders then. "I'm sorry to be harsh with you, but this is important." "All right, Father. I won't read it again." "I don't know how this even got here, but I'll look into it. I need to go and dispose of this, Leo. I'll be back later." We never spoke about it again. But soon after that, he began to read his magic books to me himself as I listened, and then used the spells in them to demonstrate the magic to me. That went a little better, although I could say the same words he told me to, the same ones he said, and get an entirely different effect. He once tried to show me how to fashion a beautiful red rose out of thin air, but after he made the first part himself and then turned it over to me, its petals began to turn black, and it emitted a terrible, putrid smell, so that my father had to destroy it and throw it in the fire. He turned next to my stuffed animals, making one of them, a beloved teddy bear, dance in midair for me. When I tried it, however, my teddy launched himself at me and tried to wrap its arms around my neck to choke me. My father had to rip it off me and fling it across the room and into the fire too. After that, the reading stopped, and he simply talked to me instead. He explained to me that dark magic depended on bad intent and ill will, and asked me what I'd been thinking when I tried to make the rose. I had to admit to him that I'd been a little angry because my father had interrupted what I was doing, and what boy my age wanted to make stupid, old, boring roses anyway? Likewise, I considered myself too old for teddy bears, and I thought it a waste of my valuable time watching one dance, when I'd much preferred kicking a ball around with my friends outside. After a while, he started me out doing other, simpler magic, like making fire. After a few small mishaps, like the day I almost burned his study down, I got better at that too. Soon I mastered the small cantrips and magic techniques he taught me, and I seemed to have an affinity for them. I became very good with fire. Maybe that was why it was one of the last skills to leave me. It was then my father got the idea of healing spells. It seemed strange to me, because healing seemed to me to be the most positive, good kind of magic, when obviously I had an affinity for the darker kind. But then he explained his idea that I could turn my magic on the sickness itself. Concentrate on what's making the patient sick and turn that darkness on whatever that is. Think of it as an evil humor, and you have to vanquish it and send it away. That made more sense to me, so I began practicing on the servants. When the cook had a bad toothache, I laid my hands on her swollen cheek and concentrated hard on the tooth itself, which had turned black. I imagined that blackness as evil humors and sent those humors an ill wish and told them to go away and not come back. I liked the cook and didn't like the idea that she was in pain, so it was easy. I kept at it for a while, and before long her pain had vanished. The tooth looked healthy again, or at least not as black as it had been before, and her gum wasn't as red or as swollen. Within a few days, she was back to her old self again. My father was thrilled at the outcome and set me to work on the other servants and even the occasional farm animal. Eventually, I got quite a reputation as a healer, and the villagers even came to my father to ask for my help. I used to be well liked in the village and with the servants, so it was all the more traumatic to me afterward when they chased me and tried to kill me. I had run away afterward, but the servants chased me with brooms and sticks after I tried to bite them to get them off me. Even my Amal, the sweet lady who helped my mother take care of me, who had been with me since I was a baby, was horrified at the way I looked and shunned me and chased me. I thought of her as a mother figure, and she looked at me with shock and disgust on her face. I had to run for my life after all the other servants joined in. I frantically dodged out of the way and ran out of my home, never to return. Then, as I ran through the village, the people came out to scream and shout and throw rocks at me. I desperately tried to hide myself from them in the woods. I had to run into the mountains to hide and try to save my life, not realizing how far I'd run. That's where Grimora found me, wandering the forests alone a few days later, half-starved and mostly out of my mind. I had been 10 years old at the time. Months later, when I was able to talk to Grimora about what happened that terrible day the warlock came to our house, I wasn't altogether truthful to him, both because I was trying to protect myself and because I was afraid he'd kick me out if he knew what was after me. I reasoned that if the Wicked Witch had discovered that I was still alive, she'd remedy that situation quickly, along with anyone who'd tried to help me. So I made up a story about who I was, and how I had a disease the doctors had no cure for. Grimora believed me, or he said he did, and I'd lived here in this cave by the sea all these years with him. 10 years now, almost. I didn't think either of us had ever expected me to live so long. When the fire died down the next morning, I decided to leave the ashes to cool so I could gather them later and think about what to do with the bones. Now I was determined to try and scatter some inside the cave and throw the rest into the wind that would carry them far out into the blue-gray Lumian sea that Grimora had loved so much. But first, I had to figure out the bones. I might have to bury them, but I didn't want to. Afterward, I could carry out the plan I had by throwing myself off the cliffside and ending this life once and for all. But first things first. I trudged slowly back up to the cave, dreading the moment I arrived and saw again how empty and quiet it was without my only friend. When I got there, it was dark and cold because the fire had gone out. I snapped my fingers at it to get it going again and sat down cross-legged on the cave floor to stare into the flames. What was I going to do without my friend Grimora? I knew he'd want me to try and go on, but I didn't know if I wanted to, or even if I could. I wondered if it were possible to actually die of loneliness. He talked to me about this day, trying to prepare me. Most days I didn't want to listen, but he always made me promise that I would go to his personal chest that he kept under his bed. He said everything in it would belong to me once he was gone. I didn't need anything where I was going, but I thought I should honor his wishes and at least have a look. I went into the little part of the cave that had been his private area and looked under his bed. A small wooden chest sat there, plain and unassuming. It was unlocked, so I opened it and found a small bag of silver, a very old and faded drawing of a beautiful young woman, and a small bag containing a necklace and a folded piece of paper. It was more like an amulet, I thought, because the piece was inscribed with small magic symbols that I recognized as a magic incantation to protect the wearer against witchcraft. There was a long golden chain, and the centerpiece was a solid chunk of amethyst, designed, I thought, to protect its holder from dark magic, as it had little magic symbols scratched onto its surface. There was a note written on the paper in Grimora's small, crabbed handwriting. It took me a few moments to make out the words, though once I started, they became easier to read. My dear boy, If you're reading this, then I must be gone, and I know you are thinking that you can't go on alone. But before you do something rash that you can't take back, I want you to think hard about it and realize your life has worth. I have searched for a way to end this curse on you for years. And yes, I knew it was a curse, a magical spell, even though we both tried to pretend otherwise. Not long ago, I was given this amulet by a pirate captain for whom I'd done a service. He told me elaborate stories about how old it is and where it came from, but his one main warning was that it was an extremely powerful item, and it was not for anyone but the purest of heart. I've hesitated about giving it to you because if it doesn't work, I don't want you to fall into an even deeper depression. But if I'm gone, and you're thinking what I know you must be thinking, then you have nothing to lose. And so, I've left this to you. The pirates said it was a lucky amulet that would bring its wearer their heart's desire. Put this around your neck and believe that it will do that for you. Make a wish for your heart's desire, and maybe your wish will come true. With all my love, I wish this for you, Grimora. I read the words over and over again. This amulet, a simple necklace, could bring me my heart's desire? Could take away this curse from me? It was hard to believe, but it was Grimora's last wish for me to try it. He was right. What did I have left to lose? Taking a deep breath, I slipped it over my head. I went outside, gazed up at the stars, fell down on my knees, and made my wish. Please, please take this curse away from me and make me human again. I put everything I had into it, all my emotions, all my hopes and dreams, and all the yearning in my heart. And nothing happened. Nothing at all, and I laughed bitterly to myself, wondering how Grimora could have ever believed a damned fucking pirate in the first place. I got to my feet, but as I did, I felt a sharp and terrible pain in the back of my neck. It felt like a massive blow from an unseen hand, and I fell stunned to my knees, crying out. I was aware of collapsing onto the floor of the cave, but I don't know how long it took me to come back to myself. When I did, I was weak and disoriented. When I finally regained consciousness, I put a hand to my head and started shaking, because it was a human hand at the end of my arm. And for the first time in 10 years, it wasn't tipped with claws and covered in hair. I jumped to my feet, looked down on myself, and saw human legs. They weren't misshapen or covered in wiry brown fur. They looked perfectly normal, though maybe none too clean. I kept patting my arms and torso, all human. I almost passed out again from the shock, but I needed to find a mirror to look at my face and make sure it was a human face staring back at me, or see that this was some kind of dream. Grimora had a small mirror hanging in the cave. I'd avoided looking into it for years, but now I scrambled as fast as I could to find it. I ran over to the wall and peered into the mirror, with the room mostly dark, but lit a little by the waning sunlight filtering into the entrance. I saw a complete stranger staring back at me. A young man with dark hair and shocked, staring, haunted brown eyes. Was I hallucinating? Had I become unhinged as I sat down by the fire? I kept looking at myself, fascinated by the image in the mirror. I looked like my mother, or the way I remembered her anyway. The same high cheekbones and dark hair curling wildly around my face, and those big eyes staring back at me in shock and disbelief. I realized I was still naked. No need for a monster to wear clothing, after all, even if there had been anything in the cave that would have fit me. I went over to Grimora's trunk and rummaged through to find something to cover myself. He had no further use for his things and would want me to make use of them if I could. I found some trousers that were too tight and too short, but still better than nothing. I pulled them on, along with an old shirt, and then feeling exhausted, I sank down to the floor of the cave near the fire and felt myself fading. I was so exhausted from emotion and excitement that I could barely keep my eyes open. I sent up one last brief entreaty to the gods as I shut my eyes, praying that this wasn't some dream, and I wouldn't wake up to find it had all been a hallucination, and I would still be a monster. Then sleep overcame me, clutching the amulet in my hand, and I knew no more.
Asher, we made good time getting to Igala, due to our fast horses and the vastly improved new roads and bridges that Lex had built since he'd become regent. He'd done a lot for Igala in the short time since he'd been Rory's regent, and he had plans to do even more. In all the kingdoms of Narmada, the eldest child of the king inherited the throne unless that child was an Omega. Omegas couldn't inherit, although there was a provision in the law for their alpha mates to rule as regent for them. The crown would then pass to their eldest child, and so forth and so on down the line, with alpha mates still acting as regents for any Omegas who might come along, or until the child came of age. As an Omega, Rory couldn't be king without Lex, though he didn't seem to mind the old laws that kept him so constrained. It was a testament to the great love between them, and to how well Lex treated his Omega. Rory never wanted for anything it was in Lex's power to give him, and Lex consulted him on all major decisions. Not because he had to, but because he knew Rory had strong opinions, and he respected them. Their marriage made me a little jealous, to be honest. Not of Rory, though he was sweet and beautiful, but of the relationship they had together. Though their start had been rocky, they'd realized in the end how much they loved each other. I'd never met an Omega, female or male, that I wanted to be around for so long, and I wondered how it would feel to be compelled to be with another person that way. I wondered if I would ever feel that way about anybody. Frankly, it sounded awful. To be with someone because you had to, even if you had objections to them or to their character, that wasn't my idea of a good time. I hoped deep down that it would never happen to me. I planned to marry someday. I knew eventually I'd want children for one thing, so if I hadn't met an Omega that made me feel the way Rory made Lex feel, or the way Darcy did for Wyatt within the next few years, I might have to settle for one of the Omegas my parents were always parading in front of me, and just make the best of things. I suspected that was what Harrison had done with Rosamond, though she had certainly not been any kind of sweet little Omega. My parents wanted grandchildren, and made sure I knew it every time I saw them. It was a status symbol of sorts to have your own Omega, which was why alphas went after the available Omegas so hard, and I guess I was no exception. But I really didn't think I'd ever fall as hard or as deeply as Lex and Wyatt, and even Brandon had. Maybe I was just built differently. On the other hand, I was jealous of my friends, all of them, even Brandon, who had found the love of his life in his best friend Roxbury. But on the other hand, I just couldn't imagine falling so desperately in love with someone that you had to be with them all the time. When Lexington met Rory, it had been so all-consuming for him. He hadn't wanted to feel the way he did for Rory. Aggressiveness and dominance poured off Lex in waves, and he sometimes got a little out of control, which made the rest of us a little crazy too. But from the first time he'd seen Rory, his pheromones went wild for the beautiful little Omega. Hell, we'd all been affected by Rory's heat. But this was even more. This Omega had been Lex's true mate, which just made everything 100 times more intense. The last time I'd seen them together, it was still the same. I didn't think they'd ever get tired of each other. We arrived at the castle belonging to Lex and Rory around noon the following day, after spending one cold night camping on the road and sleeping by an open fire to stay warm. It was a little like old times, but I thought maybe I should consider the possibility that I was getting too old to be sleeping rough that way. I'd be glad for a bed inside the castle that night. Rory ran out to meet Lex, throwing his arms around his neck and receiving Lex's passionate response without only a small blush staining his cheeks. He got down from his arms after a moment and came running over to hug me and kiss me on the lips.
I could see his sweet Omega scent was just as potent as ever. Nothing smelled as good to an Alpha as an Omega, even if the Omega wasn't ours. It had taken me a while to learn to live with Darcy's luscious scent, and Wyatt still locked him away in the bedroom nest when he was in heat, for all our safety. Rory's scent hit me hard too, wicked and sultry, and making my mouth water. I turned away from him as soon as he stepped back, clenching my fists and taking in a lungful of fresh air. "It's good to see you again, Asher," he said with a big smile, and I nodded, still recovering a little. Lex swatted him and pulled him over close and away from me, tipping up his chin to speak to him. "You know not to hug and kiss other alphas like that. You're lucky this is my packmate and good friend, or I may have had to defend your honor. Now settle down, and I'll take care of you later." It may have sounded condescending and patriarchal, and it was, but I understood what he meant. Alphas had fought to the death over much less, and Omegas had been stolen and taken away from their families too. It was a dangerous thing for an Omega to be so open and free with their affections. It was a purely biological reaction from Alphas, and most of us hated it and fought against it, but it was still a fact of our lives. Lex slung his arm around Rory's neck, and we all walked inside. I'd noticed when we were there last time that the castle interior had undergone some major changes, and workmen were inside making even more. It looked as if one of the reception halls were undergoing a complete renovation. The old castle was looking good, and I was happy for Rory's sake to see it return to its glory days. At dinner that night, Lex and Rory filled me in on the story Brandon had told them about the wizard Grimora and the person he lived with in Banshira's cave. Brandon had been grieving what he'd mistakenly thought was Roxbury's death when they arrived back in the Agellan Palace. But after a few days, he mentioned Banshira to Lex, hoping that he could help the man. He had insisted that this person, though the local villagers called him a monster, was only a poor, afflicted young man with a strange disease. Lex had been sympathetic, but events like Roxbury's miraculous return and the death of the king of Sadfarma shortly afterward at the castle had gotten in the way of him addressing the problem. Now, with this latest attack on a small village near the cave, with people in the village being killed, and survivors talking about seeing the monster and his horde of demons, everything was 1,000 times worse. The rumors were probably just wild exaggerations, but he still had to take action. "I think we need to go up there and see exactly what's happened. Not wait on any ministers to report back to me. Between the two of us, we should be more than able to sort out any dark magic at work." "Agreed," I said, taking a last sip of wine before standing up. "We'll need an early start, and I know you've been away from home for a few days. I imagine you and Rory have things to discuss." I arched an eyebrow at him, and he laughed. "Indeed we do. See you at first light then, and we'll get an early start." I took my leave and made my way to the guest chambers. As I left the room, I could already hear Rory's soft laughter as Lex pulled him over into his lap. Rory had told me earlier that he'd put me in the same room as the last time I'd stayed there. I felt the same excitement I always did at the start of a new adventure, but this time there was anticipation as well, as if I was going towards something important, and I couldn't wait to get there and find out what it was. It was odd and challenging at the same time. I lay awake for a long time, wondering what was coming. Chapter 3. Leo. I lay insensible for one whole day and night. I woke up to 2 realizations. One was that I had not turned back into a monster overnight. I was still human, thank the gods. My second realization was that I was still badly in need of a bath. That is, if my nose was to be believed. When I could even smell myself, that was surely a bad sign. I still must have been traumatized, because I had a hard time thinking at all. The something I'd been dreading finally had a face and a form, and it was terrible. Grimora, my only friend and companion, The man who had been like a father to me was dead, and I was all alone. But there was something more. This wasn't simple body odor from being dirty that I was smelling. I was in heat, and added to the grief I felt, my poor body was overcome and overloaded with trauma and stress. It was only my second time in heat, and it had come on me during the night with a vengeance. I was burning up and had sweat literally rolling off my body. My entire body ached and cramped, and yet I was still filled with that awful longing for something. I didn't even know what it was that I needed, but it made me restless like it had the last time, and left me feeling needy and itchy all over, like I was wearing a prickly woolen suit. Grimora had told me a long time ago that he strongly suspected I could be an Omega. I didn't question how he came to this realization, he just knew things. But when I reached puberty and my voice deepened and still nothing happened, he'd hoped he could be wrong, or that the curse the evil bitch had put on me had changed everything about me, even my basic body chemistry. Apparently not. I was 20 when I had my first one, which was incredibly late. Most Omegas were around 15 when they had their first, and having a first heat at 16, or even occasionally 17, was also fairly common. However, Grimora told me that later and later heats had been happening a lot in recent times with Omegas, though no one knew why. He received his information about the outside world in mysterious ways that I never really questioned, because he was so often right about everything. I just believed or took for granted everything he said was true. It was happening at the same time as new Omegas being born, which was also getting to be pretty uncommon in our world. So it could have been that our world was changing and evolving. No one really knew. But that meant that when an Omega was found, alphas would line up to have them, and often entire packs of 4 or 5 or more took possession of one Omega when he or she hit puberty. Sometimes they treated them very well, but what usually happened was that they'd work that poor, hapless Omega to the bone and keep their belly full of their babies until they died or went crazy. Our world wasn't a hospitable place for an Omega in any way, shape, or form. And the problem was that Omegas were often all too willing victims. When the heat cycle came fully on, Omegas not only welcomed all comers, if those comers were alphas, but they'd literally chase after an alpha and beg them to mount them and fill them with their knots. It was called a heat frenzy, and according to Grimora, it was a real and dangerous thing. Omegas in heat needed to be isolated and cared for until the heat frenzy subsided, or it could literally mean their deaths. Yet here I was, all alone in a world that had only ever been extremely hostile to me, to say the least, even without the added burden of being an Omega. It was a world that hated me, and yet it was all I'd ever known. I was in a really bad spot, and I had no idea what to do except do as I always had. Just keep going and trying to survive. For now, anyway. I could hide, though, deep in the darkest recesses of the cave until the heat went away again. It was an instinct I'd had from the first time I was brought here as a child. I used to lie in the dark and hide for days at a time back then, crying for my father and my Amal, the ones who used to care for me. Grimora tried one potion after another to soothe me and try to heal me, but the witch's curse had been far too powerful. There had been nothing he could do to break the curse. Now, not knowing what else to do, I gathered up some food and water and retreated to the back of the cave where it was the darkest. I had furs back there to keep off the chill, and I could bury myself in them and wait for my heat to go away, which last time had taken about a week. I crawled under my furs, in so much pain I couldn't even think straight. I wished hard for Grimora and thought of how kind he'd always been to me and how very much I'd miss him. I finally cried myself to sleep and dreamed of a huge wave rolling in from the sea to swallow me whole.
Asher! We'd rode out early that next morning. By this time, it had been 6 days since Rosamond's death, though it hardly seemed so long. It took time to bury a queen, it seemed. I was anxious to get to this cave with Lex, straighten out this thing with Banshira, and then head back home to Morovia. We finally left as the sun came up, heading in a northwesterly direction toward the coast. We rode hard, but it still took one whole day and night, and most of the next day to get to the area by the Lumian Sea, known as Banshira's Cave. We were so close by the time darkness began to fall that we decided to keep going, unable to bear another cold night on the ground by a campfire. We ruefully admitted to each other that we were getting soft and too used to warm beds and comfortable surroundings. We used the full moon to guide us as we navigated the trails after darkness fell, hoping to find shelter with Grimora when we arrived. This was a wild and sparsely populated area of Igella, known for its rocky shoreline. The wind blew all the time, it seemed, and the cave itself was located in the only section that had a somewhat decent place for a ship to drop anchor, as it was an isolated cove and far from any villages. Thus, it had long been a perfect spot for pirates to stop and take on fresh water and firewood. It was hard to imagine having fires on ships, but the northern Lumian Sea was freezing cold and inhospitable, as was its coastline. The pirates also like a hot meal, I suppose. Fires burned constantly in the galleys of ships that crossed these waters, and in the stone masonry stoves inside the rooms on board. Ships needed huge supplies of wood to keep them going. Speaking of fires, we would need a roaring campfire that night after we arrived if we couldn't find any shelter, and that wasn't looking promising. Once the moon had hidden itself behind the clouds, we had very little time to find our way, and the temperature had been steadily dropping as we neared the sea. We found a break from the wind by a huge fallen tree by the trail and made our beds beside it. Using magic, we made our fire as high and hot as we could, though we didn't normally use magic for such trivial things. All bets were off on this cold and windy night, however. By the time we'd first heard the waves crashing on the rocks, we'd become aware of a cold and steady wind as we approached the coast. We'd had to pull our fur-lined caps with the hoods out of our packs and wrap up in them. By the time we made our camp, got the horses settled and the fire going, we were both worn out and shivering. We spent a cold night huddling close to the fire, and we vowed to find the cave in the morning and not spend another night like this. The cave was supposed to be a readily recognized landmark here, so we were expecting to find it easily once the sun came up. We were hoping that Grimora might give us shelter, which would give us a chance to question him about the destruction of the village and the rumors that had been flying about that ever since. If he refused, well, we might just have to insist. We didn't really think Grimora was guilty, but the situation for him and the unfortunate person he cared for was becoming more and more dangerous with each passing day. I hoped that villagers hadn't already marched on his cave with their makeshift weapons and torches. Fear of demons and monsters had kept them away so far, or so we hoped, and we wanted it to remain that way. By the time the sun came out at last, we were up and ready to find the cave. The sun's light was weak and thin. The wind hadn't laid by much, and we were anxious to find Grimora and get out of what felt like a gale blowing up. Lex found a trail that led us toward the sound of crashing waves and close to the huge cliffside where the cave was supposed to be. We dismounted to lead our mounts, and soon we saw the remains of a huge fire someone had built on the beach, just out of reach of the waves at high tide. We looked at each other uneasily, because it looked like a funeral pyre. We approached it carefully and saw skeletal remains in the rubble of ash and wood. Most people don't realize that after a body is burned, there will still be most of an entire skeleton left behind. Bones won't burn during the cremation process, though they become very brittle and fragile. Someone would have to break these bones and crush them down afterward in order to fit them into a vessel or to be able to scatter the ashes. Wondering whose remains these were and what exactly had happened here, we both drew our swords and began to scan the area for anyone who might be watching us. We neither saw nor heard anyone, but we did find some tracks leading off the beach and heading toward the cliff. The person had not been wearing shoes. We turned toward the cliff above us and could just make out the cave entrance high overhead. "We have to go up there," I said, and Lex nodded. With Lex again leading the way, and both of us leading our horses, we found the trail that led to the top of the cliff and began to climb.
There wasn't enough room to ride up, but the horses managed to climb well, even as the clouds that had been threatening finally opened up and the rain poured down on top of us. The wind off the ocean picked up again, trying to blow us off the trail, but we kept going until we made it to the top. I'd hoped someone would hear us coming, but it was probably impossible over the noise of the storm, and nobody showed their face. The air was filled with the noise of the waves crashing below and the cries of the seagulls overhead, along with the sound of the hard rain pounding down. When we finally reached the entrance to the cave, which must have been 20 feet high and perhaps 10 feet wide, Lex called out into the dark.
Gremora, Banshira, come out. We mean you no harm, but we need to come inside and talk to you.
Silence was our only reply. He called out again.
Stand back, we are coming in.
With swords still drawn, we began to slowly enter the mouth of the cave. It was big enough inside to give shelter to the horses, so we tethered them there and made our way farther inside, where we could see that after the wide entryway, the space narrowed quickly to a kind of short tunnel or passage, maybe 5.5 feet high and about 10 feet long. We traveled through it, awkwardly bent almost double, and the passage opened up into a large room inside the cave, but with a relatively low ceiling. Lex went first, using a witch light, which was a stone he'd pulled from his pocket to light his way. We both carried these stones, fired by our own magic. They were light, flat gray rocks that emitted light when someone who had magical powers like ours held one in their hand. Lex and I both had a good deal of the magic that ran strongly in our family. In our pack, Lex's magic was the most powerful, so he was our leader, though I had almost as much. Harrison, Wyatt, and Brandon had very little, though Brandon had recently developed some kind of blood magic with his new mate, or so they claimed. It was cold inside, though marginally better than outside, the cave being a constant temperature at least, with no icy wind blowing through it. We could see a fireplace carved out a bit inside a niche in the wall. It must have had a natural vent, because the rocky walls weren't discolored by smoke. I wondered how old this cave was, and how many people had used it over the centuries.
Gremora!
Lex called out loudly again, but still there was only silence in reply. Scattered around the cave floor were heaped up furs and blankets and discarded clothing and other items from an old sea chest. It didn't look as if someone ransacked the place, but like they had gone through the wooden chest in a hurry or a panic. On the vertical walls, a few wooden shelves had been built, and they were still neat and intact, holding books and a number of jars and bottles, which were full of things like bats' wings and what might have been lizards' tails. There were iron sconces on the walls of the cave that indicated a place for torches, though none were there now. The sconces looked rusted and ancient, and I wondered again how long people had been using this cave. There were several passages leading off this main one, and we'd need to examine all of them before we could build a fire and try to get warm. We didn't want any ambushes or surprises. Anyway, there was nothing in the short passage Lex first went down, except for some storage barrels and empty sacks. I turned toward the next and most likely-looking passage and took about 2 steps down it before I had to reel backward with a startled gasp. Lex ran to my side, but I forced him back. "No," I said. "You can't go down there." I practically snarled the words at him, and he fell back in confusion.
"What is it? What's down there?"
In answer to his question, I dropped into a crouch and pulled my dagger, brandishing it at him and snarling, ready to attack if he took another step forward.
"Don't go in there! Mine!" "Asher, what's wrong with you? What's in that other part of the cave?"
Because Lex was aggressive, dominant, and a little crazy, he ignored my dagger and shoved past me, running in. He stopped after only a few more steps and came surging back out of there, stopping to grab me by my arm and drag me along with him. I didn't want to go, and so I struggled, but he forced me with his magic. He glanced down at me, wild-eyed.
"It's an Omega. They're in heat with the strongest scent I think I've ever encountered. You can't go in there, Asher.
It's far too dangerous. I saw how you reacted to it.
He wasn't talking about danger for me, but for the Omega. Alphas, when confronted by the pheromones an Omega in heat emitted, could sometimes lose all control, particularly if the scent was strong, and this one definitely was. "Mine!" I yelled at him, a little out of my head and breaking his grip in my arm. "Get back and leave me alone!" Ignoring me, he covered his mouth and nose with his arm and dragged me even farther out of the passageway, although I was resisting every step of the way. I growled at him again and tried to break his hold on me, but he shoved me to the floor and laid on top of me, holding me down. I think he may have used more than a little magic to help.
"No, Asher, stop this!" he shouted in my face. "I know you're not thinking straight. Give it a few seconds and calm the fuck down. Think of that were Rory or Darcy down that passage. We can't go in there. Think about it, damn it."
I was trying, but my brain had stopped working. I fought him for another minute or two, using my own magic, but not really willing to hurt him, so I couldn't break his hold on me. He was muttering a spell at me, meant to calm me down, and finally, gradually, it began to work. I began to regain my senses, and was horrified at what I tried to do. My mind had begun to clear a little, and the compulsion to charge down that passage and ravish the Omega was leaving me. A little. Mostly. I put a hand to my head and nodded at Lex. "I'm all right now. Let me up." He moved over to sit beside me. We just stared at each other for a moment, both of us feeling shocked. Who in the world could that be down that dark passage? Grimora was an elderly man, and no one else was supposed to live here except for the wizard and his creature Banshira. Finally, Lex glanced back at the darkness and murmured to me in a low voice, "Brandon said that the monster was a man who had some kind of horrible, strange disease. Could it be? You don't think it could be?" "Banshira?" I gazed back at him in horror. "You think the Omega in heat could be the monster?"
"I don't know," he whispered back fiercely. "Lower your voice. We've probably already scared the poor thing half to death. No one else is here. Only those remains on the beach. What if they belong to Grimora?"
"We have to try to talk to whoever is down that passage," I whispered back. "Didn't Brandon say the monster... the man... Didn't Brandon say he could speak?"
"Yes, I think so. Let me try."
Lex got to his feet and pulled out a handkerchief that he tied across his nose and mouth. It wasn't a bad precaution. The scent was terribly strong, and even though Lex was happily mated with his own Omega, such a thing could overpower him if he wasn't careful, and he was no rapist. He didn't want to hurt the Omega in any way. Neither of us did, for that matter. Not getting any closer, he tried calling to the Omega down the dark passage.
"We aren't going to hurt you, I promise. We're sorry if we scared you, but we were startled. We came here for refuge from the storm outside, and we mean you no harm." A small voice, decidedly male, drifted toward us out of the dark. "Please, go away." The scared little voice did something to me. I was instantly filled with pity and something else I couldn't quite identify. I wanted to protect and soothe the Omega and help him be less frightened. No matter what the poor creature looked like, he was still a human being, and I was terribly ashamed that I had called him a monster. I knew better, and I vowed to be a better person. I stepped up beside Lex, feeling compelled to comfort this Omega, whoever it was. "We're not coming in unless you say it's all right. We're going to start a fire out here and try to warm up the cave. Maybe make some hot food. We'll bring you some and leave it for you if you like. Are you hungry?" A little sob was the answer, and it twisted my heart. I could see that it affected Lex too. "Give us a few minutes, and we'll bring you something. Don't worry, I won't come in there. I'll just leave it in the passage. Please, don't be scared of us. My name is Lord Asher of Morovia, and this is the noble king's regent of Igella, Lord Lexington. You're going to have to trust us." Chapter 4. Leo. When I was a child, I sometimes heard strange noises at night. I think deep down I knew it was just my Amal rolling over on her squeaky bed in the room next door to mine, or one of my dogs bumping my bedroom door to get in. Nothing scary, nothing that could hurt me, really. But I would lie there in the dark, my head under the covers, and pretend it was a monster, or an ogre, or a giant who wanted to eat me. The game I played was to be perfectly still and out of sight, in the hope that they wouldn't see me and would go away and leave me alone. Of course, when the real monster came, that didn't work at all. I learned that the hard way, and I knew it probably wouldn't work this time either. I heard the intruders shuffling back down the passage, and then lay listening to them speak to each other in soft, low voices as they built a fire and brought in water and firewood from the storerooms. Both of them had deep, resonant voices, even a little growly at times, but the one who'd spoken last, who'd said his name was Asher, had caused my heart to beat harder in my chest. I fancied that I could still smell him, and his scent made my mouth water. The thing that worried me was that they both had strong Moravian accents. Once, a long time ago, my Amal had brought me a treat she called brownies. They were like little squares of chewy, fudgy cake with soft, lovely walnuts inside, and they were the most wonderful things I'd ever eaten. She said she bought them at the market from a Carillion trader. He'd told her the name of them and said they were popular where he came from. I'd never had anything else like them, before or since, but I'd never forgotten them either. Asher smelled like those brownies, only darker and richer and more delicious. I had wanted to climb him like a tree. I'd never had such feelings before, and my skin felt itchy and prickly when he'd come closer, and I could barely take in a breath until he'd backed away. I knew it must be because I was just coming off my heat, but I didn't seem to care. He could be an Omega slave trader for all I knew about him, a murderer or a thief or worse, but it didn't matter. I knew that when an Omega was in heat, they had what Grimora called a biological imperative to mate with the nearest alpha. He said that I was a poor innocent and had no idea what I really wanted. He said I would be an all-too-willing target for any alpha who came along, and that alpha would use me until he used me right up. He said I'd have to be careful, because not only would I welcome the alpha's attentions, but I'd probably chase him down when he left me. I'd beg him to mount me again, fill me with his knot, along with any other alphas I might encounter who might be willing to pile on too. An Omega with no alpha to help them would be in constant, unrelenting pain, so I'd feel as if I had little choice. But I had to resist, because they would eventually fuck me to death. Now, Grimora was gone, and I had those feelings, and I didn't know what to do. I was almost out of heat by this time, but my scent was still strong since I hadn't been able to bathe. Besides that, everything inside me told me to go out, jump on top of that alpha, and make love to both him and the other one if he wanted to, until we all dropped from exhaustion. Heat or no heat, it didn't seem to matter. I had no idea why that was. Thank the gods they had arrived now, after my heat was pretty much over, instead of when I first started. I wouldn't have been able to have stopped myself then. But there was a little voice inside me that still urged caution. It was telling me to stay quiet and hidden. It was telling me I should find a way to get out of there and run away. It told me not to trust that alpha when he said he wouldn't hurt me. That little voice talked a lot, it seemed. I hoped it was giving me good advice. Directly above my head was a hole that led up and out of the cave. Grimora had urged me to explore it years ago, when I was smaller, but I thought I could still fit inside it, especially now in my human form. He'd called it my escape plan if anyone came to the cave looking for me. Once I'd managed to hoist myself up into the opening, the passage leveled out to a small ledge. That ledge opened into a passage that led up, and I'd eventually be able to crawl out, coming out on top of the cave. Grimora had plugged the hole years ago, from both the top and bottom, but it wouldn't be difficult to clear it out and leave that way. I hated to abandon my home and refuge, but too many people knew about this cave. I had been lucky that these alphas hadn't charged into my hiding place and dragged me out, but how long would my luck hold? I had to think about escaping, and I thought I might be running out of time. I heard noises from the main room of the cave and crept closer to listen. By leaning forward, I could just barely peek inside to see what they were up to. I saw right away that they had made a fire to warm things up, and I heard it popping and crackling as it began to blaze. They must both be full of magic to make a fire so hot so quickly. As the sun set, it had gotten darker and darker in the main room, so they had lit the lamps they'd found on the shelves, and there was the slightest warm glow filtering down the passage, even though the temperature outside must have been dropping steadily. I shivered and took a step backward out of the lamplight in case they glanced over in my direction. They began to talk about being hungry, and the tallest one, the one with the honey-colored hair, said he was starving.
"It's been a long time since we ate this morning."
"Yes," the other dark-haired one rumbled in his deep voice. "Then only a little hardtack and dried meat. Look for something, because I'm not going back out in that wind and rain to forage for anything. I'll go take care of the horses while you look." I stayed quiet, fascinated by them and scared to death of them at the same time. And not just because they were alphas. They practically shone with magic. It covered and reflected off them like the light from the fireplace. I heard the one that was left inside, the one I was already thinking of as my alpha, rummaging around in the cupboards and the shelves, searching for food. But we'd been almost out of anything we ate on a regular basis when Grimora had left to go to the market, and I hadn't noticed if he'd brought anything back with him when I found him on the trail. I'd been far too upset to notice or care.
"Damn it! Nothing here to eat!"
I heard the handsome golden-haired one mutter out loud. He was talking to himself and still rummaging through the shelves and cupboards looking for things. The other one came back and said, "Have you found anything yet?"
"Nothing,"
the first one replied with a quick shake of his head. A thought popped into my head, and I sent the message to him. There are oats soaking in the pot over the fire. Grimora always kept some there for a quick meal. A few apples are left in the larder, too. Almost as soon as the words flew through my mind, I heard the blonde one say, "There are oats in the pot. Grimora kept them soaking for his breakfast in the morning, and apples in the larder." There was a sharp little silence as the words registered on both of them. "How the hell do you know that?"
I don't know. I have no idea. It just popped into my head out of the blue."
"Odd," the first one said, and I peeked out to see him make a sign with his fingers. It was a magic sign against evil that I'd seen Grimora use 100 times. His fingers were nimble and quick as he made the sign, leaving a faint trail of blue sparks in the air as he moved. Magic again. He practically oozed it from the pores of his skin. I ducked back into the shadows as they both turned in a circle looking around, their hands on their daggers. When they found no outward threat, the dark-haired one with the growly voice said, "Well, no offense to Grimora and his mush and his apples, but I think we can do better than that." He moved over to the pot hanging by the open fire, peered in, and then waved his hand and muttered a few soft words. The air rippled, and the pot was suddenly filled with a wondrous-smelling stew. The blonde peered in and smiled.
"Fat chicken pieces in the fine thick broth," he said. "Potatoes, and those little peas I like, and carrots, and even some little florets of broccoli, all floating inside. If you were prettier, I'd kiss you."
I was thinking, if either of you were any prettier, you couldn't be real. These were the handsomest men I'd truly ever seen. Not that I saw a lot of men, other than the pirates that Grimora traded with. 2 of them recently who had visited us had been this clean and extraordinarily good-looking. Their names had been Brandon and Roxbury, but that kind of person was few and far between. Come to think of it, they had some magic too, though mostly for each other. Maybe it went with the territory. The blonde opened the larder to find some bowls, and there were the green apples I'd remembered. They were on the small side, shriveled up and sour. He muttered some words I didn't recognize, and those green apples magically transformed into a succulent-looking apple tart, with a buttery brown crust on top, and studded with fat white raisins. Raisins were a rare treat I'd only had on a few occasions after a particularly good trading session Grimora had with the pirates who had just come from southern climes. They were some of my favorite treats.
Here's a tart for dessert, the blonde said, and the other one glanced at it appreciatively. This was serious magic, to be sure, and these men were obviously skilled practitioners. I'd seen nothing evil, so I was hopeful they weren't like the villainous Moravian queen, but I was wary of them all the same. I'd have to be careful around them, and hope they didn't drag me out of my hole before morning. I hated the idea of going outside in the dark storm, and hoped to wait until morning to try and sneak out. I hoped they wouldn't force my hand. The blonde filled a bowl with the stew and put a big wedge of the tart on a plate. He picked it up and started heading with it toward my hiding place. I fled as quickly as I could back into the shadows, but I needn't have worried. He set the bowl and plate down in the passageway near the entrance to my room. "I've left you some food," he called out. "I'll back away, so you can come and fetch it. You need to eat it before it gets cold." I could see him hesitate near the opening, and I knew as surely as if he'd said the words that he had an urge to go in after me and pull me out. Not to hurt me, but to watch me eat their food. I had an irrationally strong urge to go and show myself too, but my more logical self knew that would be a big mistake and that I'd only succeed in stirring them up. I believe now that they didn't want to hurt me, but I could also sense that the blonde one still had strange yearnings inside him that he didn't understand, and they centered around me. "Did you hear me?" he called out after a moment. "The food's warm now, and it will taste much better that way. You need to eat a hot meal. Let me know you understand what I said." I waited what seemed like a long time to gather my courage before I whispered back to him, "I understand." He backed slowly away. When he went out, the other one said, "Still won't come out, hmm?" "No." "Must be badly frightened. Leave them for now, and we can try again in the morning." "If it's Banshira, then he must be worried about the funeral pyre on the beach, but he hasn't mentioned it." "We can take care of it tomorrow." They sat down and began to eat, and I wondered why I felt so unsettled and restless, and like I needed to do something important. I was feeling drawn toward the blonde alpha in particular, and tried to position myself so I could peek out and look at him from time to time. "You're reacting strongly to the Omega," the other one said to him, and he looked up in surprise. "Are you reading my mind now?" "No," the alpha said, smiling even broader. "I don't have to. And by the way, I recognize the signs. I felt the same way when I first met Rory." "Don't be crazy," the blonde one said, scoffing at him. "Rory was beautiful as sin, and even though we thought he was a dangerous warlock at the time we met him, he was fascinating to all of us." "Yes, he was. But he was meant to be with me, and me alone. I knew that from the beginning, too, though I didn't want to admit it. Maybe something similar is happening to you." "It's totally different for me. I don't even know if this is a man or a woman. And if it happens to be Banshira, then I'd have no idea what to do with something like that. He's supposed to be afflicted with a disease." "Why not wait and see? We don't know anything yet, and until we do," he shrugged, "we should try and get some sleep. The journey here was exhausting, and I feel like I could sleep for a week." "Sounds good to me." The blonde held up a hand and muttered a few words to put a barrier up in front of the entrance to the cave, so that no one could enter or leave. The words of his short spell had rung out unnaturally clear and loud, and I could see a faint shimmer over the entrance, like a bit of glowing fog. Again, I didn't recognize the words he said, which were in some strange language, but I knew it was magical. I watched as both of them rolled up their capes by the fire and were asleep and breathing deeply in only a few minutes. Leo. I was starving. So first of all, I ate the food they'd made, and it was so good I ate every scrap of it. It was filling and sumptuous, and the chicken was the best tasting thing I'd had to eat for as long as I could remember. But then, of course, they'd made it with their magic, so it probably wasn't real chicken. I still ate it, though. Grimora had many talents, but cooking hadn't been chief among them, spells or no spells. I no longer had the luxury of being picky, though, so pretty much anything they'd given me would have tasted good at that point.
It had been 2 days since my food supply had run out, and I hadn't felt well enough to go inside the main part of the cave to gather berries, or check Grimoire's fish traps in the rocks near the shore for more to eat. My stomach had been growling and gurgling and making so much noise that when they'd first arrived, I had been afraid the alphas would hear and investigate. Of course, they found me anyway, and apparently it was due to my scent. No one had told me that would happen when I finally went into heat. Grimoire had not been an Omega, so maybe he hadn't known. I wasn't sure what Grimoire had been, if anything. He seemed to be above all such concerns, actually. And he'd never mentioned any partner, either male or female, though there had been that old portrait in his chest. But maybe he didn't care much about that kind of thing one way or another. Anyway, he'd been knowledgeable about alphas and omegas when he told me about them, but in a bookish, abstract kind of way, like he'd read it somewhere, rather than something he'd actually experienced. He could have been a beta, I guess, though my understanding of them was minimal too. They always struck me as grouchy, slightly bitter people, mad at the world for what they didn't get out of life. Not that being an Omega was any prize, let me tell you. The only winners in this game were the Alphas, who seemed to have it all. All the power, all the prestige, not to mention the enormous egos. My father had been an Alpha, and though he'd been kind to me, I wondered sometimes how my mother had fared. She was an Omega too, and was considered to be quite a beauty, but I never had the sense that they particularly liked each other. Theirs had been an arranged marriage, and I knew he would have preferred an Alpha son instead of me, though he had loved me, I think. My mother's family had been from Sudfarma. Her father was Alfred, who had some claim to the throne, though my father was the true legitimate heir. It was Alfred who had contracted with my father for the marriage, and I think it was for that reason. I'd never seen my father to be mean to my mother. Not exactly, though she spent a lot of time in her bedroom alone, and often didn't come to the table for meals, saying she had a headache. I think at first they simply had nothing in common. Later, she grew to hate him. I think they had been trying for another child for some time, though, or my father had been anyway, but she kept losing the babies early on. I don't think my father was much pleased with that or with her. He needed a son who was an alpha like him, and he was determined to have one. My poor mother had finally become pregnant again just before the evil witch came to our house to attack us. She had come to visit my mother, she said, and they stayed in my mother's room most of the day on that last day. Then, at dinner, I had seen her put the powder in my father's cup when he wasn't looking, and I had dashed forward to knock his hand out of the way and drink it down myself. It was foolish, I know, and I have no excuse except for being very young. When I changed into the monster, it was horribly painful and chaotic. Everyone was screaming, and I think I remember my father attacking her. That must have been when she killed him. I don't know why she just didn't kill me too. Maybe because my mother was screaming so much. I ran to my room, but she dragged me out from under my bed. I got away from her and ran wildly through the house, and everyone was screaming and shouting. I surprised everyone, including myself, when I ran out into the night and managed to get away, all alone, to try to hide and survive. If it hadn't been for Grimoire and his rescue, I probably would have died pretty quickly. I sat in my little bed of furs for a while after I ate all the food and licked the bowl and plate clean, thinking that my mind had cleared up pretty nicely by this time, and maybe I should try a getaway while I still could. I still didn't have any clothes. The ones I'd worn in here were a stained and wrinkled mess by now. That would be a distinct disadvantage if I came across any rampaging villagers or pirates for that matter, not to even mention any alphas. I still didn't have a plan, and I couldn't seem to come up with one either. Maybe my mind wasn't as clear as I thought after all. I sat for a while and tried to think, but all I came up with was leaving for now and hiding in the woods, returning after a few days when the alphas had gone. I fingered the amulet hanging around my neck and tried hard to think. I could go back inside the cave and find more of Grimoire's old things to at least cover myself, and I could stay there indefinitely, I supposed. Or at least until someone came looking for me. Beyond that, well, I wasn't sure. The cave was my home. But what if the villagers tried to come and kill me now that I was here all alone? I could keep hiding out, and that might work for a while. Food might be a problem, though. Grimora had taught me how to fish and forage for plants. I thought I could probably manage to feed myself a little, and Grimora had a lot of jars and cans of food in the storage area that would probably last a while. If I were able to trap some animals, maybe I could trade their fur in the village marketplace, like Grimora used to do. He had shown me how, but I'd hated every second of it. I felt too much pity for the animals. They'd look up at me with their desperate little faces, and I would let them go when his back was turned. I just couldn't hurt them. He never got angry, just explained to me that we needed the money he could get for their fur. He went on and on about the circle of life and how everything was born and eventually died in this great loop of all living things. And I didn't not believe him, but I'd have to opt out of that circle of life and eat fish and vegetables and fruit instead. If I did manage to trap the animals and then kill them in their cages, a huge, disgusting if, because I was pretty positive I couldn't do something like that at all. Besides, it would also entail finding a village to sell them in, since the one closest to me had been destroyed. Probably couldn't do that either, as I had no idea where to look for a new village. Now that my appearance was human, perhaps I could manage to find someone to ask. Frankly, it all seemed like a lot. The only bright spot was that I was having some small indications that my magic had found its way at least partially back to me, now that I was in human form, and that it was waking up inside me after its long hibernation. For one thing, there was the way I'd been able to project my thoughts into the alpha's head without even really trying. Surely that was a good sign. I hadn't tried to do any magic yet. I'd wait for that. But I was hopeful for the first time in many years. If I had my magic back, and if I could practice it a little and hone my skills, it could help me in so many ways. My father had pretty strong magic, though it had done him little to no good against the more powerful and wicked dark magic of the Queen. Perhaps if I could have helped him, I could have joined my magic to his, and we could have managed to fight off her attack. But if wishes were horses, then beggars would ride, as my Amal used to say. She always finished with, "And if ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd surely be dishes to do." Which made no sense at all, really, but that was my Amal for you. I wasn't sure, but I think it meant she wanted me to stop talking so much and asking endless questions and get back to my schoolwork. Anyway, I was excited and a little frightened by the possibility of my magic returning, but I knew better than to get my hopes raised. Maybe I could just take it one day at a time and see what happened. First things first, though, I thought I should probably get out of this cave before the alphas did those unmentionable things to me. I didn't know exactly what those things would be. Grimora had turned red in the face when I asked him, and he just said, "bad things." Not really helpful. And scary to boot. Maybe he'd been trying to scare me a little, though, knowing how curious I had always been. But I didn't really relish the idea of going out in the dark. Not tonight. It would be better to sleep until dawn, at least, and then try to make my escape. I lay back in the furs and closed my eyes, willing myself to rest for a few hours and let the darkness and stormy weather pass before I tried to leave.
Chapter 5. Asher. I hated mysteries, so I lay awake a while wondering what had happened with Grimora. Had his death been the result of natural causes or something much worse? Right now, we had more questions than answers, but I was determined to find out. If the person in the back of the cave was the one known as Banshira, then it was dangerous for him to stay there where a mob, or even worse, bounty hunters, could so easily find him. It was an invitation to disaster. Any alpha who happened by would take what he wanted, and an unclaimed Omega with no bite mark showing possession was an easy mark. I hadn't seen him yet, but even if the boy really was hairy and ugly like Brandon and Roxbury said, he could still be fucked and abused by some unscrupulous alpha. A hard dick had no conscience, and nobody would be around to stop it. I still felt a strong compulsion to see this Omega and talk to him, and I didn't know why. It was puzzling and odd, and had never felt this way before about any other Omega. All I knew was that I had to find him and put my hands on him. I'd figure the rest out later. I think we need to bring the Omega out here, I said as we sat by the fire. Lex glanced over at me in surprise.
You'll scare him half to death.
I'll try not to, but I have too many questions. If that body on the beach is Gramora's, then how did he die? The Omega could be in danger, and we could be too just by being here. Besides, I need to see him, Lex.
I can see that you do. But why? What is there about this Omega that has you so agitated?
I wish I knew. I can feel there's something about him. Can't you feel it? Lex tilted his head a little and got an intense look of concentration on his face. After a moment, he nodded, looking a little surprised.
Now you mention it, maybe we should have him come out. If you think you can control your feelings, can you?
All I can do is try. Stop me if I begin to get aggressive with him. He nodded and stood up.
Call him out then.
I went to the opening of the passage and called to him. Banshira, if that's who you are, we need you to come out and talk to us now. We won't hurt you, but we need to talk. Come out, please. I heard a sharp intake of breath from inside, and then a soft, breathy voice. No. I got an immediate, funny feeling of outrage that he'd said no to me. I already felt as if he were mine, and he was disobeying me, which was stupid, because even if he were my own Omega, I'd never felt like an alpha who was the boss in the relationship. I'd always frowned on that idea, and often took Wyatt to task about the way he sometimes talked to Darcy. Lex was dominant and controlling too, but everyone knew that Rory had him wrapped around his little finger. Still, I took a quick step forward until Lex barked out my name. It was almost too late. A whiff of something powerful and sweet that I'd never smelled before was teasing my nostrils. Intrigued and compelled to get closer, I took another quick step inside the passage. Lex took my arm and hauled me backward.
We don't mean you any harm,
Lex called out to the Omega.
We won't hurt you, I promise.
I don't know you. What good are your promises to me? His words startled a small laugh from Lex.
Fair enough, he said. But do you really think you can stay in there forever?
No, just until you leave. Let me talk to him, I said from right behind Lex.
What do you think you can say to convince him?
Maybe nothing, but I'd like to try.
I do know a bit about stubborn Omegas. It won't do any good.
I had to concede that point, but still. He shook his head at me.
No, Asher. Your emotions are too involved. I insist you let me handle this.
Technically, he had the right to do that. I had sworn my allegiance to him long ago as the strongest alpha in our pack. But between me and Lexington, there was really very little difference, and we both knew it. Harrison was the king, and too weighed down by his many heavy concerns to ever be a real member of the pack. Brandon had too much heart and emotion, and Wyatt was ruled too much by his passions. I was the only one as strong physically as Lex, with almost as much magic. I'd conceded to him because he'd had more ambition and wanted it more, but he had no real power over me, except for my affection and regard for him. He had that in spades, and always would. I nodded to show I agreed, and he squeezed my arm.
Thank you. Banshira, is that your name?
Yes, came the reply. Even his voice was making me hurt. It was so breathy and soft.
I think if Gramora were here, he'd want you to come out and let us help you. Please, Banshira.
Ah, the magic word, huh? I know that you're both alphas. Grimora told me you'd do bad things to me.
I don't think he expected this particular situation, do you? And I already have a mate named Rory. I would never cheat on him. He's the king of Igella, and he'd want me to keep you safe as his subject. I promise to do that and take you to him. But first, you have to come out and let us talk to you.
There was a deep sigh
and a long hesitation. Finally, his voice came again. I'm not his subject, or yours. I came from Morovia before I lived here, and I'm a citizen of Sudpharma, like my parents were. But all right then. Stand back. We backed away a bit, and then heard soft footsteps coming toward us. He stepped out of the passage, wrapped up in a fur blanket, with only his face peeking out from the top and his bare feet from below. He dropped the blanket to his waist, and right away I was startled and confused. This couldn't be the one everyone called a monster. This couldn't be Banshira. With high cheekbones and an adorable straight little nose and a stubborn chin, he was beautiful. Long dark eyelashes swept down over his eyes, and he was pale, like his skin hadn't seen the sunlight in years. He dropped his gaze and stared down at his small pale feet. His hair was dark and curled riotously over his head, dropping down in long ringlets and waves all the way to his waist. His eyes, when he raised them to us, were a deep chocolate color. My brain screamed, "Mine!" and the strongest, most primal urge I'd ever experienced came over me, urging me to push Lex aside, pull him to me, and fuck him until he screamed. Or until I did, and I wasn't sure which would happen first. I managed not to do that, but not by much. I didn't care who he was, but he was mine, and that was all that mattered. Many alphas preferred males, as the male Omega sex drives tended to be higher on average than the females, or that was the supposition of alphas, so that could be taken with a big grain of salt. But this little Omega could have been either one for all I cared. He was the closest thing to perfection I'd ever seen. I knew in an instant that this Omega, my beloved, belonged to me, was made for me, and I think I'd known it from the first time I heard his sweet voice or smelled his scent in the cave. It was like musky roses, and it had called strongly to me. It was calling to me still, a sweet, delectable smell that perfumed the air around us and made my cock stand up and take instant notice. "Gods, who are you?" I asked, taking an involuntary step toward him. My name is Leo." Lex immediately put a restraining hand on my arm. I took a deep breath and told myself sternly to calm down. "All right then, Leo. Have you seen the former occupants of the cave? Grimora, the wizard, or the one they called Banshira?" "Grimora is dead," he was saying in his breathy voice, and he sounded close to tears. I forced my attention back to what he was saying. He seemed very young. I found him that way on the trail. I'd gone to look for him when he didn't come back on time." "You found him? What were you doing here?" "I'm Banshira. I lived here with Grimora, but I don't want to be called that anymore." Lex and I looked at each other, at a loss for anything to say for a moment. I saw his eyebrows raise. He knew me far too well not to realize what I was feeling. "All right," Lex said slowly and carefully. "I wonder if you can help us out. We're a little confused. You say you're Banshira, but it's our understanding that Banshira is badly afflicted with some kind of disease. Can you tell us exactly what happened here?" The Omega was watching us with wide eyes. He didn't look afraid, but he was wary and nervous. "Grimora went to the market to sell some furs he'd trapped and get supplies, but he was late coming back. I went to see if I could find him, if he'd been hurt on the way back, or if he'd become too tired to go on. He was pretty old, you see." His voice trailed off, and I took another step toward him and smiled encouragingly. "Yes, we know. Go on, Leo. You're doing very well." His gaze darted around Lex and back to me, and he gave me a sad little smile that caused a fluttering feeling inside my chest. I found him at the bottom of the trail. He must not have been able to make it any farther. He was dead." "What happened to him?" "I don't know. I thought at first he'd been hurt in the village, but there weren't any marks on his body. I ran there anyway because I was so furious, but when I arrived, someone had been there before me. They'd killed a lot of people and even the animals. It made me sick to see it, and I came back home.
You don't know who attacked the village? Did you see anyone around?
No one. A strangled sob escaped his throat, and he put his head down quickly and tried to choke it back. A wave of pity washed over me, and I would have stopped then so as not to keep upsetting him, but Lex kept going.
What happened to you, though, Leo? You said you were called Banshira. Did Gremora find or give you some kind of medicine to give you that cured your illness? Because you seem fine now.
He looked up, and his dark eyes blazed at us. It was not an illness that I had. It was a curse from an evil witch. His words were so full of venom and hatred, and so loud, that they surprised me. But of course, he must feel that way if he'd been cursed. For someone to lay such an awful curse on him when he'd been a young child. It was an incredibly foul and wicked thing to do. The witch did it. She turned me into a monster.
Who, Leo?
Lex asked. He was trembling a little, and I thought he might be afraid of what the boy would say. Maybe he was afraid that it could even have been Vesper, Rory's mother, who had done this terrible thing, or someone else he knew, that we both knew. There weren't that many witches and warlocks in all of Namora who had that kind of power, and we were familiar with all of them. The timeline would be off for Vesper, but she had been so powerful, so legendary, that I guess he thought even time travel might not have been beyond her. He still had to know for sure. We both did.
Tell me, Leo, who was the witch who did such an awful thing to you?
Her name is Rosamond, he said in a soft but clear, thin voice that seemed to ring in the air. And she is a demon straight from hell. He spat on the floor of the cave as if to purge a bad taste from his mouth, and we both stood there, staring at him in shock. His voice rose again to a shout, and it was powerful and strong. I hate her. I curse her name. The curse flew through the air like an arrow that couldn't find its mark, ricocheting off first one wall and then another. It was an almost palpable thing that both Lex and I could see plainly. It was so heartfelt and vehement that it left a stream of black, wispy smoke, smelling of brimstone in its wake. It was dark magic, potent and strong enough that I felt the icy wind of it pass my face. I was a little amazed that he had all that power within him. Both Lex and I immediately made the sign against evil, and we both turned to stare at the young Omega in front of us. There was much more here than we'd suspected. Neither of us said anything for a moment, too steeped in shock, I suppose, and unable to find any words. We were appalled at the hatred in his voice, and equally horrified that his magic was so dark. We'd have to guard ourselves against it, and Lex glanced at me uneasily.
When did the curse break?
A week ago. He whispered in my ear.
If he means Rosamond, the Queen of Morovia, she died just about a week ago. Could that be mere coincidence?
I don't know. Her death could have been what broke the spell. The Omega turned to stare into the fire. I went to stand beside him, and he let me put my hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Leo. It was Asher who stood beside me and touched me. I knew because he was the one who smelled like brownies. His hair was golden, and when he stood in the entry to the passage and looked at me, his gaze had roved up and down, and his nostrils flared wide. His eyes were icy blue, but still somehow they managed to smolder at me. His clothes were rich-looking, and just a bit too tight across his broad shoulders and his lean hips. It was a good look on him. I'd never been so attracted to anyone before. I kind of wanted to obey him, and not just because I was a little scared of him, though that played a big part in it, but I didn't know these alphas and whether or not they'd known Rosamond, and I couldn't be bothered to care. Even though they'd both said they wouldn't hurt me, I didn't necessarily believe them, and I had no intention of telling them everything. What they didn't know about me wouldn't hurt them after all. Too much had happened to me in my life for me to blindly trust anyone ever again. I sniffed the air, and there it was, like I knew it would be. That smell of a chocolate treat that I hadn't had in years, and only barely remembered. A dizzying rush of pleasure shot through me as I breathed it in. I wanted incredible things when I leaned toward him. I wanted him to take me into his arms so I could cling to him, nuzzling my face in his throat and licking him there to see if he would taste like chocolate too. I wanted him to lie down on top of me while he did lovely things to my body. I wanted him so badly I could feel an excitement buzzing through me. Grimora hadn't mentioned anything like this, but then I probably wouldn't have believed him if he had. After a moment, Asher helped me to my feet and took my arm.
"Let's go sit down,"
he said, but it was really kind of an order. I don't think he was even aware of it. I didn't mind it, though.
"You can take off that fur and get comfortable."
"I can't. I'm not wearing any clothes." His face got a darker shade of red, and was already pretty red to start with. He waved a hand over my head in a soft voice and said,
"Facere vesta."
The dirty fur disappeared, and a long velvet robe rose from the floor and engulfed my body, covering me from my toes to my neck. The first thing I did was to clutch my amulet and make sure it was still there and untouched. And it was, thank the gods. The robe was warm and soft and had leather-covered buttons all down the front. I gasped in surprise. It was way too big, of course, as the man was so tall and muscular. He was probably a poor judge of omega sizes. Why were alphas so much bigger than everyone else anyway? "All right," I said once I'd looked down at myself. The smelly fur was gone, vanished completely, and my skin felt fresh and clean, like it had been newly washed and perfumed. My hair, too. The robe that had taken the place of the fur came down to the floor and trailed after me. The sleeves were way down over my hands, but it was soft and warm, and his scent was somehow all over it, and thus over me now, too. I inhaled deeply.
"We need to talk to you, Leo,"
the one called Lex said, looking serious. I think he'd been startled by the dark magic display I'd done earlier, and so had I, really. I had never had ill will for anyone before or after that horrible Rosamond. My magic wasn't even all that dark, I thought. Not in the way my father had described it to me. It was simply different than theirs, and it all depended on intent and will. If you felt ill will for someone and held bad feelings for someone like I did for Rosamond, then the outcome could be really wicked indeed. But if there was no ill will, if indeed the intent was only for good, then nothing bad happened at all. If she was really dead, like I'd heard them say, none of my bad wishes for her had done a thing to hurt her, because I hadn't really been thinking of her. But maybe they thought I'd done something to her. I agreed to go with them to talk. They both looked a little serious and upset. I wondered if the blonde Asher was getting used to my scent, because I knew I still needed to take an actual bath as soon as I could, but I did need to sit down with them first, and I needed to think about what the alphas had told me. The Witch Queen Rosamond was dead. She was gone, and I was finally free. They thought that her death might explain why I was out from under her rotten spell, although I knew it was really the amulet. I felt no need to share that information with them. What if they tried to take my amulet away? Surely it must be valuable. No, I'd keep that information to myself. Was it bad to be happy when someone died, even if it were someone who had hurt you so much? If it was, then I didn't care. I was still thrilled that Rosamond was gone. We sat down on the little benches I'd helped Grimora make long ago when I first came to the cave. I tried to sit next to Asher, but Lex pulled his arm and indicated that he wanted him in the seat next to him, so that they were both sitting across from me. I glanced at them curiously. "Well, what do you want to say to me? I'm not sorry she's dead, if that's what this is."
"Leo, help me make sense of all this. Did you attack the village that Grimora went to after you found his body?"
"No, I told you. I ran there at first because I thought they might have hurt him, and I was angry. But when I arrived, it was already destroyed."
"So you had nothing to do with it?"
"No!"
"All right.
Now, why did you say Queen Rosamond? The late Queen of Moravia was the one who laid a curse on you and turned you into a monster. Because it was. The queen was known to be a very religious woman. She surrounded herself with her priests. Then maybe she was a liar too. I don't know. She was pure evil. I spit out at them. No matter who she surrounded herself with. She put a powder in my father's drink to turn him into a beast, but I knocked his hand away and took it instead. Then she killed him and my mother too. They glanced at each other incredulously, but Asher took up the questioning.
Who was your father, Leo? Help me understand why she would do such a terrible thing.
He was Crown Prince Ludwig of Sudfarma, the true heir to the throne instead of her father. Lex half rose to his feet, and Asher fell back in surprise, both of them looking at me with shocked expressions. Why do you say such a thing? Lex asked me, leaning forward urgently. That's not true. None of it. Prince Ludwig killed himself over 10 years ago, after first murdering his wife and children. No, that's a terrible lie. We were living in the northern territory of Moravia temporarily after my grandfather King Hendrik died. I was 10 years old. We lived not too far from the Aigelen border. My father got us a house there to be safe, and the army that was still loyal to him was fighting for him. The generals told him to stay safely out of the way until they destroyed Alfred's army, and then we could all go back home to Sudfarma, and he would become king. My father was the only legitimate heir, after all. Surely you know this. And he would never have hurt my mother or me or the baby my mother was going to have. He was a good person. But King Alfred... Alfred was my grandfather too, only on my mother's side. Look, I know this is complicated, but Hendrik had many children. Most of them were illegitimate. My father and Alfred were half-brothers, though Alfred much older. He was my mother's father from his first wife. Alfred arranged the marriage with Hendrik for my parents, before I was born, obviously. My father didn't want to marry my mother because he thought it was incestuous, as she was his half-niece, but his father, Hendrik, insisted. Alfred was a general who had the backing of some of the army, and had the full backing of most of the king's council, so my father was persuaded that it would be a good idea to marry his daughter and consolidate the two factions. Asher interrupted me then. But how do you know all this? I was my father's only son, and he told me everything. I would inherit from him one day, he said. He let me sit in on meetings with him and his advisors, even though I was an Omega. If he didn't get an alpha son with the child my mother was expecting, he had plans to betroth me to one of the princes of Moravia, who were rumored to both be alphas. Barring that, he could find a military leader, one who could act as my regent. He wrote it all down in his private papers. There may still be copies somewhere, if the witch Rosamond didn't destroy them. The two of them stared at each other, looking surprised.
Princess of Moravia, that's you and Harrison,
Asher said softly, and Lex nodded, looking dazed. But explain to me how Rosamond got involved in all this. She was my mother's sister, half-sister anyway. They were raised together, and she came to visit my mother sometimes. She tried to talk my father into giving up his claim to the throne, and she was visiting us on the night everything went so wrong. Before your father killed himself. I shook my head violently. I told you, my father never killed himself. That witch staged it all. She tried to poison him with the potion, and when I took it instead, well, there was a lot of excitement. My father was distraught and upset. I'd never seen him like that. He fought with them, and they killed him. They? You said they killed him? No, she killed him. Rosamond. My father was good, and he would never have hurt anyone. That's insane. That awful, evil daughter of Alfred's, the one named Rosamond. She murdered my father and laid her evil curse on me. I covered my face with my hands, feeling the tears about to start and not wanting them to see. I'm happy she's dead, I said through my tears. She was a cold, cruel, and hateful bitch, and I'd like to dance on her grave.
Chapter 6. Asher. I was stunned by what Leo had just told us, and I had questions too.
The most important one being, was he telling us the truth? He seemed confused about the details of this terrible story. He said over and over that his father was good, and yet he said he had fought with his mother and Rosamond and tried to kill them. Leo had only been a child at the time, so it was understandable that he could be mixed up. I glanced over at Lex at the same time he looked at me, and he nodded to show me he was wondering about the same things. He raised his hand in the air to find out. "Veritas," Lex said, and his voice rang out hard and cold as he made a pass in the air over Leo's head. It was a spell to see if Leo was lying, and it was a powerful one. It would compel him to tell the truth if he tried to lie. That is, if he knew the truth. Leo simply stared back at us, both in defiance, and seemed unchanged. "Leo," Lex said, leaning toward him, "tell us honestly, did you send a curse to kill Queen Rosamond?" "What? No," he answered right away. "My magic didn't return until after she was dead. If it had, I might have. I won't lie. And I'm not sorry she's dead." I glanced over at Lex, and he gave me a tiny shrug. Not only was Leo apparently being honest, but Lex had similar feelings for Rosamond, and I thought he secretly agreed. After what Rosamond had tried with Rory, I'd been surprised he hadn't killed the queen himself. Only his deep regard for his brother had stopped him, and if Leo had taken his revenge on the person who had killed his entire family and turned him into a monster, then I thought it would have been understandable, even though it was treasonous. It was much safer for Leo that he hadn't been involved in any way in her death. "Are you telling us the truth as you know it, about your father and who he was?" I asked him. "Yes, I swear it." "The test I used would have shown it if he were lying," Lex said. I turned to look at Lex. "Then we have no choice but to take him back to South Pharma to meet with the council. I think we should take him to Harrison first, though." Lex narrowed his eyes as he stared at me. "Why is that?" "Rosamond was Harrison's queen and his consort. He has the right to know before anyone else, and he has the right to challenge what Leo has to say. Leo was a child. He could be wrong." "Is that acceptable to you?" he asked Leo, and the boy glanced at me, as if to see what he should say. I had to clench my fists to keep from answering for him. "He can challenge me if he wants, but I'm telling the truth. I may have been young, but I knew what was happening." "He'll need someone to speak for him," I finally said, relenting a little. "I can speak for myself." I shook my head. "No, it's not proper for an Omega to speak at court to an Alpha King. I'll do it." He nodded. "All right then, you can tell them if you like, but every word of what I said is true, and you must say the words exactly as I told you." "I'll try, but you were only 10 years old and traumatized by what was happening. Anyone would be. They're going to have questions. I'll need to gather some witnesses and talk to them if I can. And I'd like to talk to the people in South Pharma who are familiar with the history of the late king's succession to the throne." Leo made a little snorting sound. "Succession? More like an insurrection or a coup. I told you that members of the army were split. Some backed my father and some backed him. That's why Rosamond wanted him dead." "If that's true, then there will be those who remember. We'll talk to Harrison about it." "Why would your king care one way or the other? And why would he help me? I know he was married to that horrible witch. If he was really a good person like you seem to think, then why didn't he know what she was all these years?" Lex's cheeks grew red at the boy's criticism of his brother. "It's more complicated than that." "It doesn't seem all that complicated to me. Either she was just as bad as I said she was, or I'm a liar. And I'm not a liar." Lex got to his feet impatiently. "I understand you've been through a lot, but I won't hear these insults about my brother. All we have to prove what you say is your word. Yes, I tested you for veracity, but if you truly believed what you said, then that can defeat the test. My brother has the right to hear your claims and decide, since you also claim this murder happened in Barovia, though I want to find some witnesses like Asher said." He looked over at me. "I'm going to bed, because it's late and we have a lot to do tomorrow before we leave. I suggest you both do the same." With that, he turned on his heel and went over to a far corner of the room
to wrap up in his own furs and turn his back to us. Leo glanced over at me and stood up. I noticed he was practically swaying with fatigue. Go over near the fire and lie down. I need you to stay here where I can see you. And Lex is right. We need to get an early start tomorrow, and we have a great deal to do. Lie close to me then, he said, his eyes imploring me. I've never slept in this room before, and it frightens me. What if Grimora's ghost comes to check on me? Grimora wasn't anyone to fear. He'd never hurt you, and neither would his ghost if such a thing exists. It would frighten me, though. He held out his hand. Please, stay close to me. I sighed, but did as he said, and he gave me a long look over his shoulder to make sure I was complying. I was behind him, closer than I should have been for my own peace of mind. This close to him, his scent was almost overpowering, but because I was so tired, I fell asleep right away. The damp, warm smell of the packed earth beneath my head, as well as the soft crackles of the fire, were comforting and warm. But I dreamed of burning, my nostrils full of smoke, and the flesh on my body a burning coal, slowly crisping and blackening as I was consumed by the flames. I startled awake, gasping for breath, and I realized that Leo no longer lay within arm's reach, but now was snuggled up in the circle of my arms, lying so close it was hard to know where he stopped and I began. "What are you doing?" I whispered hoarsely to him, pushing him away enough to take a deep breath. "You can't do this!" "But why not?" I gripped him by the arms. "We barely know each other. This isn't right. It's improper." "Oh, hush," he whispered to me, his face up against mine, his mouth honey-sweet and feverishly hot as he pressed it to mine. "I need you, and I don't care what's right. You're the one I want, and I know you want me. I can feel it. Grimora said alphas take what they want, so do it. Take me." "Leo," I said, low and urgent. I feared I wasn't strong enough to resist this. I gathered him closer to me, and that's when I felt the nudge of Lex's boot on my hip. "What's the matter with you, Asher? Have you lost your mind?" I opened my eyes and looked up into his furious face. I suppose, looking at it from Lex's point of view, I probably had, but I still felt irritation. "You didn't allow any of your packmates to come between you and Rory. Now afford me the same courtesy." "That was a different situation entirely." "No, it wasn't." "What are you talking about? Of course it was." We were shouting at each other by this time, so naturally, Leo sat up, eager to get involved, pushing his long, wild hair out of his eyes and staring up at Lex with wide eyes. "It was my fault. I wanted him to make love to me. I asked him to do it." "You stay out of this!" Lex shouted at him. He turned some of his fury on Leo, which made me feel immediately protective. I knew Lex was angry, but not because I'd claimed this Omega. That was any alpha's right. He was upset because I had offended his sense of the order of things. He'd wanted to speak to Harrison first and make sure they both believed Leo was telling the actual truth and not just what he believed to be true. He wanted to question witnesses and straighten out the succession to the Sudfarman throne and have endless discussions. He was a planner and a thinker, and usually I was too. But not this time. Not with this Omega. "We don't know anything about this Omega, other than the crazy stories he's told us." "I know all I need to know to claim him. I've made no secret about how I felt for him right from the start." "Feel for him? You claim now to have feelings for him?" "Of course I do. The same as you had for Rory when you two first met." "Asher, I can't forbid this. I haven't been your alpha in truth since moving to Igela, so I don't have the right. But I can implore you to give it more time. Do this for me, Asher, if you care for my feelings at all, for the sake of our friendship." I blew out a long breath and then noted a quick up and down motion of my head, though I wasn't happy about it. I was furious that he'd made our friendship a condition, although deep down, I knew he did it out of concern and love for me. The fact that we'd all, Lex, Wyatt, and I, had done the same thing to Brandon
when he decided he wanted Roxbury was not lost on me. It had caused Brandon suffering and had almost cost Roxbury his life. I hoped the outcome in this situation wouldn't be nearly as dramatic.
Thank you, Asher. Now, let's try to get some more sleep before we leave for Regella. We have a lot to do in the morning.
He lay down near the fire, and I gave Leo a regretful look and a little shrug. He scooted closer to me and whispered softly in my ear, "Can I still lie in your arms? I'll be good, I promise." I groaned because I was letting myself in for torture, but his smile was worth it. He lay down and backed his little ass into my groin. His body was incredibly warm and soft and smelled sweetly of roses. I closed my eyes and prepared to suffer. Leo. The next morning came before I was ready for it. I was shaken awake by Asher's hand on my arm and sat up, feeling groggy and still a little achy. I saw right away that both the alphas were dressed in clean clothes. They must have used their magic for that. And Asher handed me a full plate of soft brown bread with creamy butter and slices of fresh fruit and even a couple of boiled eggs. Obviously, they'd used magic for that too, as we had no such rich stores in this cave. I fell on it happily, stuffing the eggs in my mouth along with the buttered bread. When I tried to put a piece of the pineapple in it too, Asher stopped me with a hand on top of mine.
"Slow down! No one will take it away from you."
"I'm hungry," I said, or tried to around a mouthful of food.
"I can see that, but slow down so you won't choke."
I grinned at him, but did slow down a bit. I wasn't used to such an extravagant use of magic. Grimora used his like a thrifty housewife, measuring out careful portions each day. But these two obviously had plenty to spare. Plus, there literally wasn't anything left to eat by this point. When I was done, Asher told me to stand up, and he conjured me a new set of warm clothing, thick socks and underclothing, tweed breeches, and a shirt made of soft wool. He added boots this time and a fur cape with a hood. I checked again to make sure he hadn't taken my amulet, but it was still there. I tucked it carefully under my shirt. Meanwhile, the other alpha, Lex, stood by watching me, his eyes full of heavy scrutiny. I didn't think he liked me very much, or at least he had reservations. Maybe because of what I'd said about his brother. But I hadn't known King Harrison was his brother at the time. I resolved to be less mouthy in the future, in the hope of eventually winning him over, because he seemed to be important to Asher.
"Do you need anything from the cave?" Asher asked. "We may not get back here for a long while. Do you have any personal possessions?"
"Just a few things Grimora gave me. I'd had to flee my home, and other than some old toys Grimora had made me years ago, his little chest and a few books, there wasn't much here that I cared about. Still, it was hard to leave my memories behind, and I thought some of Grimora's things might have some value." I must have said some of that out loud, because Lex nodded.
"I'll obscure the entrance when we leave and make it impossible to find. I'll send someone to come back later to go through the potions and elixirs he made."
I packed a small bag with some books and a few of my old things, and we left the cave. Asher took my hand in his to lead me down the trail, while Lex took the horses. Like I hadn't been down the trail a million times before, but maybe they were afraid I'd make a break for it, even though I had nowhere to go. His hand was big and warm, though, and it felt good in mine, so I allowed it. Not that I could have stopped him anyway. These alphas were a law unto themselves, and seemed to make things up as they went along. When we reached the section of the beach where I'd made the funeral pyre, I pulled back, unable to get too close. I couldn't bear to see what they were planning to do to his poor, blackened bones, and I began to shake and tremble the closer we got. I knew it was necessary, but knowing and watching it being done were two very different things. So I sat on a rock nearby and gazed out to sea, while I heard them use rocks to break up the brittle bones and crush them into ashes. They probably used some magic to help, because it didn't take too long. Asher came to ask me if I wanted his ashes in the sea, and I just looked up at him helplessly. I thought that had been my plan, but it all seemed so long ago now.
"Do you want us to just take care of it?"
he asked gently, and I nodded with gratitude. He took my hand and led me down to the beach, and I stood a little apart from them as they said some words that sounded religious, and I think they prayed to their gods. Then Lex threw the ashes up high into the air, waved his hand, and a strong ocean breeze, full of salty sea air, came rushing past out of nowhere, swirled the ashes even higher up until they looked like a flock of dark birds flying together overhead, and then they swept them out toward the horizon. They flew out to the farthest waves where the sea met the sky and disappeared. "Goodbye, my friend," I whispered, touching the amulet and sending the words to him on the wind and spray. "Safe travels. You gave me back my life, and I loved you, and I don't know if I ever told you. I hope you knew anyway." I turned away, my tears blinding me, and I felt Asher's warm arm wrap around my shoulders.
"Come on,"
he said softly.
"You'll ride with me. With luck, we can make the king's castle by early tomorrow."
Chapter 7. Leo. He put me up on his big horse in front of him and held me there with one hand around my waist. It was a big horse, mostly white on its body, mixed with colored hairs, but his mane, his tail, his lower legs, and even his head were black. Asher said he was a roan. He was a gorgeous animal, though he turned his head and rolled his eyes at me when Asher lifted me up on his back. "What's his name?" I asked Asher, and he smiled.
"Moonbeam."
"Oh, that's pretty." The horse snorted and shook his head, as if he knew what I'd said and took exception at not being called handsome instead. Asher pulled me closer against him and wrapped his cape around both of us.
"Tell me more about your magic. Has any more of it returned yet?"
"I don't know, really. I haven't tried to use any of it. I guess I got out of the habit after so many years, and I kind of forgot what to do."
"It should come back to you."
"You have a lot of magic."
"Yes, Morovia is full of witches, and always has been. Not dark magic, though. The kingdom was almost destroyed by it once long ago, and now all dark magic is strictly prohibited. That's one reason my friend Lex is so wary of you."
"You think my magic is dark and I'm a warlock? I'm not. I take after my father, and his magic wasn't dark."
"I don't think you're a warlock. Not yet. But you could become one if we're not careful with you. Your father's magic may not have been dark, but I'm afraid yours is. A bit."
"No, that can't be right. My father would have told me."
"You said he talked to you about will and intent. Perhaps he did know and was trying to teach you not to have ill will and bad thoughts about others in case you lost control. You were only 10 when he died, you said."
His words made my head reel. "I don't understand any of this. How can you believe I have dark magic? I've hardly used any magic around you. If I had, I'd have fed myself after Gramora died, instead of practically starving for the last few days before you two arrived."
"I never said you were particularly good at it."
He laughed as I sputtered in outrage.
"I'm teasing. But if you doubt the darkness of your nature, think back to when we spoke holy words on the beach. It distressed you, didn't it?"
"I wouldn't say that exactly. I think I was only upset by what was happening."
"I know you were, but the prayers didn't help, I think."
I thought back to that moment on the beach, listening to them chanting over Gramora's ashes. I hadn't liked it, but I thought it was because Gramora wasn't all that religious, and he might not have wanted that ceremony. The words had sounded foreign and unpleasant somehow, and seemed to swarm in the air like annoying gnats. Could that mean my magic was dark? I was unconvinced and insulted that he'd implied anything about me could be like that bitch Queen Rosamond. Feeling a little angry, I leaned away from his body and immediately missed his warmth, but was far too stubborn to lean back again. "Well, what if I do have dark magic? What then? Will you try to purge it from me?"
"That depends on what Harrison says. It's not up to me. If the priests have their way, they surely will."
"I don't believe in your priests, and I don't answer to your king. None of them have ever lifted a hand to help me or my family. Fuck them all." The words spilled out of me before I could pull them back, and I realized as I said them that they were true, though unwise. Asher had just been lecturing me about religion and my ill will, as he called it. Though what else should I feel toward the evil Rosamond except for hatred? Her priests, too. Asher pulled up the reins on his horse and spoke fiercely in my ear.
Never let me hear you say anything like that again. People have been hung for much less. And if Lex hears you say it, he'll beat your little ass, and I'll have to hold you for him while he does it. Harrison is his brother, and he's as close as one to me, too.
I leaned even farther away from him then and made a little humphing sound. I didn't like being told what to do, and never had, and I didn't respond well to threats. "You can't tell me what to do!" I yelled at him, and he suddenly jumped off his horse so fast I was left clinging to the saddle so I wouldn't fall off. He reached up to yank me down beside him. I stared up at him breathlessly and instinctively pulled back my hand to strike him. No, that's not accurate. What I really tried to do was instinctive, and I wanted badly to hit him with magic. I'm not sure what I planned to do to him. Maybe push him away or make him fall down in a puddle? It all came to nothing, though, when he grabbed my wrist and twisted my arm behind me, pulling me up to his chest.
Whatever you are planning to do would have been ill-advised.
"Why?" I said a little breathlessly, staring up into his face. I hated how alarmed I sounded and forced out a little bravado. "What are you going to do about it?" He gave me a grim smile and said,
Dolesia.
He didn't raise his voice, and his tone wasn't particularly malicious, but a strange feeling washed over me from head to toe, making me feel lethargic and oddly numb. I tried to move, but my limbs refused to answer. I was frozen in place, and I found I couldn't even close my eyes or blink. My whole body felt stiff and doll-like, and he set me on my feet like a doll and pushed down my arms to where he wanted them to be. It didn't hurt, and after a moment I wasn't even afraid of what he'd done to me. His voice seemed distant and far away, and I felt like I was floating. He could have sat me on a shelf in a child's playroom, and I wouldn't have minded. I would have dreamed the days away.
You're all right and unhurt. This will wear off soon. But now perhaps you'll learn to listen to me.
He picked me up around the waist and carried me, while my arms and legs were as stiff as a statue's. He was so strong, he carried me effortlessly and left me by the horse so he could mount and then pulled me up in front of him, carefully bending me to sit in his lap and moving my unresisting legs around to sit me down where I was before. I was vaguely aware of Lex riding up beside us. "What did you do to him?" he asked, peering at me intently.
"Just a small demonstration."
He's going to be angry when you release him."
"I expect so, but he has to learn his actions and words can have consequences."
Lex rode away, still shaking his head. Asher pulled me sharply back against his hard body and spoke in my ear, making me shiver.
"We have a long way to go, and you need to stop this. We don't have to talk if it upsets you, but you should be mindful of what you say. You're not living in the cave in the back of Beyond anymore, and your words can get you into serious trouble."
I knew he was probably right, but that didn't mean I had to like it.
"Now, sleep,"
he said, and tapped me on the side of the head. His hands passed over my eyes, shutting them, and I felt myself relaxing into him. My eyes were suddenly too heavy to keep open. I fell deeply asleep, sitting on his lap. When I awoke some time later, I was back to normal, though still angry at his high-handedness. I refused to speak to him, but I soon found that it's hard to sustain being mad at someone when you needed their body heat to keep you warm. I felt like I was freezing to death. Asher must have noticed my hard shivers, because he pulled me closer and arranged his big cape over both of us. I dug my face down in the furs and tried to endure, but it was a while before I began to warm up. Hours later, just as it was getting properly dark, we stopped for the night because it was getting too dark to see the trail, and their witch lights weren't strong enough to fully illuminate the path ahead of us. We had dismounted and were just stretching our legs when we heard a horse coming rapidly down the trail toward us in an urgent scramble of hooves. He pulled up sharply as he saw us and got quickly down from his saddle, bowing deeply to Lexington. His face was streaked with sweat, and his blue uniform was disheveled and dusty. He seemed to be an Agellan soldier, from what I remembered of seeing them before at a distance. I'd noticed them riding through the countryside from time to time when I was out gathering and checking traps with Grimora, though I'd always tried to hide in the bushes so they wouldn't see me. Without waiting for Lex to give him permission to speak, the soldier dismounted and fell to one knee. "Your Royal Highness, I bring you greetings from King Rory. My lord begs you to come at once as fast as you can. A chimera has been spotted in the mountain pass on the road from Morovia." "What?" Lex said sharply. "It's a little late in the year for a chimera. Are you sure?" I searched my memory for all I knew about the creatures. I remembered they were deadly hybrids of several animals put together, hatched from snake eggs that had been corrupted with dark magic. They were considered to be rare now, from what Grimora had told me, and most people thought they'd died out years ago. "Yes, sire," the soldier was saying. "I saw it myself. It was still small, at least 6 feet tall with a serpent's tail, the head of a goat, and huge bat wings. King Rory begs you to come as quickly as you can." "How long ago was it seen?" "This morning, your highness. It was sleeping when we came upon it, so we were able to escape it. A group of servants were coming back from Morovia, where they'd gone to help King Harrison's household with the funeral services, with a few of us Igellan soldiers to guard them. It didn't see us, and we got away as fast as we could." "All right. Take some time to rest and refresh yourself. We need to do the same, and then we'll be back on our way again." "Thank you, sire," the soldier said, and went back to see his horse before warming himself at the fire. Lex turned to Asher. "What do you think?" "I think some fools may have seen a baby hydra, imagined the rest, and then panicked. But we can't take any chances. Let's eat something quickly and be on our way. We can send Leo with the soldier back to the castle. The captain is a beta," he said, looking down at me. "You should be fine with him. We'll tell him to take you directly to King Rory." "How can you tell what he is?" I asked, looking after the soldier. "And why can't I just go with you?" "I can tell by his scent," Asher said, "and by the fact that he barely looked at you. You can't go with us because it's far too dangerous. If this does turn out to be a chimera, we'll have our hands full. You'll stay with King Rory until we return." "So you've decided just like that, and I have no say in it. Fine. Should I salute or simply curtsy to you?" "Don't be sarcastic. It's unbecoming." I rolled my eyes at him, and he grinned and turned away. Maybe I rolled my eyes slightly after he turned away. I wasn't stupid, and I didn't want to wind up as a doll on a shelf in his room somewhere again. Lex was busy making a fire, with the soldier dancing attendance on him and on his every word, so no one was paying me any attention at all. I found I didn't like it much. I guess that it was true what Grimora told me once, that I was spoiled. It was crazy to say that a child as afflicted as I was could still be overindulged, but Grimora did pay me an awful lot of attention once he found me and catered to my needs for over 10 years. Because he felt sorry for me, of course, and I knew that. But a person can still get used to that level of attention and miss it terribly when it's gone. Or maybe I was just missing Grimora and his loving and steady presence in my life. It still didn't seem real that he could be gone, winked out in a moment, with all his goodness and vitality just wiped away forever. "Don't just stand there. Warm up at the fire while we prepare some food," Asher said, glancing back at me. "We don't have a lot of time, and you'll need to get warm. We need to let our horses rest before continuing on to Igela too. It's going to be a long night for you, I'm afraid." He went nearer the fire, expecting me to follow him, which I did after a moment. It was much colder now that the sun had completely dropped down behind the horizon, and I dreaded the long night to come. We ate the food the two nobles conjured up for us, and drank some red wine from a bottle Lex produced from his packs. I lay down on my back for a few minutes, just to stretch out my limbs, and the next thing I knew, Asher was shaking me awake. "Time to go! The soldier's name is Captain LaRue, and we've given him orders to take you straight to the castle and to Rory." He slipped a knife in my hand, and I looked down at it in surprise. "Lex says he's completely reliable, but if you need this, don't hesitate to use it. Slip it in here," he said, demonstrating to me with a touch low on the left side of my back, "in the kidneys on either side. Or, if you're facing him, go straight in under the breastbone, here." He looked me in the eye. "Can you do that?" "If I have to, yes." I'd certainly rather not. He nodded, a quick downward movement of his head. You shouldn't have to, but be vigilant. You should be at the castle by mid-morning. Go directly to Rory as soon as you arrive. I will. He took my arm then, and led me over to the captain, who was already on his horse and seemed eager to be on the way. It felt odd to talk to him when I'd just been told how to kill him if I had to. These people were all crazy. Asher pulled off his own fur cape and wrapped it around me, then lifted me seemingly effortlessly onto the horse in front of the soldier. Guard him with your life, he said to the man. Tell the king we'll be back in a few days. I will, sir. Don't let him get too cold. He gets cold easily. I'm holding you personally responsible for him. Yes, sir, he replied, trying to bow from his horse. You can rely on me. I hope so, for your sake. He stood back, and the captain turned his horse in the direction he'd come. We can't ride too fast in the dark, the captain told me. Not with the two of us. This horse knows the way, so we should be fine and go at a steady pace. Get some sleep if you can. I nodded, and off we went. I did as the captain asked, drowsing in front of him after a while. The night was cold and windy, and I was grateful for the fur-lined cape Asher had given me. I couldn't believe how much I missed the man when I'd only just met him, and had known him for little more than a day. I hunched over the saddle, missing his warmth despite the cape, and prepared myself for a long and miserable night. The sun came up on a cold and drizzly day. I was so tired by then that the captain had to hold onto my arm to keep me seated firmly in the saddle in front of him for the last few miles. Finally, the castle came into view atop a small rise. The village outside the gates wasn't too large, but people and animals were already bustling around in it, despite the weather. They stopped to look at us curiously as we arrived and rode up to the castle gates. Guards in the same blue uniform as the captain's opened them for us, and we rode right up to the front doors of the palace. The captain jumped down, and then helped me down too, giving me a little bow. He'd been nice to me, and I was really glad I didn't have to use the dagger Asher had given me. I thanked him and went to the doors, which were opened for me by two boys in blue livery with gold tassels. The front hall looked very grand, with gleaming walls and new paint and wallpaper. One of the boys told me to wait while they went to find the king. After a few minutes, while I cooled my heels in the hall and various servants came to look at me curiously, I heard someone coming down the main stairs. It was a dark-haired young man with a beautiful face, wearing a handsome white brocade suit. He was about the same size as me, and he was looking at me with interest as he walked toward me. You must be Leo, he said, and gave me a sweet smile. My husband sent me a note saying you were coming. I'm so glad you're here. I stared at him and realized I must be looking at the king. He had glossy blue-black hair and pale, satiny skin, and his eyes were a lovely shade of emerald green, fringed by thick black lashes. He was definitely an Omega like me. He was smiling at me, and I liked him right away. Oh my goodness, he said. Jesse and Alphonse said you were handsome, but they didn't mention your gorgeous long hair. It goes all the way to your waist, doesn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I couldn't cut it for a long time, and so it just grew. Maybe you have a barber in the village who could cut it for me? Oh no, you shouldn't do that without asking Asher first. That will be his decision. Asher? But what does he have to do with my hair? Well, he's your alpha. That's what Lex told me in the note he sent me about you. Captain LaRue brought it. Anyway, as your alpha, Asher has the say over everything when it comes to you. Believe me, I had to learn that the hard way. He threw back his head and laughed, and it was so infectious I smiled a little too, though what he'd told me had been outrageous. That little speech was astonishing, in fact, and I was totally at a loss as to what to say, though I wanted to say something cutting. He was so sweet, though, that I didn't want to hurt his feelings by being rude. I also wanted to say that Asher was not the boss of me or anything to do with me, but I couldn't quite bring myself to say it. I had liked Asher taking care of me, though I was still mad about the doll thing, so I simply said, "Oh," and let him keep rattling on. He hooked his arms in mine and drew me upstairs. You must be so tired. I'll take you to the room where Asher stays when he's here and let you get some rest. I'll send up some servants with hot bath water in the morning, and you can sleep as long as you like. Does that sound all right? Since a bath sounded heavenly, I just nodded and let him take me to a big, beautifully furnished room upstairs. This is the room Asher uses, he said, throwing open the door and indicating a huge feather bed and a roaring fire in the fireplace. Lie down and get some rest. I understand you rode all night. I've had the servants make up the fire for you because I figured you'd be chilled. Indeed, the fire was popping and crackling away in the cavernous stone fireplace, making the room feel cozy and wonderful. Rory gave me a brief hug and then left me alone in the room, calling over his shoulder to be sure and let him know if I needed anything at all. I went over to the huge feather mattress and threw back the covers to see warming pans heating my sheets. I almost swooned. It had been a long time since I'd seen such luxury. I practically tore off my clothes and climbed in, loving the feel of the soft, warm sheets on my skin. It was the last conscious thought I had before I allowed myself to sink so deeply into sleep that I never woke up before the next morning.
Chapter 8. Asher. There were signs that the Chimera hadn't moved on and may have made a den somewhere in the many caves known to exist in the mountains, with some of them not far from the pass. It would be safer for us if we could catch the creature outside its den, so we found a place to settle in and wait in the rocks overlooking the pass. Once, hundreds of years earlier, before the crackdown on dark magic, when it was outlawed forever, Morovia was full of chimera. Every wizard and warlock, it seemed, had one of the fearsome creatures to guard his house or his tower. The prototypes seemed to come from ancient pottery that depicted the monsters, who didn't appear in nature. Usually, the creatures resembled a female lion in the front, the fire-breathing head of a goat in the middle, and a dragon in the back, with webbed wings and even sometimes a tail that ended in a snake's head. Ultimately, the design didn't work too well, with the poor goat never getting enough to eat and always being malformed. But they were still fearsome creatures, and deadly on top of that. Lex had mentioned it was a little cold for a chimera, because they were cold-blooded creatures themselves, and needed to fly in the summer or late spring. Still, it wasn't unheard of for them to be seen in late fall, as if they just couldn't bear to give up getting out in the world and killing whatever they came across. Even though the wizards designed them, they weren't able to control them very well, and the things were their own creatures, doing whatever they liked. Very much like a cat, if a cat would just as soon kill you as look at you. Finally, when they began killing their own makers in rather large numbers, as well as a good deal of the servants that took care of them, the king put a stop to it all by royal decree, and ordered the extermination of all the chimeras. Some of the darker warlocks declined, and soldiers were sent along with the king's priests to make them comply. Warlocks weren't popular with the king anyway, considered to be the most evil of the dark magic practitioners. They were usually necromancers. In other words, they trafficked with the dead and the demonic. They were outlaws and criminals, and were thought of as deceivers and liars. In fact, the word warlock itself was derived from an old word that meant oath-breaker. Witches, on the other hand, like me or Lex, were generally more truthful and considered to have good magic. Witches were often called wise men or women who fought against the darker powers, defended the king and his armies, healed the sick, and even helped the crops to grow. The powers belonging to both types of magic practitioners were believed to be passed down within families. But after the king outlawed the dark side, all signs of dark magic or warlockry were stamped out as soon as they appeared, on pain of death. After the king's decree, outlawing the chimeras and dark magic altogether, the warlock wars raged in Morovia for the next 10 years. Eventually, dark magic was mostly eradicated, though it still showed up in families from time to time.
If it appeared in an Omega, then his or her alpha or husband had a duty to monitor them closely and either purge it from them or control it. They did so by binding their powers and teaching them the correct way to use magic, controlling every aspect of it. Lex did that now with his Omega, Rory, though it was never a sure thing, and that was one reason he'd moved permanently to Igela. He wanted to give Rory more freedom to use his magic and be himself, without fear of reprisal or punishment from the authorities and priests if he made a miscalculation. I wanted the same for Leo. I still had a great deal to learn about his magic and its nature. Until then, and until he learned to control it, and he learned to listen to me and be guided by me, he needed to be in a safe place. It wasn't that alphas were being harsh. If dark magic appeared in an alpha or beta in Morovia, it was even more serious, and they could face banishment or even execution, depending on the nature of their crimes. If an Omega's alpha was unable to control the dark magic of his charge, then the Omega could be taken away and executed. That's how critical the issue was, and how vital it was that I take charge of Leo. These were the thoughts that were buzzing in my head all morning as we waited in the mountain pass for the Chimera to make an appearance. I couldn't get Leo off my mind, and I had decided I needed to formally claim him before I took him to Morovia to meet Harrison. It was fast, perhaps way too fast, but it was the only way I would have any control over the situation when we arrived. I didn't like the idea of having no say in what happened to Leo. In fact, I hated it. I felt strongly that he belonged to me. It wasn't that I was in love with Leo. Not exactly. There had hardly been time for that. But I had never been so strongly drawn to anyone before. He'd indicated that he might be interested in me too, so I was determined to speak to him about it when we returned. I'd told Lex as much on the way up to the mountains.
"Are you sure about this, Asher?"
he'd asked.
"Shouldn't you try to get to know him better first?"
"I'm sure. How long did it take you to know about Rory?"
"That was different. I came to Igela specifically to marry him and to control his magic. You know that."
"Yes, I do. I also know that if you hadn't been attracted to him, you would have found a way out of it. So I ask again, how long did it take you to know you wanted Rory, before you had to have him?"
"Not long, damn it. I knew it from the first time we met out on the ramparts of the castle. Love at first sight is not supposed to be real, but I don't know how else to explain what I felt that night."
"Exactly. I knew I was attracted to Leo when I first caught his scent in the cave, and I thought the top of my head would come off. Then, when he walked out wrapped in those furs, and I saw that beautiful face, it was over. I may not have settled on my feelings at that point, but I was sure then that I wanted to claim him, and that I would never allow any other alpha to have him."
"I won't fight you on it, Asher. Not if you have feelings for him. But I think he'll be a handful. Do you think he'll want to go to Sadfarma and stake a claim to the throne?"
"I don't know. If Harrison knew who he was, and that he was my Omega, he may want us to."
"He'd probably love having you installed there as regent."
"I'm afraid he would. It has to be Leo's decision, though, and I wouldn't answer to Harrison any more than you do." From behind us suddenly came a loud roar, and a chimera jumped off the ledge over our heads and landed only yards in front of us. I could see right away that the ancient magic that had formed it was deeply flawed. The thing was malformed and could barely hold up its own weight. There was definitely something wrong about it, and not just because it was an unnatural creature. Its fur was thin and patchy, and the body looked like that of a lion, but a small, spindly, and unhealthy one, and its head was oddly swollen and misshapen. It looked vicious enough, though, with red eyes and snapping teeth, when I sprang to my feet to fight it. The goat's head turned to glare at me, and it had horns that were twisted and unnatural, and so heavy the neck couldn't hold it up properly. The neck sprouted out of the lion's back like some ghastly experiment of a necromancer gone wrong. The goat opened its mouth and spat out a thin stream of green, stinking fire that I easily dodged, though a bit of the poisonous acid that spewed from it singed my cape as I jumped backward. I yanked it off, in case the corruption started to spread. Before it could build up another stream of poison, Lex cut off the goat's head with a mighty swing of his sword. He pronounced the words of a strong enchantment over it where it lay twitching on the ground to make sure it was truly dead and that another head didn't sprout from the bloody stump. The lion's body reared up on its hind legs and lunged at me as the snake tail lifted up to menace Lex, who had come around behind it. The snake's head hissed and spat poison at him too, but none of it could penetrate the protective shield he'd placed around himself. I pierced the lion's heart with my sword, burying the blade deep in the spindly chest, and the thing fell heavily against the hilt and sagged, already dead, to the ground. Lex simultaneously cut off the snake's head and then pierced the brain with the tip of his blade as it lay twitching on the rocks until it finally stopped moving. I circled around the body slowly from one side, while Lex did the same on the other, both of us making sure the chimera was well and truly dead. Lex checked me for any slight wounds we might have missed as I did him. If the corruption caused by a wound from a creature created by dark magic wasn't totally cleaned and purged, it would rot the flesh and spread over a victim's whole body, hollowing it out from the inside. When it was over, and we stood next to it looking down at its body, we both realized this was not the work of a skilled warlock. It was obvious that the chimera was not only poorly made, but made in haste by a person who didn't know what they were doing. We had no idea what wizard or warlock could have had the power to make the thing at all, since dark magic was outlawed in Morovia and now in Igela too. But then, the warlock had not been powerful enough to make the monster correctly. It was a risky thing to do and could have backfired badly, especially if the thing had turned on the warlock who made it and tried to kill them. Lighting the carcass on fire with our magic was almost a relief, so we didn't have to keep looking at the abomination. We waited beside it to watch it burn, because we wanted to make sure there were no traces of it left when we had to leave. As we sat on the rocks beside the blazing fire, Lex, who had seemed lost in thought, suddenly looked over at me.
Does the timing of this chimera sighting seem strange to you?
What do you mean? I asked. Any sighting these days would be strange.
Yes, but this one was particularly odd. All of this is. Leo said it wasn't him who attacked the village in Igela. If not him, then who? What was the horde of demons they reported? We need to speak to the survivors. We need to find out who made this chimera too. Maybe someone who just learned of Leo's existence and feels threatened by it.
So they've decided to eliminate the threat? I asked.
Yes, maybe. Maybe it's someone who's now in line for the Sudfarman throne.
You're talking about the Rosamund's brother, Prince Chandler?
Yes, Lex agreed. He would know we both have powerful magic, and that I'm the regent of Igela, so he might want us out of the way. He's actually stayed in the castle and knows the layout.
But Leo was alone there in the cave for a couple of days after Grimora died, with no one to protect him. Why didn't they come for him then?
Maybe they tried, but they were tied up attending the funeral services. Then we left unexpectedly to go to the coast. No one expected us to leave the funeral as quickly as we did and go directly there.
I got quickly to my feet. Damn it, Lex, we need to get back. Leo and Rory are alone in your castle, and I think we may have been lured here with the chimera just to get us out of the way. We have to go. They could both be in terrible danger. Leo. That first morning at the castle, I had to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't still asleep and dreaming. I was propped up on pillows, luxuriating in a soft, warm bed, while servants bustled around, stoking the fire and bringing me breakfast on a tray. While I was eating, one of them asked me if I was ready for my bath. I almost choked on my warm, buttery croissant, but I nodded, awestruck, and the girl hurried to the door to have the footman bring in a beautifully carved old wooden tub, lined with linen, she told me, so I wouldn't get splinters. I watched appreciatively as the footman filled it with buckets of steaming water, and the servant girl added fistfuls of perfumed bath salts. By the time they were done, I had finished my breakfast and drew on a long brocaded robe that had appeared beside my bed to go over and get in the tub. The robe may have belonged to Asher, because it was much too long, and I had to hold it up off the floor so it wouldn't trip me. It was lined with the softest fur, though, and I felt pampered, like a prince in a fairy tale. I folded the robe carefully and put it on the end of the bed, and then climbed in the tub and sank beneath the sudsy surface. I left my amulet alone, of course, but I began to worry about it getting wet. I carefully began to wind it around my neck to shorten it, when I had the idea to test it to see if it had indeed been the amulet that had changed me back into a human, or if it could have been the death of the witch. I started to ease it up over my head, and immediately my skin began to feel prickly, like hairs were sprouting all over me. I slammed the amulet back down and rocked slightly back and forth, waiting for the odd prickly feeling to go away. And I vowed never to take the amulet off again, no matter what. When I recovered enough to bathe, I found it to be heavenly, and I could have stayed there for hours. The water began to cool, though, so I finished and got out, after calling for the servants to bring in drying cloths. Afterward, I sat by the fire to brush my hair and fluff it dry. I was still there 30 minutes later when Rory walked in. He was so friendly and unlike any king I could have ever imagined, and so pretty, with his black, springy curls and emerald-colored eyes. He seemed to always have a smile on his face since the moment I'd arrived. I usually go for a walk in the mornings, but I thought you might enjoy a ride through the village just to get your bearings. I can have a horse saddled for you if you like. I appreciate it, Your Majesty, but I haven't ridden a horse by myself since I was a child. Could we go for a walk instead? Of course, whatever you like. And please, call me Rory. I know you didn't have a chance to pack much to bring with you, so I've had some of my things brought over and hung in your wardrobe while you were sleeping last evening. I think we're nearly the same size. I don't know how to thank you, sire. Rory. He reached over and squeezed my hand. I'm glad to do it. I used to think I had a rough childhood until I heard about yours. I'm so sorry for all you suffered, and for the loss of Grimora. I know you must be feeling devastated. His kindness and the mention of Grimora brought tears to my eyes, and I dashed them away with the sleeve of Asher's robe. I was lucky to have known him. He saved my life, and he was like a father to me. It's a terrible loss for Agella, too. I'm going to tell Lex that we should have a memorial built for him near the cave, to remember him and his kindness. That would be nice, I said, as the tears sprang to my eyes again. He smiled and nodded, patting my shoulder. We can talk about it later. For now, just send a servant to let me know when you are dressed, and I'll be waiting for you. It's a lovely morning, and the sun is shining, but do wear the ermine I put in your wardrobe. It's cold this morning. Ermine? I dismissed my servants as soon as Rory left, and ran over to the huge clothes cabinet to find it full of beautiful things, fit for a king, including the furs. Grimora had told me a little of Rory's story, so I knew he'd struggled for most of his life too, and I knew he had every reason to despise Rosamond, just as I did. I hoped our mutual troubles might be the basis for friendship. I picked out an outfit to wear that was made of heavy brocade and soft velvet. I found some leather boots, too, that actually fit my feet like a glove, and topped it all with a gorgeous ermine coat and matching hat. When I was ready, I went to the door and told a passing servant that I was ready to be taken to the king's room where he was waiting for me. I felt so grand saying that, but she smiled and nodded and asked me to follow her. She took me down one long hall and then another short one and knocked on an ornate door. King Rory himself came to answer it. He was holding a beautiful, dark-haired, chubby, red-cheeked baby of about 1.5 years, who looked a little bad-tempered at the moment. "Come in and meet my daughter. This is Princess Vesper Diane, and she's teething, so she's not happy. I'm going to leave her with her nurse and take a little break." He kissed the baby's head as he handed her to her nurse, and the baby held her hands back out to him. "I'll be back soon, sweetheart, but if Daddy doesn't get out of here for a few minutes, he's going to start crying too, and that won't help either of us. Papa will be home soon, though, I promise." He turned back to me and smiled. "Lex has spoiled her shamefully." "But not you, huh?" "Oh, no, not at all." He laughed and dropped a few more kisses on the baby's head. Then he turned to me. "Let me get my coat and we'll leave. With any luck, Lex and Asher will be here later this afternoon." Chapter 9. The sun was shining when we left the castle for our walk, but its light was weak and pale, and a cold wind was blowing out of the north. It was colder here to me, away from the sea, and the wind pushed at my coat and hat and tried to find a way to sneak up my sleeves and scurry down the back of my neck. But I was still warm inside my furs, and my boots kept my feet nice and dry. I think I was still tired from the long ride the day before, though, and I stumbled a little over the frozen ruts in the road. Rory took my arm in his to steady me, and we walked that way all the way to the village. It wasn't all that far. I could see it from the castle windows. But distances at a distance could be deceiving, and it was probably a half a mile away by the road. As we walked, I began to stretch my legs, and I did begin to feel a little better and stronger. When we arrived in the village, I saw that it was busy with farmers moving their cattle to the fields, children running everywhere, and housewives industriously cleaning their windows, shaking out their bedding, or washing clothing outside their small houses with washboards and round tubs. It reminded me of the small village I had lived in before my father and mother were killed. We had lived in the big manor house, but my Amal had taken me to the village sometimes so she could meet with her friends, and I'd played outside with some of the children. We made it to the outskirts of this village after about 30 minutes, stopping here and there to speak to the farmers and the children on the winding path. When we got to the outskirts, we could see the main road, newly constructed and stretching out into the dark forest. Rory smiled at me and said, "If we went down that road, we'd eventually come to Morovia. But maybe this is far enough, though. I don't want to tire you out too much on your first day, and I don't think the rain is over quite yet." I smiled back at him and was about to say I was feeling pretty well and could walk a little farther if he wanted to, when he stiffened and his mouth fell open. He jerked on my arm, and I saw the blood drain from his face. "What is it?" I said in alarm and whirled around. I had to blink a few times, not believing what I was seeing. There were wolves spilling silently out of the woods and onto the road behind me from the trees, 3 of them, but not the skinny, rangy-looking creatures that usually inhabited the woods in Nagella. These were massive, powerful-looking creatures straight out of a storybook, standing maybe 4 feet tall at the shoulder and way too big to be real. They had solid black fur and yellow, glowing eyes, and a cold chill ran down my back as I stared at them. The one in the lead, a few steps in front of the others, raised its head and sniffed the air. Its eyes glowed even brighter as it lowered its head again and showed me its teeth. A rope of saliva fell off the huge incisors and sagged down onto the road. A menacing, low-pitched growl that literally froze the marrow in my bones came from its throat. They headed toward us, and they weren't coming fast, but acting like they had all the time in the world. They kept up a measured pace, and their big yellow eyes never left us. Their pink tongues lolled from their open mouths. "Oh, gods!" I gasped, and turned to run, but Rory held fast to my arm. "If we run, they'll give chase," he said, keeping his voice soft and low. "Just back up slowly." Holding to each other's arms, we began to take quick but careful steps backward, but the wolves never slowed or changed their pace. I was terrified of the creatures, but I knew that if my nerve broke and I turned to run, Rory was right. They'd be on us in seconds. "There's an old house that's deserted, just behind us down the road. We passed it on the way. If we can make it to the house and get inside. We'll never make it. They're gaining on us. We have to slow them down. I got an idea and whispered it to him fiercely. Call in your magic, Rory, and say, Delicia. We can both say it at the same time, and maybe we'll slow them down long enough for us to get away. But what is that? I don't know that spell. It's like an ill wish. Asher used it on me, and it froze my limbs. Just concentrate with all your might, and we'll try to send it to the wolves. He nodded, turning his big green eyes toward me. All right, I think I'm ready. I glared at the one in the lead, who by this time was only a few feet away. Delicia! I yelled at him, and I could actually see it hit him. He shook his head and dropped down to his forelegs in the middle of the trail. Rory came up beside me and joined in, and then we said it again, trying to throw the spell at all the wolves, both of us at once. Delicia! Delicia! Two of the smaller ones fell down as if they were dead, and the one in the lead, hit with it twice now, sagged all the way to the ground on its side, looking stunned and dazed. The wolves near the back of the pack, though, were unaffected and began to howl as I took Rory's arm and pulled him urgently backward. We may only have seconds. Hurry! We reached the little gate at the front of the garden and wrenched it open, flinging ourselves inside. I turned and flung the word at them once more. Delicia! This time, I may have put a little more of my fear and frustration into it, and more of my darker magic, too. I saw the big wolf that had surged by the others to follow us and leading the pack freeze in his tracks like a stone statue. When one of the others brushed past him, he tipped over and fell down, looking dead. I wasn't sorry in the least. I knew he would have gladly killed us both if he'd got the chance. The ones behind him stopped to sniff, and they growled and howled, and a few to just nose suspiciously at his body. Meanwhile, Rory was pulling at the front door of the little house, but it had a heavy wooden bar across it from inside, and it wouldn't budge, no matter how hard he tried. Breaking a window wouldn't solve our problems, but only make it worse, so Rory turned and ran, pulling me with him over to a side building, a tiny tool shed that was standing open. We ducked inside and closed the door right in the wolf's face, making it yip and snarl and snap at us behind the wood. The door had a heavy bar that we were able to pull down across it, and after it was down, we sighed with relief. But we weren't out of the woods. We could hear the wolves outside hurling themselves at the door, howling and whining. They were making a huge amount of noise, so I hoped the village would be alerted and the men would come with their pitchforks and axes. We both added our voices to the wolves' howls, yelling for help with all our might. I looked around wildly for some kind of weapon, but there was nothing but an old shovel with a broken handle. Outside the door, the wolves had grown in number, and they were clawing at the door, still howling and snapping their big teeth. Then, to my horror, I saw an open window, half hidden by old feed sacks hanging over it, that I hadn't noticed before. The wolves had found it, and two of them were fighting each other to come through it, snapping viciously and howling to the others to leave the front door and come look. I grabbed the broken shovel and thrust the axe in Rory's hand. I'll use this and hold them off as long as I can, while you run for help. No, he cried. I won't leave you. You have to go now, while they're distracted. It's our only hope. Get behind the table first. An old work table was in the middle of the floor, and we tipped it over and crouched down behind it with the wall at our backs, ready to make a last stand. I turned to Rory and said, Now run! I'll distract them and try to hold them here while you go for help. I don't want to abandon you, he cried, but I shook my head. You have your baby to think about. I'll hold them off as long as I can. But run! Now! With one last heartbroken look at me, he turned and pulled up the bar across the door. All the wolves had gone around to the back of the shed and were fighting each other to get through the window, so there was at least a chance for Rory to get to the nearest village house. I racked my brain, trying to think of some spell I'd heard my father or Gramora use, but my mind was totally blank. One of the wolves was muscling his way through the window, though so many others were trying to that they didn't all fit. I went over and swung the shovel at the first one's head again and again, but that only served to make it madder. It went wild and snapped so hard, a tooth came out on the handle. I tried frantically to think of what else I could do, but my mind was blank, I made it back behind the table, but then my time was up, and the wolf came crashing through with incredible speed and slammed into the table, knocking me violently backward to the ground with the tabletop falling over me. I scooted down beneath it, and for a few moments the wolf couldn't figure out a way to get to me. I peeked up at it in horror and gasped. It was a massive black wolf, larger than the others had been, with those ferocious yellow eyes. It leaned over and sank its fangs into my shoulder, the only part of me it could reach, and then pulled me out from under the table and shook me like a rag doll. The wolf's huge head pivoted back and forth wildly, ripping my flesh and almost tearing off my arm. The pain was shockingly bad, worse than I ever could have imagined. I was in agony and screamed frantically, hopelessly, knowing I was about to die here in this filthy shed, and knowing there was nothing I could do to stop it. I had tried instinctively to thrust up my arm in an effort to block the savage teeth as the creature kept lunging at me, but it was too fast and much too strong. It overpowered me easily and sank its teeth in all the way to the bone, ripping right through my shoulder. A gush of hot blood burst from the wound, and I felt the corrupted magic from the bite rushing into me at the same time, coursing through me like acid and making me writhe in agony. I had known these couldn't be ordinary wolves, but this was proof. Not that I'd lived long enough to tell the tale. There was no escaping the beast. I screamed as it shook its head ferociously again, and I knew my arm was being completely ripped away from my shoulder. I was going to die here in Pretty Little Village, just a short walk from the castle. Then the door flew open beside me with a mighty kick, and Asher rushed in with his sword drawn and looking like the wrath of the gods, closely followed by Lex. The wolf relinquished its hold momentarily, taking a few quick steps backward, its breathing loud and harsh, saliva still dripping from its mouth. Afraid the attack would begin again, I curled over instinctively into a fetal position and missed the next part. I heard the wolf make a loud screaming noise, so some part of my brain was still functioning and assessing the situation. It told me I had to avoid exposing the vital parts of my body, like my soft belly and my throat. Another still reasoning part of my brain told me I had no chance at all to survive this attack, and it was becoming increasingly more evident. The damage had already been done, and it was devastating. Not only had my arm been ripped off, but I was pretty sure the thing had already clawed off half my face. Beside me, as if from a long distance, I heard Asher singing out a long chant without pausing. In the background, I could hear the villagers shouting and attacking the wolves with their pitchforks. Meanwhile, Asher was calling out words that were harsh and deadly, and they literally hurt my ears. All the strength began to leave my body as the corruption from the wolf's bite began to race through my veins. I lay on my side indifferently, knowing I was dying and almost past caring, feeling the blood gushing out of me. I was vaguely aware that Asher and the villagers were systematically killing the wolves, while Lex had fallen down beside me and had begun to lay his hands on me to heal me. I had managed to protect my throat, but the wolf creature that had attacked me had given me a terrible wound that I knew I wouldn't survive. Between the shock and loss of blood, not to mention the excruciating pain, it was getting more and more difficult to draw in a breath. I wanted nothing more than to stop and let it all fade away. Tears sprang to my eyes, and I swiped at them angrily. Tears never helped anything. They were unmanly, and I had no use for them or for the prayers I could hear behind me. When I was a child, I had cried in those woods after I ran for my home, and I had begged the gods to help me, but not one of them had ever come or intervened. No one came until Grimora. I became aware that Rory was beside me too, holding his cloak against my wounds as the blood streamed off my face, and he was crying softly while Lex pronounced his spells over me. They were working. I could feel the heat of them on my flesh, but I thought it would be nice to close my eyes and rest a while.
"Don't you dare close your eyes!"
Asher suddenly shouted from right over me. Then he swept me into his arms and began a long chant of healing that I felt all the way to my bones. The scent of him was making me feel drunk, so I closed my eyes and just drifted, breathing him in. It might not be so bad to die after all, if I could do it in Asher's arms. As if he heard my thoughts, he gave me a little shake. "Wake up! You're not dying!" he shouted down into my face. "And I said to open your eyes!" Lex was pressing the arm that had been ripped off against the awful wound it had left behind, and a fiery pain was coursing through it. It seemed odd to feel pain in a limb that was no longer attached. I looked down at it in confusion and saw blue flames licking around my shoulder and moving all up and down my arm. Meanwhile, Asher was stroking his fingers over my face like a healing balm. Everywhere he touched, it felt cool and soothed from the pain. The agony I'd been feeling began to drain away. Rory took my good hand in his and began whispering something under his breath. I thought he was praying, his pretty face wreathed in concentration, and I started to pull away, having no use for his religion, no matter how well-intentioned. Then I saw the little blue fire sparking around his lips, and I knew he was trying to heal me too. I felt very lucky to have 3 witches working on me at once. Asher leaned down to kiss the corner of my mouth and laid a hand on my forehead.
"It's done. You can rest now, and I'll watch over you. Go ahead. Close your eyes." "Well, what are you waiting for? Close your eyes."
"Open them, close them. Make up your mind," I grumbled softly at him, and I heard him laugh, but there was something in the sound that made me think he might be crying at the same time. To make him feel better, I did as he asked and snuggled my face into that delicious scent of brownies.
Chapter 10. Asher. It was late, and Lex and I were sitting in front of the fire beside the bedchamber Lex said was mine. Rory was curled up beside him, with his head in Lex's lap, fast asleep. It was very late, and we'd been talking for hours about everything that had happened, going over it again and again, and letting Rory tell us the story as many times as it took for him to calm down. In the bed behind us, with the bed curtains drawn for his privacy, lay Leo, snoring softly. The sound comforted me, though I'd still been over to check on him 4 or 5 times. "I almost lost him, Lex," I said, taking a sip of the whiskey in my glass. I needed it after the eventful day we'd had.
"I know, but you didn't,"
Lex said.
"We got there in time, and we saved him. He's going to be fine."
I shuddered a little, thinking of how close it had been. We'd heard the screams coming from the old abandoned house at the end of the road as soon as we entered the village, but the villagers themselves hadn't heard anything at all until Rory had run up to them screaming and shouting for help. They were just marshalling their forces and gathering weapons when we arrived, but we didn't wait for an explanation. We could plainly hear Leo's shouts and the howls of the wolves from where we stood. I don't know how I got down that road. I may have flown for all I knew, but I was desperate to get to him. The next few minutes after kicking down the door to that shed were still pretty much a blur of blood and teeth and fur and wanting to rip the creatures apart with my bare hands. The wounds on Leo's face were terrible, and he was already unrecognizable. The scratches and bites were already oozing green bile from the dark corruption. He was breathing in quick, gasping pants, and I could clearly see the shadow of death on his face. Thank the gods, Lex went to him straight away and began working on him, healing him with his powerful magic. The terrible stink of the wolves and the dark magic had already filled the tiny shed. The wolves were a warlock enchantment, of course, but whose? Who could be so powerful, but still be unknown to us? And why had this unknown person come after Rory and Leo? There were only a few people in Morovia and Igela who were capable of pulling something like that off, and we knew all of them. We'd been checking on the whereabouts of each of them, but I had a feeling it wasn't anyone we knew. Lex was the most powerful practitioner I knew of, and I wasn't far behind. It wasn't bragging. We'd been tested and retested by the priests since we were tiny children, and we'd been in training most of our lives. It was one of the things that had caused us
to have such a tight bond, and why Harrison has sent our pack, led by Lex, to a gala in the first place, to confront what we thought at the time was the great dark warlock who was Vesper's son. Instead, we found Rory, who was powerful in his own way, but who didn't have a drop of ill intent for anyone in his entire, small, beautiful body. Lex had fallen hard for him right away, and tried to fight it with everything he had, but the love and attraction he felt for him was too strong. I was beginning to know how that felt. When I knelt beside Leo in the shed after killing the wolves, Lex was working on his poor arm, which had been severed and was hanging on in thin strips of flesh. I went to work on his face again, taking up where Lex had left off, chanting the healing spell softly under my breath, and watching a blue glow beneath my fingers as the flesh knit together again and the scars disappeared. The glow spread over his skin, restoring his astonishing beauty. I could hear his thoughts as plainly as if he'd said them to me. He had given up on himself toward the end of his struggle and was preparing to die. When he'd heard my voice, he thought he might die in my arms. The idea of him leaving me like that was unsupportable, and I knew in that moment that I'd only been kidding myself about not being ready for a mate. Like Lex had done before me, and probably my other pack brothers had done with their mates, I made up my mind I wouldn't deny Leo any longer. I was going to marry him in a religious service as soon as Lex could make the arrangements and claim him as soon as he was able. Lex yawned and got to his feet, waking Rory up to urge him to his feet beside him.
It's been a long day. We'll go so you can get some rest.
One thing before you leave. Did you notice anything about those wolves today?
Like what?
None of them were malformed like the Chimera. Either it was the work of two different warlocks, or
the warlock is learning. Getting better with practice.
Exactly.
We need to get to Harrison as soon as possible and let him know what's going on. As soon as Leo is able to travel, we need to be on our way.
Agreed. But first, you need to find me a priest. I plan to claim Leo and marry him before we go. Lex looked a little surprised, but smiled and nodded.
Is tomorrow too soon?
I grinned. That depends on how he feels tonight. If he's better, I'm going to claim him. He clapped me on the shoulder, and they left. Rory was still mostly asleep and leaning on Lex, who had an arm around his waist, supporting him. The door closed behind them, and the curtains by the bed opened to reveal a beautiful little irritated face. Was I going to be consulted about any of this, or does what I want not matter? Leo asked, showing me he'd heard every word I'd said. I leaned over him, trying to appear casual. It matters. Does that mean you're planning on turning me down? He looked confused for a moment. No, I don't want to do that, but don't you think you should have told me first? Maybe try to seduce me a little and talk me into it? I straightened and leaned against the bedpost, staring down at him. Just what do you know about being seduced? A little, he said with a shrug. Possessiveness and jealousy raced through me. Give me names, I said. He looked up at me in alarm. I don't have any. I mean, I wasn't being truthful. I've never kissed a man before you, or been with anyone. He lowered his voice, intimately. I felt better immediately and relaxed a little. Tell me what you know about that. Nothing, personally, but I've heard things, sort of. I eavesdropped a little on Brandon and the pirate when they came to the cave. They were always arguing, but they ended up in bed together when they were done. And there was a lot of moaning and some squealing. I grinned, wondering if it had been Brandon or Roxbury who'd squealed. I planned on making the most of that information when I saw them again. I asked Grimora about it, and he explained. What in the world did Grimora tell you? He said they were in love, and that happens when people are in love. And what about you, Leo? Are you in love? He looked up at me, startled, and dropped his eyes. His face turned a sweet shade of pink. I don't want to be in love. Oh, really? Why is that? It's not good to be in love. Not when you're in it all by yourself. I moved closer to him, sitting down on the side of the bed, and taking his hand in mine. I idly played with his fingers. The scent of dusky roses was strong on the bedclothes, and was filling my head with lustful ideas. What if you weren't all by yourself? What if someone was in it with you? What if it was me?
You? But you're not. You're not in love with me.
How do you know?
Because you're just not. You're a noble and religious, and you have good magic. One day you'll go to heaven, and I won't be able to follow you.
Maybe I wouldn't want to go if you couldn't come too. Maybe I'd go to hell with you, just to keep you company, just because I couldn't be without you. His eyes got huge then as I bent to taste him. When I pulled away, he leaned up to kiss the corner of my mouth very sweetly, and I laid him down on his back and murmured a few words to make his clothing move out of the way. They seemed eager to fall apart, as did mine, and within seconds I had him naked in my arms, and I pulled his sweet body under me. For a long time we simply kissed, and I caressed his body, making sure he was feeling all right and was healthy enough for claiming. It seemed our healing magic had worked well. I ran my hands all over him as he purred beneath me. I pushed his knees farther apart, and his omega secretions began to flow and seep from his entrance. They were so potent they made me dizzy with lust. I closed my eyes, feeling weak. The smell of roses was powerful, and he was so ready for me. There was no way I could have resisted him, even if I'd wanted to, and I didn't want to. It was commonly believed that alpha males didn't have any preference when it came to an omega, but it simply wasn't true. There were unscrupulous alphas, to be sure, men who would fuck any omega they could and never engage their feelings. But those men weren't in the majority by any means. Like anyone else, alphas could and did find love, and we had a decided preference and need for our own omega. Leo wasn't in heat, but in the way of all omegas, when he became aroused, his secretions flowed. Leo's scent was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I ached for him, I craved him, and I wouldn't be able to resist until I claimed him. Was it too soon? Of course it was, but I didn't care. I felt humbled that the gods had delivered this beautiful boy to me, and me alone. This was my omega, and I was going to claim him. I would give my life to keep him safe and always beside me. I kissed him, and that's when I stopped thinking rationally for a while and just reacted to his delicious scent of roses. I could feel the lust trying to overwhelm me, but I didn't want to hurt him. I made myself slow down enough to caress him, trying to open him up so I could make it as pleasurable as possible. He moaned and thrashed his head. His little hole was almost unbearably hot and wet and luscious. I bent to lick it over, and he began opening up nicely for me, writhing and moaning, and trying to push me away in surprise as he felt my mouth on him there. I sat up a little and smiled at him, because he was so innocent and mine now to teach about sex. I licked him from his balls to his pretty hole, and he screamed again and humped the air as he began to open up in the way of all omegas. Their holes were designed especially to take an alpha's knot. I swept a long finger over a spot inside him that made him go wild and strain toward me. His sweet body flushed with even more heat, and he tried to slam down on my fingers, but I pulled him away and left his entrance spasming for more, and his mouth wide open and pleading with me. He wasn't even trying to be quiet, so I quickly said the words, "Non sumus magni momenti," to make the walls of the room pay no attention to us and stop echoing every word we said. Then I said, "Dormi simple," to convince Lex and Rory, if they were still awake, that he didn't need to hear anything coming from this room either. "Don't stop," he cried out as I smiled down at him. "Please don't. Please, please." Shh! Have a little patience. I stroked a hand over his pretty leaking cock. His penis was beautifully shaped like he was all over, with lovely dark pink skin. He was excited, and I could feel it in him. His magic was running through his blood, bold and singing as it met mine. There was a brief struggle as I conquered it, but it soon surrendered and let itself be wrapped up tightly and controlled by mine. "I'll take care of you," I said, and then, unable to wait any longer, in one long, smooth stroke, I pushed into him. "This may hurt you. It's your first time, isn't it?" "Yes, but I don't care. I want this. Now. It's long past time for me." I made his body my sheath, and he gasped and made a soft, needy noise that made me kiss him again. "Is it hurting you?" "No, keep going." I began thrusting into him with long, slow strokes that made me almost weep with pleasure because he was so perfect. I changed angles and raked over the spot inside him that had made him so excited before, and he let out a little scream that was so loud it surprised us both. I hoped no one heard it and came to investigate because it was far too late to stop. Leo tried to hump against me, but I held him down, and he had to be content with the long, slow strokes that were all I would give him. He was shuddering and shaking all over after a few minutes of this, so I began to gently push in my knot, which was already swollen and aching. He eagerly surged back against me, but then looked up at me in confusion. "Wait, what is that?" he asked, looking down between us, wide-eyed at my knot. "It's my knot. All alphas have them." "I know, but it's so big." "It might hurt you going in. I'll try to go slowly." I whispered a little magic to help the pain and bent low over him again, trapping and holding his hands high over his head. The sooner this was done, the better for his comfort. This time I trailed my tongue over the edge of his ear. He moaned like he felt it all the way to his pretty cock, which jerked hard against my stomach. Desire was rippling through me too. I meant to go slow, but it was hard not to be overcome by the feel and the scent of him. Gradually, the ring of muscles at his entrance loosened even more for me, and I knew it was time. I wanted this to be good for him, but taking my knot for the first time would be hard and probably painful, and there wasn't much I could do about that except to hold him tight and try to soothe him. I poured a little more magic into it, and then he was moaning, and his body was humping against mine. I stroked his dick, which was dark pink and thick and altogether perfect. He was moaning with his eyes tightly closed, so I hooked an arm under his sweet ass and thrust my knot up against him again, trying to work it in with my fingers. Even though he opened up for me nicely and my magic was flowing, the act had its own magic, and he felt it some. It was all part of the process, learning that there is a balance in nature, and all good things come at a price. He pushed at my chest a little, arching his back and trying to squirm away. I managed to soothe him and keep going until it had eased all the way in. His eyes were wide but thrusting as he gazed up at me, breathing so hard his chest rose and fell with each gasp. He was mine now, and I intended to make a home for him, no matter what it took. Now that I'd claimed him, I'd kill anyone who tried to take him from me. I wouldn't be able to let him go, and I didn't want to. Not ever. I began to slowly move inside him. An alpha's pre-cum is copious and thick and would help make my knot easier to take. I stroked his cock and kissed him until he adjusted to the pressure and fullness, and my knot finally began to settle into place. I stiffened then, unbearably excited as a flood of hot semen filled his ass, and I began to come, pushing my knot even farther inside him. He moaned again, swooning a little, and I kissed him frantically, hating the idea that I was hurting him, but physically unable to stop thrusting. Finally, it was over, and he sagged in my arms. We'd be tied together for a while, Now that I had him filled with my semen, I lay my head down to rest, and I whispered to him again that he belonged to me now, and I'd never let him go.
Chapter 11. Leo. I married Asher the next morning. It was surreal because I never thought I'd marry anyone. But then I never thought I'd have any kind of life at all with that horrible spell on me. Now, within the span of a couple of weeks, my whole life had drastically changed. I had lost my best friend, lost the spell that had made my life a living hell, and almost lost my life to a pack of wolves, all in the span of a couple of weeks. It was a lot to wrap my mind around, until I considered all that I'd found, too. I didn't have a ring, but Rory loaned me a beautiful black velvet suit with a snowy white shirt and rose-colored cravat. I pulled my hair back, tied a black cord around it, and looked at myself in the mirror. I thought I looked good, though I wouldn't have minded a broad-brimmed black hat with pink and white feathers, perhaps trailing rakishly off the back. Asher rolled his eyes when I said so, and told me it was impossible, and did I think there was some huge marketplace in the village selling useless court fashion? I was angry at first because he'd snapped at me and was sarcastic, but then he stopped rushing around, sighed, and came over to take me in his arms and kiss me. As apologies went, it wasn't bad, though it would have been nicer if he hadn't said the words in the first place. He pulled me down on his knee for more kisses when I told him so, and when I resisted, he whispered to me very sweetly that he was nervous and he hadn't meant to snap. He apologized again, and I forgave him, though I reminded him he still hadn't given me a ring. He vowed to buy me one as soon as we reached Morovia and the capital. I allowed him to kiss me as much as he wanted then. Until things got a little heated, that is, and Lex had to clear his throat then, and remind Asher of the time and how the priest was probably waiting. He let me get up then, reluctantly, and Rory came over to put his arm around me and whispered that a hat would have been beautiful, but maybe a bit too much, since this was an informal wedding. He suggested it for my trousseau instead. He had to explain to me then what that was, since I'd never heard of it before, and it made me a little sad. A trousseau, according to Rory, was the clothing, household goods, and heirlooms of a newly married bride or omega. But I had nothing. Not even a single heirloom, nor one piece of clothing other than what Rory had loaned me. I got a little sad over that, and Asher had to remind me that we were on our way to the capital of Morovia, where they had a fine marketplace, where he promised that he would buy me an entire new wardrobe, including hats, if I just stopped crying. He said he was my husband now, and it was his responsibility to clothe me and buy all my headgear. I was still really nervous, even though Asher held my hand tightly in his. It was mostly because of the priest who came in, dressed severely in black. He had a bald head mostly, but though the top was bare, there was a row of thin, longish blonde hair stretching from just above his ears all the way around his head. He had mean little eyes and a long, beak-like nose that curved way down toward his chin, and all of that made him look like one of those big birds who perch on trees, waiting for animals to die. They made me shudder, and back when I lived in the cave, I used to throw rocks at them until Gramora made me stop. Then he'd given me the lecture again about the circle of life. Anyway, the man, or priest, whose name Asher said was Latuma, said the words of the ceremony over us, and read from the big book he held in front of him. I was afraid the words of the prayers would sting me like they had before, but Asher said some of his own words over me before the ceremony started, so that even though the words from the book did rise up and swarm over me as soon as they got the chance, they couldn't find a way past Asher's shield. They bounced off it and fell to the floor instead, where they made little popping sounds as they blew up. I was learning that it was handy to have a husband who was such a fine wizard. Afterward, we drank a glass of champagne in Lex and Rory's room. It was dry and bitter, and I didn't like it much. And then all of us went down to the front entrance of the castle, where Asher's horse was saddled up and ready for us. He hugged Lex and Rory, and then he swung up in the saddle and picked me up to put me in front of him. I waved as we left the Agellan castle, and Rory called to me that he'd come to visit me soon. A group of 6 soldiers fell in behind us to accompany us to the Agellan border.
I snuggled back against Asher's warm body, and he wrapped his fur cape around us both. It was comfortable and warm, and I was still exhausted from my recent adventures, but I was excited and happy too. After all, it wasn't every day that a person was married to the handsome lord of their dreams, who then took him to Morovia to see the king.
Asher, we rode all day and stopped at an inn not far from the Moravian border to spend the night. With the recent improvements to the roads, we might have been able to make it all the way to the Moravian border if we'd kept going. But I knew Leo had some discomfort in his bottom, mostly because he kept shifting around on my lap, trying to get comfortable, which left me hard and aching for him. Finally, in an act of self-preservation, I suggested to our guards that we stop for the night. He had fallen asleep, so I just carried my Omega in, rather than try to rouse him. He woke up quickly and was embarrassed. He fought me a little at being carried like a bride, but I simply took him straight upstairs, with the innkeeper running along after us, telling me he had his best room available, and it would only take minutes to get it ready for us. "It's ready enough," I told him, and he bowed obsequiously and left us to it, while he found rooms for the rest of our party. After checking to make sure the sheets were clean, I put Leo down on top of the mattress and quickly got a blazing fire going in the hearth, hotter than anything the innkeeper could have done. Then I came back over to sit beside Leo and take his hand. "I'm sorry if I made you unhappy, but it's my responsibility to take care of you, and I intend to do that." "But I could have walked in on my own." "I didn't want you to." "Oh, well, I don't know what to say to that, except it's very high-handed." I leaned down to kiss him, rather than keep arguing. "Do you want a bath?" I asked, and he shook his head. "Not tonight. Too cold." "But the bath will warm you up, and help you with any soreness." He flushed dark red with embarrassment over that remark, and turned his head. I kissed his cheek and went to the door to stop a passing maid scurrying past with an armful of bedding. "As soon as you can, please send up a meal for us, along with water for a hot bath." "Yes, sir," she replied with a quick curtsy, and I went back inside the room. I noticed Leo was trembling, so I sat down in a chair by the fireplace and patted my lap. "Come here, Leo." Darting quick looks at my face, he came over and sat down on my knee, close to the fire. "It's a cold night, but some hot food should help, and then the bath. By morning, you should feel more like yourself. You've had a traumatic few days." "I never asked about the chimera. Did you kill it?" "Yes. It was young, and there was something wrong with it. I think the practitioner who made it didn't know what he was doing. He's learning, though, if the wolves came from the same source." "But did they? Why were the wolves trying to kill me and Rory?" "I don't know. Unless someone has a grudge against Rory, or because someone has found out about who you really are and doesn't want you talking to King Harrison." "You mean that someone knows I was cursed?" "No. I think it's more likely they found out who your father was and that you're the rightful heir to the throne of Sadfarma. That's what we need to talk to Harrison about. He needs to be aware of a dark practitioner operating in this area and about what happened to you and your family." I had always suspected Rosamond of being an evil person, and even more so after what she did to Rory, but we never had any real proof of deliberate evil. We certainly never had any proof she was operating as a dark witch, but could Harrison possibly have known what she was all along and just hadn't acted against her? I immediately dismissed the thought as disloyal. No, he couldn't. It wasn't possible. A knock came on the door, and when I shouted for whoever it was to come in, the door opened to admit the innkeeper and several of his staff. A man carrying a tub came in first and placed it by the fire and arranged the cloth in the bottom. Meanwhile, a small table was set up and a tray laden with steaming bowls of what smelled like beef stew were set down on top of it, along with a huge loaf of bread, a slab of yellow butter, and tankards of ale. Other servants carrying buckets of hot water appeared, and soon the tub was ready. Leo's eyes were wide as he took it all in, and then looked up at me in wonder. "This will cost a fortune." "I have enough,"
Now come and let's get you out of your clothes and into the bath. You can eat in the tub." His face was wreathed in blushes before I got him settled, but I knew he was uncomfortable, cold, and hungry, and I had to fix it if I could. Besides, I thought he needed a bit of pampering after all he'd been through. I ate my supper too, and watched him sit in the steaming water and enjoy his food, though I couldn't resist taking the sponge in my hand and soaping it up to bathe him in all his sore parts when he was done. Since I had no intention of making love to him tonight, it was torture for both of us, but he laughed a lot as he playfully dodged my hand, and then reached for it again to pull it back between his legs. I was glad to see some of the sadness that had plagued him since Gramora's death subsiding a little. After his bath, I helped him dry off, and then scooped him up to put him in the sheets. The maids had put in bed warmers when they came in, so he sighed as he slid inside them, and I covered him with the quilts. I quickly took off my own clothes, turned down the lamps, and joined him, wrapping him up in my arms. I didn't get much sleep, with his scent teasing my nostrils, and his sweet, soft body cuddled up to mine. But I closed my eyes and endured, because he needed to sleep. The next morning over breakfast, I decided to hire a coach to take us the rest of the way to Morovia. Lex's men could accompany us as guards. It would be safer and more comfortable for my Omega. Leo had risen and stretched that morning with much groaning and wincing whenever he moved. Being able to stretch out in a carriage might help. Besides that, the weather was turning as the skies darkened, and it looked like snow would start soon. Leo wasn't used to being exposed to bad weather conditions, and it was getting too cold for him to ride on horseback. The coach I hired arrived just before noon. It was a slightly older model, but clean enough and in good repair. The horses all looked fairly healthy. The innkeeper's men loaded the luggage, including our saddle packs, which left the horses' loads much lighter. We were soon off, with Lex's men following along behind. I spent the first hour or so inside the carriage with Leo, making sure he was comfortable. There was a small brazier inside it for warmth, and I put down the heavy cloth curtains over the windows as well, and heaped them with furs. Since Leo had the seats all to himself, he could stretch out his legs and make himself comfortable. I transferred back to my horse just before we crossed the Moravian border a couple of hours later. I had left Leo resting, and the rocking motion was already lulling him to sleep. We were heading through the doleful woods, a huge ancient forest that stretched for over 20 miles in any direction at its heart, and eventually led to the capital city and Harrison's palace. The road that had passed through the forest was dappled with sunlight, but the shadows lay deep on either side. The trees were ancient oaks and elms, and they leaned over the road like nosy old men, inquiring what our business might be in these woods and trying to decide whether or not to let us pass. We were getting near the forest's edge and about to come out on the high road to the palace, when without warning, an arrow suddenly struck me high on the shoulder, close to my chest. It was a hard blow, and so unexpected that I lost my breath for a moment. Beside me, I heard the captain of the guard, a tall, highly decorated soldier named Delon, gasp and reach for me as I began to slide off my saddle. There was a roaring in my ears, drowning out his concerned cries, the whinnies of the horses and the alarmed shouting of the other soldiers. We were under attack, and I glanced at the carriage and saw Leo's pretty, shocked-looking face at the window. I yelled at him to get down, as volleys of arrows had begun to fly at us, seemingly from the ether. There were no soldiers in the trees or the underbrush beside the road. These arrows were magical, and so had minds of their own. Captain Delon had eased me to the ground and was trying to shield me with his body, while mounting a defense with his sword drawn. But the sword was useless against arrows. There was no visible army to attack, so it was an impossible task. I saw 2 soldiers fall from their horses already dead, as others jumped down and tried to take cover in the trees. My shoulder was throbbing, and I looked down and saw the arrow jutting out of my flesh, with the by now familiar corruption spreading around it slowly in a circle and seeping into my body. The tip had been dipped into poison. As I held the shaft in my hand, I could feel the magic inside it, and feel how much it wanted to get free of my body so it could fly again and do more damage. The ones lying on the ground around us were moving slightly, trembling with the effort to take flight again and come at us a second time. I decided to give them a new purpose and pushed magic into them to change their direction and seek new living flesh. Go back to where you came from and to the one who sent you. Go back. I send back to you the evil and the harm you sent to me, and I lay my own curse upon you. Begone, wickedness. Fly away home. It was a dark curse, and my magic hesitated for a second or two, not used to being used for such a black purpose. I was even a little surprised myself, but the arrows began to rise in the air eagerly again, and slowly turned in the opposite direction. Fly away! I called to them, and they turned in one big volley and hurtled through the air, heading north toward the capital. My shoulder was beginning to ache now, shockingly so, as if my body was finally realizing what was happening to it. I said a quick spell to stop the poison from going any further, and checked again to make sure Leo was all right. I thought my spell might hold a while if I were lucky, but we didn't have long until the wicked poison overcame my protection. I grasped Captain Delon's arm. Ride to the palace as quickly as you can, and demand to see the king. Tell him what's happened here, and tell him to send healers, quickly. He nodded and jumped on his horse to fly down the road, and soon he was out of sight. It wasn't far now. Perhaps he could make it in time, but I didn't really believe it. The second small volley of arrows, 6 or 7 of them at least, came flying out of thin air and into the windows of the carriage, each of them lit up like a torch with orange and yellow flames shooting from their shafts. Someone had lit them on fire, hoping perhaps to burn us to death inside the coach, as the arrows went straight for it. The heavy curtains caught rapidly. I got to my feet and wrenched open the carriage door, pulling the nearest curtain down and throwing it outside in the road, even though more were flying in. I had to get Leo out of there, but as I reached for him, everything began to spin, and I could feel my consciousness slipping away. Leo's screams followed me as I spiraled down into darkness and collapsed half in and half out of the carriage door.
Chapter 12. Leo. When I saw Asher fall unconscious, I was enraged, because for one brief, horrible moment, I thought he was dead. I'd already endured having Grimora taken from me. Not Asher too. Hell no. I think I'd have truly lost my mind if that happened. I'd had a lot taken away from me in my life, but not this. I couldn't bear this again. Not now that I was finally glimpsing happiness with Asher. It was too soon to know, but I had a feeling he could be the love of my life, and I'd be damned if I'd lose him so soon. I'd follow him into hell if I had to. Suddenly, the words came to me as clearly as if Asher were whispering them to me in my ear, as clearly as if Grimora or my father were standing behind me, telling me what to do. You must return the spell to the one who cast it, quickly, before it's too late. Return the spell? But how? I'd been watching as Asher sent the arrows from the ground spiraling into the air and turned them to head back away from us and the carriage. Had that been what he had done? But how on earth had he done it? Magic, to be sure, but he was much better at it than I could ever be. How could I possibly do what he'd done? I heard Grimora's voice in my head, as plainly as if he'd been standing beside me. You won't ever know if you don't try. You have the strength to save yourself. Now use it. It was his voice. I knew it. And it was so strong and powerful, I turned around to look for him, but no one stood behind me. That voice must have come from inside my head. Trembling, I held my hands out toward the fires burning inside the carriage, and the words sprang suddenly and fully formed into my head. Olefactum malus! I'm not sure how I knew, but I knew the words literally meant return evil. I called them out again and again. Olefactum malus! Olefactum malus! It occurred to me that it didn't really matter what actual words I said. It was the intention behind them. For the first time, I truly understood what my father had meant when he warned me about intent. The world went dim around me as I intoned the terrible words, but the heat was still beating at me and already singeing Asher's clothes because the arrows had already done their work and lit the coach on fire. The flames were licking at the ceiling as I finished my spell, but the flames all bent back toward the door of the carriage and away from my husband, who was lying half inside the door. Yet none of them flickered, and they began to turn a sickly green color, like the poison. The fire was like a living thing that knew exactly where it was headed as it suddenly flew out the door and headed toward the city. It was then I smelled the smoke. It was still there, thick and cloying, and it had the smell of the fire I burned Grimoire's body in. It was still swirling around the interior of the coach, and I shrank away, thinking that whatever I had done hadn't worked, and this smoke would soon kill us both. Asher made a strangled sound, and I shifted my eyes to him, watching a snake-like thread of smoke from the tendrils of flames going up his nose, choking him. Gods, it was killing him! His whole body was spasming, and I called desperately on whatever dregs of power I might have, tapping into it and calling it silently on my fathers, both my own and Grimoire, who had assumed that role for me, and begged them to help me. Suddenly, the idea for what to do came to me, and I fell down on the floor beside Asher, covered him with my body, and cried out one more time. But this time, I didn't even use words. I just pushed every bit of magic I had into it so hard that my head began to pound with the effort, and I knew the other magic was fighting me. I didn't even know how I knew that. I shouldn't have, and yet it was as clear to me as day. "No!" I cried out, and pushed back as hard as I could, putting everything I had into it. The smoke began to stream back out of Asher's nostrils, but it hung in mid-air over us for a long, breath-stealing moment. The heat of it scorched my skin, but I looked up at it defiantly and shook my fist at it as if it were a real person. From beside me, I sensed that Asher had regained consciousness and was struggling to his knees beside me. His hands reached out, and he threaded his fingers in mine. I glanced down at him, and he nodded. He held on tightly to me, and he called out words I hadn't heard before. "Sed libera nos amalo!" This wasn't my kind of magic, but I repeated it anyway. Each word stung my lips as it flew past them, and I think if Asher hadn't been holding me so tightly, they might have injured me. My parents had made me attend church as a child, so though I didn't know them exactly, I thought I recognized them as words that the priests had said in their holy prayers. "Deliver us from evil." We said the words together again and again, and I could feel Asher's hand tingling in mine. His eyes were still blazing, and the power flared up inside him, lighting him with inner fire. Yet I knew he was getting weaker. His voice was still strong, but it wavered now, and began to sound weaker with every repetition. I leaned toward him, closing my eyes and reaching deep into the ether that my father used to tell me about, searching for my old magic, which I knew could heal my lover. My father had taught me what to do, and my magic was there, though diminished and sleeping. Still, what was left of it leapt up to meet me and my hand when I called it to me, and it surged into my body. It was enough to help me defeat this thing. I knew it. I could feel it racing into me inside my body and my bones. I aimed our hands, our fingers entwined, toward the evil that was trying to kill us both, and spoke the spell one more time, putting everything I had into it. "Ole factum malice!" And Asher cried out, "Sed libera nos amalo!" The flame and smoke quivered in mid-air for another moment, and then seemed to roll back in on itself, becoming a ball that shot backward and out the coach door with a sudden whoosh and a roar. I broke away, pushing Asher down on the floor of the carriage and out of harm's way in case it came back. I went after it, singing out the words, "Malus retallum! Malus retallum!" over and over again, and the evil spell flew back out and away from the coach and up into the sky. It swirled around for a moment like a flock of black crows, and then took rapid flight, hopefully back to the one who had sent it to us. I turned to Asher and fell down on top of him, grateful to be alive. It took me only a few seconds to realize we weren't yet out of the woods, because Asher wasn't moving. He was unconscious, weak, and in so much pain that it physically hurt me too. He had been holding back the poison, not only from himself, but from the others, and it had finally begun to overpower him. I got to my knees beside him and put my hand over the bloody wound on his shirt, high up near his shoulder. I could feel it pulsing with something so shockingly nasty that I pulled my hand away again and had to take a deep breath. I cleared my mind as best I could, placed my hand on his shoulder, and closed my eyes, trying to envision the wound. I imagined it was throbbing with blood and poison, and I went after the poison first. I could feel it creeping down his chest, and I thought it had almost reached his heart. I moved my other hand to find the spot and began to send all my energy to it, willing it to leave his body and dissipate. As I concentrated, a blue light began to form under my hands, and it spread down his arm and into his chest. I imagined the poison in his body to be like loathsome spiders inside his veins. In my mind's eye, I sank my hands inside his chest and began to pluck out the crawling creatures one by one. Once I concentrated so hard, the spider's body squished in my fingers, and I quickly pulled it out and flung the gooey green corruption off and into the dirt beside me. Then I wiped my fingers on my pants and pushed inside Asher again. I don't know how long it took. I could have been there for hours for all I knew, taking the spiders out and throwing them on the ground. Then I crushed them under my boot. I had just spotted a particularly fat, ugly spider thing that had been hiding from me by flattening its body against the sides of a vein. I was reaching for it when I heard a loud, imperious voice from just behind me. I had been concentrating so hard, I never even heard anyone come up, but now the voice was loud and clear and seemed to be angry as well. I turned to see an important-looking, handsome figure dressed all in royal blue, with a circlet of gold on his forehead. The sun's last rays were shining down on him as he rode his tall horse right up beside us to loom over me. I shaded my eyes with my hand to look up at him as he scowled down.
"What on earth do you think you're doing?"
the gruff voice demanded. Behind him, a group of soldiers pulled out their weapons, brandishing them at me. The man in front, who looked like a king, pulled his weapon as well and raised it high.
"Get away from him, damn you, or I'll run you through!"
Asher. I woke up to find myself in a soft bed, and I knew I must be in Harrison's castle. Right away, I tried to get up and find Leo, but I fell back on the bed, gasping for breath. Immediately, Lex appeared at my side, laying a hand across my forehead.
"Slow down, Ash. You've been really ill for days now."
"Where's Leo?" I managed to say, shocked at how weak my voice was.
"Leo's fine. He's been sitting by your bed for the past 3 days, but Rory talked him into getting some rest this morning."
I sagged back, feeling relieved. 3 days? I was worried about him.
"No more than he was worried about you. He's fine now, although when I arrived, Harrison had confined him to a room in the tower."
"What? Is he all right? Where's Harrison? Why would he put my Omega in the tower? Tell your brother. I need to see him right now."
"Settle down. It was only for a day or so, long enough for me to get here from Igela, and he had no idea who Leo was, because all my men were dead. You and Leo were the only survivors, and you were unconscious."
"But the captain..."
"He died of his wounds right after he managed to tell the gate guards you were in danger in the doleful forest. He was a good man and will be deeply missed."
"Those damn arrows were poisoned."
"Yes, Leo told us. He managed to keep you alive until Harrison arrived with his healers. I was actually impressed. Harrison said that when he rode up on the scene of the attack, Leo was the only one still alive and unharmed. He had his hands somehow inside your body, and he told Harrison he was plucking out the poison."
"What?"
Blake shook his head. "I know, it sounds crazy. He said his father taught him healing techniques."
"Gods!"
"Indeed. His methods were crude, but he kept you alive until Harrison's healers arrived. They worked on you for hours to remove the poison infecting your body.
The question is, who attacked you and why?
I'd give a lot to know that myself. The door to the room opened softly, and we both looked toward it. A small figure had come in and was turning toward the bed. Lex, please don't fuss at me, but I couldn't sleep, so I had to come back and... Leo gasped sharply as he saw me, and then sprinted toward the bed to throw himself on top of me. I barely had time to get my arms up to wrap around him. He straddled my body and began kissing my face all over. Maybe I should have been embarrassed for Lex to see it, but I wasn't in the least. I was too glad to have my Omega in my arms again.
I believe I'll come back later,
I heard Lex said softly as he retreated. Oh, gods, Leo said between kisses. I was so scared. I tried my best to heal you, but your king arrived and he thought I was hurting you. He stopped me, though I tried to tell him. He wouldn't listen to me. I know, sweetheart. Lex was telling me. He said they put you in the tower. Was it awful? Well, it wasn't too bad. Harrison tried to be mean, but he sighed when I cried and begged him not to make me leave you. He rolled his eyes at me, but he let me stay with you until we got to the palace. Then his healers took you away. Harrison took me to interrogate me, but when I kept crying instead, because I was so worried about you, he lost patience with me, I think. I'll have a word with him. No, it was all right. I wasn't really crying. I saw how it affected him, so I was using it to gain his sympathy. At my incredulous expression, he shrugged. He wouldn't listen any other way. He wasn't too mean after I told him we were married, and that Lex and Rory could back my story up. Of course, I didn't have a ring to show him, so... I'm sorry, baby. I'll buy you one as soon as I can get to the market. Or perhaps we can have Harrison send his jeweler here. He got excited at that idea and jumped to his feet to pull off his boots and his clothes so he could climb in bed with me and press his bare flesh into mine. I thought he must really like jewelry, seeing as he always wore a necklace around his neck that he told me Kuramora gave him. He snuggled up beside me and pulled up the nightshirt I was wearing so he could slide his hand down to my groin and take my balls in his hand. Slowly, like he knew exactly what he was doing, he began to massage and caress them. I stiffened as my cock began to get very interested, despite how weak I felt. You just relax, he whispered to me. Let me handle everything. He bent to his task, touching his tongue to my scrotum at first tentatively, and then seemed to gain momentum as he continued to lick. If I hadn't known how innocent he truly was, I would have been incensed with jealousy. But apparently, he was only doing to me what I'd done to him, or so he said. He told me so very sweetly and asked me if I liked it. Since I'd started moaning about halfway through the job, I told him he could assume I very much did. He rewarded me with a huge smile and soon began slathering his tongue over every inch of my balls, sucking each of them one at a time between his lips and rolling them over his tongue. The heat of his mouth almost made me come, despite how weak I felt. But I willed myself to hold on, wanting desperately to fuck that sweet mouth. I gripped the sheets in both hands and waited until Leo raised that beautiful face, shiny with spit and tears. I was so scared, he said, as a sob escaped his lips. I thought the poison would kill you. Oh, baby, I said, reaching for him. I won't ever leave you. I promise. I knew even as I said the words that it was a foolish promise to make, but I needed to get that look out of his eyes. His eyes glazing over, he nodded and took my rigid cock in his mouth again. Using his tongue up and down the length of it, he paid special attention to the head, swirling his talented tongue over the ridge each time and dipping down into my slit. I pulled him up to my chest to look at him in amazement and just a little anger. Where did you learn this? I demanded. He smiled sweetly at me. Don't tell Lex, but Rory told me that this is what he does to him. He told me what to do. That's all right, isn't it? I groaned and laid my head back on the pillow. Gods, you'll be the death of me. No, don't say that, he cried and threw his arms around my neck. I was so scared that you wouldn't wake up and that I'd never get to do this again. I was leaking pre-cum, and he began to kiss the head of my cock, licking over it eagerly, as if it were the sweetest ambrosia. I threaded my hands through his soft, long curls, my eyes rolling back in my head, and unable not to thrust just a little into the velvet heat of his mouth. Leo gagged, and I pulled back at once, but he immediately came back for more and wrapped his lips around me.
"You're killing me,"
I groaned, and threw back my head in pleasure. "No, do it again, please. I'm ready now," he said, and I thrust gently again and again, and was pleased that Leo took every inch of me. When I felt my orgasm clawing at me, I pulled out and sprayed onto the sheets. I noted with some satisfaction that some of it landed on my Omega's chin and lips. He looked at them eagerly, and I felt my eyelids fluttering closed. I was vaguely aware that he crawled up to lay on top of me with his arms around my neck, and we both fell asleep together in the tightest of embraces. I awoke to soft voices beside me, and a warm body draped over mine under the covers. I tightened my arm around Leo's naked body, and rose on one elbow to see who had awakened me so early by barging into my private room. When I saw Harrison and Lex standing at the foot of my bed, I couldn't help smiling. "Don't the two of you have somewhere better to be? I'm fine now. Much better, in fact. So you can stop fretting over me like old women."
"Who's fretting?" Harrison said. "I just had to come and see for myself that after lying at death's door for a part of last week, you're suddenly feeling well enough to be in bed with your Omega. Exactly what kind of healing power does he have anyway?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" I replied, settling myself more comfortably against the pillows. Lex came over to sit on the foot of the bed and leaned back against the bedpost.
"Your color is much better, at least. I was worried when we first arrived, and I got to look at you. You and Leo were the only survivors, you know."
I nodded and frowned, remembering how hard I tried to stop the poison from advancing.
"I'm sorry about your men. They all died bravely, Lex. I did all I could, but the magic was too strong, and there were so many of them, I could feel the witch's power in my bones."
"I know you tried to help them. It was dark magic, of course. We retrieved a few of the arrows, and they were made of ash wood, with iron arrowheads. The priest said they were very old, infused with magic over many years."
"But who could have done such a thing, and why?"
"We don't know. They could have been taken from a museum."
"Why do you say that?"
"When the old kings decided to abolish dark magic, some resisted, as you know. Those were brought here to have their magic bound, or to be executed. The priests often confiscated their weapons, and they've been kept ever since in museums and churches. Harrison thinks they might have come from one of them."
Leo sat up beside me with a yawn, and then realized other people were in the room with us. His eyes widened in alarm, and with a squeal, he dived back beneath the covers, burrowing up under me. Lex laughed softly.
"I think we've disturbed your Omega. Our apologies, Leo."
Little sounds of distress came from underneath me, and I patted the lumps under the covers beside me. "You just startled him, I think. Leo, do you want to come out and greet Lord Lexington and His Royal Highness the King?" The bed shook violently beside me, and I shrugged. "I think that's a definite no. Perhaps later. You may want to check for any attacks in the vicinity. I sent some of the arrows back to their source, and Leo and I both sent back the fire."
"If the arrows and the fire were sent from here, then someone may have seen something. I'd like to be in on the questioning if you find the proof you need."
There was another small upheaval of covers beside me, and I smiled at my cousins. "I think Leo is a little impatient. Let me get to rest first, and then I can join you later to discuss this in more detail." They moved toward the door then, and Lex gave me a little salute.
"Do feel free to carry on, Ash. Whatever it is you're doing certainly seems to agree with you."
I laughed and threw a pillow at him as the door closed behind them. Leo poked his head out from under the covers. "Sorry, but I have to pee." "By all means, sweetheart. There's a chamber pot under the bed." "I know, but I couldn't do it while they were here, could I?" "No. Sadly, I would have had to fight for your honor then, I'm afraid, even though they're my oldest friends." He made a little humph sound and climbed out of bed to find the pot. After relieving himself, he sat back down beside me on the bed with his legs crossed. He looked so completely delicious. I reached for him, but he dodged my hand and laughed. "No, I'm starving, and I need a bath. Grimora would be amazed to know how much I like them now. But they're so much better in a tub than in a pond or one of the warm springs, and no little minnows nibbling at my private parts. I'll be glad to fill in for the minnows if you decide you missed them." He laughed and threw his arms around my neck, climbing onto my lap. "I bet you would, but we need to wait until after breakfast so I don't pass out." "So dramatic," I said, reaching for the bell to call the servants. Over the next hour or so, Harrison's servants brought a tub and filled it with steamy water, which we shared. And they also brought us breakfast, which we didn't share, as Leo hadn't been kidding when he said he was starving. He devoured everything on his plate, and a good portion of my food, too. "I didn't know people ate this kind of food every day. I'd forgotten how good a real cook can make things taste," he said with his mouth full. I'm sure Grimora tried his best. His smile faded immediately. I know he did. It's wrong for me to be so happy now, isn't it? "No, baby," I said, reaching for his hand. "I didn't mean it that way, and he'd never want you to feel like that. I wish he could see you now. He'd be so proud. And I'm going to take you to the marketplace at some point to do some shopping for new clothes, so you don't have to keep borrowing from Rory. And we'll get that ring, too." "Can I get a hat as well?" "Maybe, too," I said, happy to indulge him. He'd had so little in his life up to now, and I wanted to change all that. I put down my napkin and sighed. "I'm afraid we need to go talk to Harrison now, though, and it won't be all that pleasant, not with all you have to tell him about his late queen." "Will you go with me?" "Try and stop me." He smiled and reached for my hand. "Then let's go, if you're feeling better, and get it over with."
Chapter 13. Leo. It was about an hour or so wait before we could get in to see the king. I spent most of that time talking to Rory, who had come along with Lex. He wasn't going to stay for this meeting, but he said he wanted to see me to ask about our shopping excursion. Always happy to talk about clothes and rings, I told him that Asher had promised to take me, but that he was welcome to come along. We chatted about hats and colors a while, and then Rory started whispering to me that he wouldn't have come along on this trip at all if the queen had still been alive. "How did she even come to be queen in the first place?" I whispered back. "Asher really likes the king and says he's a good person." "I don't know. Lex said he was engaged to be married to an Omega named Lady Matildan, who was supposed to be really beautiful and sweet. Then Rosamond and her father came to visit, and before you know it, he was engaged to marry her." He made a little face that made me laugh. His courtiers, who were all dressed in jewel-toned suits and all tall, handsome, preening young men, had kept us waiting for a long time by now. They must have known we were gossiping, because they kept shooting dark looks at us when they walked through the outer offices, always seeming to be in a great rush to go somewhere or other. Lex, who Asher had told me was Harrison's younger brother, finally stood up, held out his hand to Rory, and then began to walk toward the outer door. When one of the courtiers ran after him, Lex brushed him aside.
"My brother is obviously far too busy to see us this morning. You can tell him I'll be around later if he wants to see me and can find the time. He can come find me then, and I'll see if I can find the time." "Temper, little brother," came a voice from behind us as the door opened at last. "I came as soon as I could, and I apologize for making you wait, but I have much to tell you.
Stop being so mean to my poor courtiers. Lex rolled his eyes at the haughty creatures who wouldn't meet his gaze. Asher hid his own smile as he followed Lex into the royal offices, tucking my arm in his. I waved to Rory, who headed back to his rooms, and followed the lords in to see the king. The two of them may not have been intimidated and awed by everything in this grand palace, but I certainly was. We took seats in front of a large, shiny desk, trimmed in gold leaf, and I scooted my chair a bit closer to Asher's.
I've been meeting with Prince Chandler and his husband Kelman for the past hour. They both claim to know nothing at all about the attacks on you and your Omega.
Oh, really? Lex said, his eyebrows rising dramatically. And do you believe them?
Well, not exactly. But he is next in line for the Sudfarman throne after what happened to Rosamond, and we have to tread carefully. He is a guest here, along with Kelman, and if anything were to happen to them, it would mean war with Sudfarma.
I see. So they get away with almost killing not only Leo and Asher, but my Omega, and the king of Egella too?
No one is getting away with anything, Lex. We have no idea if they were involved. This is going to take time to unravel. I honestly can't fathom why either of them would be involved in such an attack on Lord Asher.
They were after me, not Lord Asher, I said. And Chandler shouldn't be king, I said, not realizing that every one of them would turn toward me. He's not the rightful heir. Harrison, in particular, was looking at me as if I'd taken leave of my senses. I suppose it was because he had no idea who I really was.
What in the world is your Omega talking about, Asher? Harrison asked, giving me an outraged look.
It's what we came here to tell you, Lex said, before Asher could speak. Asher's new Omega Leo has told us he is the son of Prince Ludwig of Sudfarma, the rightful heir to the throne of Sudfarma, and the only legitimate son of old King Hendrik.
What?
Harrison rose from his chair before falling back down in surprise.
I haven't heard that name in years. That's crazy. Prince Ludwig hanged himself after he went mad and killed his wife and children.
No, he didn't, I said, interrupting. I knew I probably shouldn't, because he was the king and all, but they all turned to stare at me as if a piece of the furniture had suddenly spoken up. But this was my story, and my father, whose good name was being sullied. I had been raised as royal as Lex and Harrison had, and I was the rightful king of Sudfarma. It was definitely my place to speak up. My father was a wonderful man, and never would have hurt any of us, I said, jumping to my feet in a passionate defense. It's a damned lie. The witch murdered my poor father, and I saw the whole thing. She killed my mother and her unborn baby too. But first, she changed me into a monster. I knew I was shouting, but I couldn't seem to stop. The doors flew open behind me, and people were running in. But I shook off Asher's hand when he reached for me and kept shouting the truth. That witch destroyed my family and almost took my life. And I saw her with my own eyes. It was your wicked queen, Rosamond. She murdered my parents, and I'm glad she's dead. I'm glad. I don't remember much about what happened after that. I knew there was a great deal of shouting, and that Lex picked me up around the waist and carried me out of the king's offices bodily and out to the hallway past the gaping courtiers. He set me on my feet and began yelling at me.
Are you crazy? You can't speak to the king that way.
Why not? He's a man just like me or you, and my father was the rightful king, so technically that makes me a king too.
It doesn't work like that.
Why not? Either you believe me or you don't. And if you don't, then why am I even here? I turned to storm down the hallway, but Asher pulled me roughly back and rolled me around and pointed his finger in my face.
You need to listen to me.
Even as a child, I'd hated that tone, so I slapped his finger away and then took a step back and put up my fists to fight him. He wrapped his arms around me so fast I hardly even saw him move, and he pushed me back against the wall.
What do you think you're doing? I'm not going to fight you.
Why not? Because I'm an Omega?
No, because no matter how crazy you get, there's no place on this face or body that I could ever bear to hit.
He kissed me then, lowering his mouth to mine and being pretty thorough about it. It went on for a long time, and when he had me breathless and hanging onto his jacket lapels to stay on my feet, he began kissing my forehead and my cheeks, and then went back to my lips again.
You can't yell at the King of Morovia, sweetheart,
he whispered again against my mouth. I was almost too dazed to understand by then.
It isn't done.
I sighed and buried my face against his throat. Can't we just go back to your room?
In a few minutes, I promise. But now we have to go apologize to Harrison and try to smooth things over. He'll need an abject apology and an explanation of what you were saying.
I sighed and nodded, and I let him take my arm to lead me back inside Harrison's office. He was sitting behind the desk, very regal looking. Angry, too. His features were very handsome. Good looks didn't just run in this family, they practically galloped. But his face was set in angry lines, and it was cold on top of that. He wasn't as gorgeous as my Asher, but he was really attractive, with his dark, almost black hair, and his blue eyes that were probably inherited too, like his brother's. He looked a lot like Lex, who was a stunning-looking man, and who gave me a little wink as we came back inside the room. I had to admit, it helped. Asher gave the king a little bow from the waist as we came back in, so I did the same.
Leo would like to apologize, sire. He's still overwrought from all he's been through. I hope you'll understand.
He hummed and stared at me with an icy gaze. I sat down next to Asher again and gazed directly at the king. What Asher told him was a lie. I didn't really care if he understood what I'd said or not. I said what I said, and I wasn't sorry for it either. His wife had been a horror, and I had to wonder how someone could be married to a person and not know deep down what a monster they were. Personally, I didn't buy it. The king leaned across his desk to face me.
Explain to me how you could possibly be the son of Prince Ludwig.
Explain it? Well, let's see. My father met my mother and... He waved his hand at me impatiently.
You know what I mean. Prince Ludwig went mad and killed his only son and the rest of his family.
No, he most certainly did not. I was his son, and he was forced to watch me turn into a monster. Rosamond, your wife, killed my mother and her baby right in front of him, and then she murdered him. Harrison's lips thinned to a straight line.
My wife murdered your family. Is that what your claim is?
Rosamond of Setfarma, yes. She wasn't your wife at the time, I believe. She was still young, maybe only about 19. She did it to prevent my father from ascending the throne so her usurper of a father could be king.
King Alfred?
Yes.
And your claim is that Alfred wasn't the rightful heir?
No. Alfred was born out of wedlock, an illegitimate child of King Hendrik, my grandfather. Surely they kept records of that kind of thing, even back then. Check them. My grandfather Hendrik had many illegitimate children, from what my father told me. Alfred was a child of my grandfather's youth, so he was already an older man by the time my grandfather died. My father, Prince Ludwig, had many half-brothers and half-sisters born out of wedlock. He didn't care much for any of them, but Alfred was chief among them. My father said he was both ambitious and entirely mad.
You're speaking of the late king, who was a highly decorated general, and who had the backing of half the army when he ascended the throne.
That's right, but the other half backed my father. Alfred arranged a marriage between my father and his daughter, Rowena, to strengthen his claim.
What?
My mother was Lady Rowena, Rosamond's half-sister.
Your father was their uncle? That's ridiculous. It would have been incestuous.
Half uncle, but yes. A little thing like that didn't stop Alfred. He wanted my father's place, but barring that, he wanted to be regent. He planned on killing my father after I was born, and then naming himself regent once he had my father out of the way. I'd be named king, and I'd need an alpha as my regent. So he sent his witch to do his bidding and get rid of my father, Prince Ludwig.
What is he talking about?
Harrison yelled to both Lex and Asher, who were staring at me. Rosamond put a potion in his drink to turn him into a monster, so the villagers would kill him. But I saw her, and I took it instead.
This is all insane. Clearly, you're not a monster.
I was, for all the years I spent with Grimora the wizard, who found me wandering around the forest after Rosamond left. I lived there with them for over 10 years. They called me Banshira. Harrison's mouth dropped open.
What?
It's true, sire, Asher said, taking my hand.
The spell on Leo broke as soon as the queen was killed. How do you know this?
We found Leo in Grimora's cave. He'd been living there.
And what proof did you find that this Omega was actually Banshira?
Asher and Lex glanced at each other uneasily, and I felt the first string of unease myself. How would I prove something like that? Grimora was dead, and who else could prove my claims? I could take off my amulet and change back, but what if I took it off and it stopped working after that? What would I do then?
He told us, Asher said, and we found no indication that he was lying.
Harrison made a sound like, "Pah!" and turned to each of them in turn to pin them with a glare.
In other words, you have no proof of anything other than this boy's word. Leo's not lying,
Asher said, getting angry, but he had hesitated just the slightest bit. Was he beginning to doubt my story?
And you know that how, exactly?
Lex used his magic on him to make sure what he was telling us was the truth.
Perhaps that was only the truth he knew or believed,
Harrison said.
Where are his witnesses?
I'm telling the truth, I shouted at him. Rosamond was a dark witch, and she killed my father.
Impossible!
Harrison shouted, getting to his feet to pace up and down behind his desk.
Rosamond had her faults, I'll admit, but she was no dark witch. She hated magic.
Or so she claimed, I said. Do you have any proof? His face changed, and he looked suddenly furious, like he wanted to run through me. So Lex quickly spoke up. Harrison, listen to us. Asher and I examined Leo to see if he was telling us the truth, and he absolutely is.
Again, it's just the truth as he knows it, Harrison corrected. He may believe it so, but there has to be some other explanation.
What other explanation? I cried. I saw the woman with my own eyes.
No,
he said firmly.
I don't believe it, and she's no longer here to defend herself or offer explanations.
I have to do that for her.
I owe it to her, and it's my duty.
He gave each of us a long look.
I'll look into the statement about who Leo's father was. If Leo is truly the rightful heir, then he should put forth his claim to the Sudferman Council. But all this talk against Rosamond must come to a stop now, today. It won't strengthen your claim. Too much time has passed, and there aren't any witnesses to this so-called murder. Are there?
Only the servants. Most of them managed to get away that day.
Do you know where they are?
No.
Well then.
I could feel my face burning, and I didn't dare look over at Asher. I was afraid of what I might say to his precious king if I kept sitting there. May I be excused? The king stopped his pacing and stared at me.
What?
I'd like to be excused. I'm not feeling well,
After a moment, he gave me a stony-faced nod.
Go then. We'll talk more about this later, Asher.
Yes, Your Majesty,
Asher said, and rose to his feet. He was rarely so formal with his friend, so I knew he wasn't happy that I wasn't believed. Or maybe he wasn't happy with me. He held out a hand to me, and I rose to my feet and took it. We made it almost to the door, when I pulled away and turned to face the king. Your Majesty, I know this has been extremely difficult for you, but you should ask yourself how it came to be that you were married to Rosamond in the first place. Were you not once engaged to marry Lady Matildan? What? Weren't you previously engaged until Rosamond came along? I was glad I'd spent the morning gossiping with Rory about all this, because now it seemed like it might pay off. Were you so desperately in love with her you couldn't resist her? Was it love at first sight? Was her intellect beyond compare? Did you think she was the most beautiful princess in all the land, or the most winsome and charming? I made a little face. Not that I ever heard of. It was horribly rude to say so, and presumptuous of me to say the least, and I half expected him to bite my head off or tell his guards to take me to the tower at once. But he stared at me for a long time, and then I saw his lips turn down.
Perhaps you're right, but I admired my wife in other ways. She had great strength.
I nodded. Asher told me it was for the rights to keep the trading routes clear all the way to the Sedvarman coast.
Yes, something like that.
Was that important enough that you were willing to overlook the rest then? I raised one eyebrow. Interesting. I turned and took Asher's arm again, and we started to sail out of the room.
Wait a moment!
We stopped, and I turned back to look at him. His face was cold.
You say you've been living in the cave with Cremora for the past how many years?
About 10 years, as nearly as I can figure. I was only 10 years old when she did what she did to me and my family.
And you've never seen Rosamond before or since? How did you even know it was Rosamond when she arrived?
She was visiting my mother, and she'd been there before. She was my mother's sister.
And since then?
No, I can't say I have. But I'll never forget that woman.
Then you should be able to pick her out by her portrait. You should immediately know her by sight.
Yes, that's right. I do.
Then indulge me in a little trip to the Royal Gallery, if you feel up to it. It's next door. The only existing portraits of your parents are there, I believe, as well as a portrait of my late consort. Perhaps you can identify them for me.
It was a trap, of course. He was checking to see if I was lying, as if I couldn't pick out my own father and mother's faces from all the others, not to mention the wicked queen. But it was a challenge I relished, because I was telling the truth. I could never forget her face. I'd be glad to go, I said. He came out from behind his desk and bowed to me.
Then by all means, let's be on our way.
We must have been quite the entourage as we traveled down the corridor and out of the palace. I had been distraught when I entered a few days earlier, but now I had a chance to really look around. We were right in the middle of a huge city, and there was a great deal of foot traffic as well as many carriages going past us. We were separated from the main street by a short avenue lined with trees. The buildings surrounding the palace were all huge, with tall white columns in front of them. We walked right up to the front doors of the one with the words Royal Gallery etched into the marble, with the courtiers leading the way self-importantly. We went through the huge double door and began walking through room after room of portraits of important-looking people, former kings and queens of Morovia. In a separate gallery were the portraits of kings from Megela and Setfarma, and it was in there that we stopped, and King Harrison gestured toward the portrait of a man of about middle age, dark-haired, though slightly balding. He had eyes very much like my own.
This is your father, I believe, Leo?
Harrison asked, and I shook my head. No, it's not. I waved a hand toward a small portrait a few paintings down, That's my father over there, Prince Ludwig of Sudfarma.
Are you sure?
Naturally I am. The man you pointed to was King Hendrik, my grandfather as a younger man. We had a similar portrait hanging in my father's study.
Very well. Then, do you see your mother there next to him?
I stepped closer, but it wasn't my mother. It was my grandmother. The king was being very clever, it seemed. No, my mother isn't with any of these. I teared up a little, because I had really wanted to see my mother's face again. She hadn't been the warmest of people, but I thought she had probably done the best she could. And what more could anyone ask of someone other than their best? Asher took my arm and turned me slightly to the left, and there on the bottom row was a small portrait of my mother. She had long, blonde hair and pale blue eyes. She looked sad, though she was beautiful to me. Her shoulders were thin and bowed, and I knew she had a short, tragic life. I just wish I could reach into the portrait and give her a hug. I leaned against Asher's chest, and he squeezed my arm.
She looks like Rosamond, only a bit softer around the edges.
I shrugged, not liking the observation, though it was true. Well, they were half-sisters.
Very well,
Harrison said.
You recognized your parents. Now you can pick out the queen. We had a painting commissioned not long before her tragic death. Down this way.
He led us down another long corridor to the place where many portraits of long-dead kings and queens were hanging. My attention immediately was drawn to Rosamond, a cold and unapproachable-looking woman with blonde hair and eyes like chips of ice. I almost fancied she was staring out of the picture right at me, wishing me ill, and I gave her the same long look back. I sent a silent hope that she was burning somewhere in the afterlife. That one, I said, and refrained from spitting at it only with great difficulty. That was Rosamond, who killed my parents and stole the throne of Sudfarma for her father. Any more questions?
Chapter 14. Asher. We traveled back to the king's palace, mostly in silence. I knew Harrison was seething, and I also knew Leo was terribly upset. My allegiances were mostly with my Omega, but at the same time, I'd been friends with Harrison all my life, and I didn't want this estrangement with him. He was also my cousin and my liege, yet I was in love with Leo. It was a tricky situation, and one I didn't want to be in. It made me angry and uncomfortable. I was completely out of sorts by the time we reached my room. You were incredibly rude to the king, I snapped at Leo as we walked back in. No more so than he was to me. I grabbed his arm and made him face me. You're not on an equal footing, Leo. Get that in your head.
My father was the rightful king of Sudfarma.
So you say. We have no proof yet that he even was your father. This could all be some delusion of yours caused by trauma.
He looked shocked. Of course he was my father. Wait, you think I'm delusional?
Exasperated, I turned him loose and flopped down in the chair. Yes, Leo, I think it might be a possibility. Or not you, but some of your ideas about what happened. At least I have some doubt about what you believe to be true. You were a child, according to your own statement, only 10 years old, and you were terribly traumatized by what happened to you. Anyone would be. Your memories might not be accurate. At least admit that much.
You didn't doubt me in the least before we arrived here, before you spoke to Harrison.
Leo.
No, just tell me why you suddenly think I'm lying.
I never said that you're lying. I know that you believe what you've said to be true, but after considering it more carefully, after hearing Harrison's arguments and concerns, I think he made a few good points. And I think those same questions would be asked by the Sudfarman Council. We don't have any proof. We need to prove your story and have the answers when those questions come up.
And how am I supposed to do that?
By finding witnesses. 10 years is not such an insurmountable period of time.
There must still be people around who worked for your father, or people in the village who knew Prince Ludwig and his family, who traded with him, or provided goods for your family perhaps. They could back up your story. I'll help you." Leo had gone to stare at the window, his shoulders stiff and angry.
"I don't believe this." He turned to look at me. "And I don't need your help. I can help myself."
"Don't be silly. Look, you need to calm down some. You can't imagine that strangers who don't know you and who know nothing about you will simply believe your story about your background. I don't even know why I did. If I hadn't been so distracted by you, I would have realized that before we even came here to talk to Harrison. In fact, I should go talk to Harrison and Lex about all this again. Stay here and don't let anyone in. Someone may still be able to get to you even inside the palace."
"Oh, so you believe that someone is after me? That's not just another one of my delusions?"
I went over to kiss him, but he pulled ever so slightly away. I pulled him back and managed to kiss him pretty thoroughly, but I knew he was upset. I just didn't know what to do about it. We had to have the truth between us, or we had nothing at all. I was determined to find that truth. I left him brooding by the window and went back down the hallway to Harrison's office. He and Lex were still inside, and both had grim expressions on their faces. They looked as if they'd been arguing. "I wanted to talk to you, Harrison," I said.
"Good, because we need to talk."
"You don't believe Leo, do you?" Harrison's lips tightened.
"I don't know this boy, Ash. I fear you barely know him either. I think you married in haste."
I don't like what he said, but he was the king and used to saying whatever the hell he wanted to. "Is that your only objection to him?"
"No, of course not. He's arrogant, not to mention rude and uncultured."
"What do you expect of him? He lived in a cave with an old hermit for the past 10 years.
"If you believe that story."
"I do." We glared at each other for a long moment, and it could have easily gone wrong. But Lex cleared his throat and said,
"Careful, brother. Leo is his Omega and his husband. You said you owed Rosamund your loyalty. I'm sure Asher feels the same way about Leo."
Harrison sighed and turned his head away, breaking the stalemate.
"I understand he's your Omega, and you felt that attraction to him, but you have no real idea of who he is. You say you found him in Grimora's cave, and he told you who he was. How do you know for sure that any of what he said is true, other than Lex's examination of him, which I think could have been subverted if the boy believed in what he was saying?"
He glanced pointedly back in my direction.
"Or if he was using dark magic to sabotage the test and make you think he told the truth."
"Which is it, Harrison? Is he just an arrogant, mouthy Omega nobody with delusions of grandeur? Or is he some masterful wizard who can defeat both mine and Lex's magic? Do you think some random person just happened to be staying there in the cave in the process of preparing a funeral for Grimora? Is that what you think? That's a stretch, Harrison."
"I'm saying I don't know what to think. We should at least investigate his claims. As I was just discussing with Lex, we shouldn't forget there was an attack on a village in Igela just before the two of you arrived at Grimora's cave, and that's still unsolved."
"Haven't your investigators turned up anything yet?" I asked Lex. "Surely some of the villagers escaped."
"I believe a few did, but my investigators are having trouble finding them. So the answer is no. We still don't know who was responsible or why they wanted people to believe it was Banshira, as you claim."
"You're convinced it wasn't?"
Harrison said softly, and I turned to look at him. "Leo says he was Banshira, and he's no murderer," I said. "He would never have done such a thing."
"Are you sure?"
I started to spring to my feet, but Harrison's sharp rebuke stopped me.
"Sit down, Asher. I'm not finished. I have reasons for my doubts."
I sank back in my chair, but I was seething. "Go ahead then. Finish."
"When the Aegelan captain rode to tell us what was happening to you and his men at the carriage that day, he died of his wounds before I could get together a group of reinforcements for a rescue attempt. He hadn't been all that coherent before he passed, but he did manage to tell us where you were. We rode as hard and as fast as we could, and when we arrived, we found everyone, from the drivers of the coach to every last Aegelan soldier, to even the poor horses. All were dead, except for you and your Omega."
"I know all this, Harrison. We were attacked by dark magic, and it was powerful."
He nodded. "So I've been told. Odd, though, that everyone was dead or dying in your case, except for the Omega, who seemed to be perfectly fine."
I did get to my feet then, and it was all I could do to keep from running out of the room to get to Leo. I remembered very well what had been done to Rory when accusations were brought against him. Wyatt and I had been alone with him that terrible night, as Lex had been on journey to Igela, and Harrison was out of the country as well. Wyatt had ridden hell-bent for Igela to get Lex, and I had gone along with Rory to face his accusers and do what I could for him. When I was finally able to force my way inside the palace to intervene, I demanded to see the Queen, and I reminded her that Rory was Prince Lex's Omega, her own husband's younger brother. I begged her to reconsider her decision to execute him, and told her he was pregnant with Lex's child. She refused to release him, but did agree not to burn him at the stake, and had him given powerful drugs to execute him instead. Once he stopped breathing, they had agreed to let me be the one who carried out the coup de grace, or the final blow given to prisoners to make sure they were gone. It was usually done with a pike or a sword, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, and let my blade fall down by his side instead. It was still one of the worst things I'd ever had to do. It turned out that he had only been deeply unconscious, saved temporarily by his own magic, but he would and could have died if we hadn't intervened once Lex returned. It was Lex's love that had brought him back to us, but it never should have happened to begin with. And it was all because Rory had inherited dark magic from his mother, Queen Vesper. He wasn't practicing it, nor had he harmed anyone with it. But that was how much Queen Rosamond claimed to abhor all dark magic. If a witch's powers couldn't be bound, then they were executed, and no laws had changed in Morovia to make exceptions to that ancient edict. Leo was in terrible danger. I could practically feel it hanging in the air around me, oily and menacing. I glanced over at Lex, who sent me a warning in his gaze, and an almost imperceptible shake of his head to tell me to be careful.
"I can see you're unsettled and unconvinced," Harrison said, "but do me the courtesy of hearing me out. I believed then, and I believe now, that your Omega was practicing some form of dark magic when we arrived that day. I'd like to have him examined by the priests to see if his magic should be bound." "You have no idea what you're talking about," I said, my voice loud and hot. "He was alive that day because I had worked very hard to keep him that way. Those arrows had been sent to kill him. They were poison-tipped and on fire when they struck the carriage, and he was almost burned alive inside it. My magic helped save him, and thank the gods he was able to save himself too." He was saying words I recognized, Lex. They're from ancient forbidden texts written by and for necromancers and warlocks. Many such people have appeared before me since I've been king, and they had to either renounce that magic or be executed. The discovery of witchcraft, the key of Solomon, the Negromancia, the Necronomicon, all books and grimoires on black magic and the dark arts, and I've heard parts of all of them. Warlocks are traffickers with the dead and the demonic. They're outlaws and criminals, and they're thought of as deceivers and liars. In fact,
the word warlock itself was derived from an old word that means oathbreaker. I've had necromancers in front of me before who refused to repudiate those books, even on pain of death. And when we found your carriage on the road, I saw your Omega with his hands sunk inside your body up to the wrists. His face shone with the same unholy light that used to appear on theirs, and I heard the words he was calling out, the same words that appear in the grimoires of dark magic. How do I account for that? What if instead of trying to save you, he was trying to kill you and finish the job that had already been started? Too angry to be cautious, I actually shouted at him. I hadn't done that since we were boys. I won't listen to this. I was there and you weren't, so I know what happened. I don't know what you think you heard, but you're dead wrong. I turned on my heel and walked quickly to the door. Despite our relationship over the years, I was fully expecting to have the guards lay hands on me and try to stop me, but he let me storm out of that room. My intention was to go straight back to my chamber and start getting our things packed up to leave. I didn't think Harrison would go so far as to have Leo arrested, at least not yet, but I think he was building up to it. Why else would he have brought it up? I decided we didn't need to stick around to find out. I got to my room and found it empty, which alarmed me for a moment. Then I saw a note on the bed pillow saying Leo had gone for a walk in the palace grounds with Rory, and he'd be back soon. Relieved, I crossed over to the window and looked down into the gardens, where I had noticed Leo staring down frequently. Sure enough, he and Rory were walking slowly down the path, stopping occasionally to look at a pretty flower or piece of shrubbery. The gardens really were impeccable. Leo's shoulders were drooping, and he looked dejected and depressed. My heart settled in my chest a little to see him, though, and I watched him for a while. He didn't seem as agitated as he'd been earlier. Rory was good for him. I watched for a while longer, knowing what I was about to do and hating myself for it. Then I walked away from the window and began to search through Leo's belongings. I was looking for one of the books of dark magic that Harrison had mentioned. I searched his bag, where there was pitifully little to be found. Then I began to search the dresser, looking up under the few shirts he had and running my hands along the back of the drawers. I moved to the bedside tables and went through every drawer. I even looked under them for something like a thin pamphlet, but there was nothing. Guilt prickled down my spine, but I wanted to look in one more place. I pulled up the feather ticking on the bed, and there I saw it, a small black leather volume with yellow binding and a black cord wrapped around its middle. It did indeed look very old. It was called The Book of Necromancer's Rites, and my heart sank as I held it in my hand. I knew about this book. It was well known to be a dark magic guide to those who wanted to traffic with the dead and use secret rites gleaned from the book for some kind of personal advancement. It was a warlock's book. Was I dreaming? It felt like a dream, or maybe a nightmare, as well as far away and impossible to believe. I don't know how long I sat there with the book in my hand. An hour maybe, or perhaps not nearly so long. But eventually, I heard Leo's footsteps coming down the hall and stop outside the door. I dreaded the confrontation that was coming, but I knew it had to happen. I still had no idea what I was going to say. He came in and glanced at me sitting there on the bed. He saw that the room had obviously been disturbed, with open drawers and his bag sitting open in the middle of the floor. Finally, his gaze came back to me and to what I held in my hands. His face paled noticeably. "Anything to say?" I asked him. He lifted his chin bravely. "Would you believe me if I did?" "Try me and see." He gave a short, harsh laugh and shook his head. "No, I don't believe I will." He turned and walked right back out the door, and I caught him a few steps down the corridor. Taking his arm firmly in my grip, I ignored his angry reaction and hauled him back to my bedroom. He didn't exactly fight me, but I knew by the stiff lines of his body exactly how furious and scared he was. I was beginning to feel the same way. I took him back inside, and he tore his arm free from my grip and rounded on me. "Leave me alone!" he cried, but I stepped up close and took him in my arms. That's when the real struggle began. Though I was simply trying to contain him and not force myself on him, I was determined to hold him until the fight went out of him, or until that frightened expression left his face. I never wanted to see that expression again. I was the last person on earth he should have been afraid of. He struggled against me for a long time, and when he finally stopped, it seemed as if all the fight went out of him all at once. He sagged in my arms like a pricked balloon, and I picked him up and carried him to the nearest chair. "Leo, we have to at least talk."
"Is there anything left to say? You obviously wouldn't believe me no matter what I told you."
"That's not accurate, and it's not fair, Leo."
"You used to believe me. You used to love me. Before we came here." He shouted up at my face, his face streaked with tears. "You never said it, but I think you did. I could feel it. I don't feel it now."
I couldn't stand it. I picked him up again, and this time I sat down with him in my arms and kissed him. "Listen to me, Leo. God's help me, but I do love you. Maybe it's soon to say it, but we've done everything backward, right from the beginning. I hate it that you look at me like you're afraid of me, when I'd never hurt you. Do you believe that?"
"You might not mean to."
Sighing, I tried again. "Tell me why you had this book. At least explain that much to me."
"If I told you it wasn't mine, would you believe me?"
He pulled away and stared up at me searchingly.
"No, I can see that you wouldn't."
"Is it yours?" I shook him a little when he didn't answer, determined to get to the truth. "Is this book yours?" He stared into my eyes and gave a deep sigh.
"Yes."
"Where did you get it? Tell me the truth, damn it. Did Grimora give it to you?"
"No,"
he said, looking affronted.
"You know Grimora was a good person. He would never have a book like this in his possession. This book has to do with learning to speak to the dead, you know. It's a bad book. My father said it was."
He looked up at me with those big, beautiful, innocent eyes, and I wondered if he was doing this on purpose, acting so naive and almost childlike. I decided to play along with him. "Your father? He told you this was a bad book?"
"Yes. I found it a long time ago in my father's library. I was running my hand along the spines of the books, looking for something to read, and this one pushed itself out into my hand. Usually the grimoires my father had didn't want me to read them. He didn't even keep his grimoires in the library. They were in his office."
"What do you mean by that? That these grimoires of your father's didn't want you to read them?"
"I know it sounds odd, but it's true. When I tried to turn their pages, they'd stick together, and they gave off a bad, musty smell. But this one was welcoming in a way. Its pages turned easily for me, and there were none of the odors. The page felt a little greasy, though, so I went for a cloth to wipe them down, and that's when my father saw me and asked what I was doing. He took the book away as soon as I showed it to him, and told me it was dark magic, and I shouldn't have anything to do with it."
He looked up at me.
"Do you believe me?"
Yes, I believe you if you say you're telling the truth. Did you stop reading it then?"
"Yes, he took it away from me. He taught me how to use my magic. You remember I told you he said I had to have good will for whatever I was using magic on, or it would go wrong?"
"Yes, so what did you do?"
"He taught me to use my magic for healing, or at least he was teaching me, just before he was killed."
"He taught you to heal people?"
"Yes, and animals too."
"How did you manage that if your magic wants to turn dark?"
"He told me to imagine the sickness was my enemy, then use my magic against just the sickness and not the person."
"And he taught you the words to say?"
"No, he said they were evil and dark. He taught me others."
"What else did he teach you?"
"To use my imagination, like when you were hurt by the poison arrows. I imagined the poison to be like spiders. I hate spiders. And I imagined that they were crawling through your veins, and I plucked them out."
"Ew, what?"
I plucked them, you know. I reached for them and pulled them out one by one and threw them on the ground and smushed them. It worked too, except when the king came. He didn't understand what I was doing and made me stop. His priests took over.
I see. Tell me, how many spiders did you pluck out?
About 6 or so, but there were more.
I pulled them closer and hugged them tightly. Thank you for helping me. Did you learn about this technique in the book?
No. I did sneak back into my father's office to find the book, though. It called to me.
What do you mean?
I heard it call my name once when I was in his office alone. I picked it up and took it to my room, and I read some of it.
I must have looked horrified, because he lowered his gaze and shrugged.
I was curious. It didn't seem bad to me, even though my father had said it was. I liked the magical words in it. They felt good on my tongue, better than the ones my father tried to teach me, so I started using them instead.
And you kept the book? You brought it with you when we left the cave?
Yes.
I took a deep breath. So you've had the grimoire all this time. You lied to me. He hung his head.
Yes. I thought you'd be angry if you knew.
I'm angrier that you lied to me.
I was chased out of my house that night the curse was laid. I didn't have anything with me then. It was years later. I didn't see the book again for a long time. I didn't want to lose it again.
So how did you come to have it in your possession for the second time?
I told Grimora the story, and one day when he went to the village, he returned with the book. He said he bought it at one of the stalls that sold old books.
Grimora bought it? Did he know what it was?
Yes, he told me I shouldn't read it and that it wasn't good magic. But I had my mother's name inside, and I didn't have anything else that belonged to her.
Your mother?
Yes, look and see.
I opened the title page and found it. A woman's handwriting, flowery and elegant. Rowena.
She had a lot of books she brought with her from her home in Pharma when she married my father.
Leo said.
She made potions and tisanes for sickness. She gave them to the village girls.
I see. Leo, one more thing. Can you show me what you did that day on the road to Thalia? When you saved me. Look for the spiders now, and see if any are left. He nodded, put his hands on my chest, and shut his eyes. He concentrated for a while, and I could feel the dark magic inside him as he did. It was really different from my own, or from Alex's. And though it wasn't evil, it had what I can only describe as the flavor of evil, a darkness around the edges. I saw what Harrison had seen too. His fingers did seem to sink beneath my flesh as they gently probed. It didn't hurt at all. It was more like a scratching. But those fingers did seem to go inside me, and my chest tingled. A witch or warlock's power comes from their core, and his was almost vibrating with energy. As I said, it was different from mine, not as warm or as vibrant, but I could tell it was strong nonetheless. I remembered feeling Rory's magic once as Lex and I tried to bind his powers, and it felt similar to this. Before it could blow up on us like Rory's did, I shook Leo's arm. Enough, Leo. I don't think there's any poison left inside. I don't see any, no. That's good, though. Yes, it is. I want you to listen to me carefully now, and please don't argue with me. I shouldn't have stopped you from leaving just now. Your instincts were right, but this time I'm going with you. I want to leave here tonight. What? He asked, his eyes big and round in his face. Why? I have a strong feeling that we should, and I learned a long time ago to trust my feelings. I fear that Harrison may still somehow be under Rosamond's influence, or maybe he just lived with her too many years. Will he try to hurt me? I don't know. I don't think he would knowingly do it. But if it were possible for someone to reach beyond the grave, she's the one who could do it. Perhaps with a necromancer's help. His eyes got even rounder and bigger if possible. Like in my book? But who? I have no idea, but I'd like to go try to find out. You want us to leave tonight? Yes, we'll take Captain Dillon's horse. the poor man has no further need of it, and I'm sure it's in the stables, waiting for Lex to take it back home to Igala. I'll compel the stable hands not to notice us leaving with the horse. Pack up a few things, and I'll go talk to Lex and let him know my plans and what we're doing. We won't leave until the palace settles down for the night, and that's still a few hours away. We can get some rest until then. But where are we going? We're heading north to the village where your family used to live, so wear your warmest clothes, but nothing flashy. We don't want to attract any undue attention in case Harrison tries to look for us. I want to go to the house your family once lived in.
For witnesses? Proof? But what if we can't find any?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Start getting ready, and I'll go speak to Lex. I gave him a brief, hard kiss, and left him getting ready to leave as I headed out to let Lex know my plan.
Chapter 15. Leo. By the time Asher returned, an hour or so had passed, and I'd packed up my belongings and was sitting by the window, watching the sun fall slowly behind the horizon. I was impatient to be on the way, though I dreaded it at the same time. Not only because the temperature outside was falling as the sun went down, and I hated the cold. I knew Asher would keep me warm. What I dreaded was seeing my old home, the place where my parents had been so cruelly murdered, and where I thought my life had effectively ended too on that horrible night the witch came calling. It would be hard to see that again. But I knew Asher was right. We had to get proof of what I said for both his sake and for mine. I knew he hated the estrangement with Harrison, and he wanted desperately to prove to him that he was wrong about me. I'm not sure I was fully convinced that Asher was as absolutely sure about me as he'd claimed to be either. Well, how could he be? We'd only known each other a short time, and though the urges caused by our pheromones made that fact a bit irrelevant, it was nevertheless true that he couldn't really know. I thought there probably was a fair chance we'd find some of the servants who had worked for my father in the old days. The people in the village didn't move around a great deal, and almost undoubtedly some of them would still be alive with their memories of that night intact. We simply had to find them, and perhaps show them the color of our money to make them open up to us. The door opened, and Asher came in and straight over to me by the window.
"You should be lying down. We won't get much rest later tonight."
"I was waiting for you."
"I thought you might still be angry."
I shook my head. I'd allowed my temper to flare, and that needed to stop. I had few allies left to me now, and if I lost Asher, the thought was suddenly so devastating I couldn't finish it.
"You won't lose me,"
he said, reading my mind like he seemed to do sometimes. Or maybe my dejection was just that obvious. "Lie down with me," I said, and he smiled and took my hand to lead me to the bed. He took off his clothes and then mine. When I tried to help with my own, he pushed my hands away, and then when he was done, he pushed my legs back so he could settle himself between them. He stared down at me then as he raised one eyebrow.
"Are you suppressing your pheromones?"
I blushed and nodded. "Just while we were here at the palace, and especially while we were talking to your king. I didn't want to distract anyone. I thought it best."
"Did you now? Those are my decisions, love. Harrison is a grown man who can control himself, and you're not in heat. Besides, I happen to like the way you smell."
I blushed as he wet his finger and pressed the tip against me, massaging and stretching me a little to get me ready. I had my own secretions, but they weren't as much as normal since I'd used my magic on them. At the same time, he was seducing me with soulful kisses. I was still tight, even though we'd made love only a day ago, but he was also large. He found some oil in a drawer close to the bed and lavished it over his fingers, and then he eased one finger up inside me again. I moaned, and he added another finger a few seconds later, spreading me more. My muscles quivered and contracted around his fingers, and he kissed me again. Another finger slipped inside, and I groaned at the discomfort, but he looked down at me with yearning in his eyes. He seemed to know what I was feeling, an intense pressure and pleasurable burn that was just this side of too much. He swept a finger over the spot deep inside me that he knew would light me up. Every time Asher touched me or did that to me, my insides blazed with heat, and I swore that I could see stars no matter what time of night or day it was. I tried to slam down on his fingers, but with one more tap on that spot and another slow rub, he pulled his fingers away and left me spasming for more. "No, wait," I groaned, and he nuzzled my throat. "Come back." "Shh," he said, stroking a hand over my leaking cock. "Wait, sweetheart." He splashed some of the oil over me. With one long, smooth stroke, he sheathed himself to the hilt inside my body. I made a harsh, gasping noise, and he kissed the inside of my knee. "Tell me when to move." "Now," I sighed, and began to thrust gently along with his long, slow strokes that almost made me weep with pleasure. I had been afraid he'd never be like this with me ever again. I knew I was overreacting and being foolish, but he meant so much to me. I'd hated feeling estranged from him, even for a short time. I was still new to sex, so the burning and the sting made everything even more intense. He crooned to me under his breath, and when he changed angles and raked over the spot inside me with his cock the way he knew I enjoyed, I moaned with pleasure. I tried to lift my hips more beneath him to make him do it again, harder, but I had to be content with the long, slow strokes that were all he wanted to give me then. I was shuddering and trembling as he made love to me, but nothing I could do would make him change his slow rhythm. It was like he was claiming me again, like he'd done before, and he wanted me to realize that nothing could ever change the way he felt for me. I tried to show him I felt the same way with everything I had. I felt as if I were fighting for us, and this was a battle I had to win. "Please," I begged, wanting him to give me more and faster, and finally he answered by thrusting even deeper inside me. He thrust his tongue into my mouth, shutting off the constant moans and pleading as he pushed into me again and again. He rotated his hips and thrust harder, forcing himself deeper inside. It was fast, his cock slamming into me, his knot snuggling against my ass, trying to fit inside. At the same time, he was stroking my cock, and my eyes rolled back in my head as I made wordless, desperate sounds. A tidal wave of excitement washed over me as he pushed harder and his knot slid inside, spinning my senses around and drowning me in passion as an orgasm shot through me, hitting me hard. "Come for me," he groaned, and a flood of hot semen filled me as mine splashed against his chest. My orgasm went on a long time, and soon led to another, which was only possible because of his knot. All I could do was clutch at him, hoping we could save each other as we both gasped for breath, and I clung to him for dear life. I'd been thoroughly claimed and fucked, and I'd never imagined it could feel like this. I wondered if it felt the same way for every Omega, or if I had just gotten extremely lucky. At some point, we both fell asleep, still wrapped tightly together. I decided it was the best way to fall asleep ever, and I wondered if we could do this every night.
Asher.
Compelling the stable hands was easy enough, as they were all asleep when we arrived. I just whispered a suggestion that if they heard the noise, they should realize it was only a dream, and then deepen their sleep a bit more. I quickly saddled the Aegean captain's horse. It turned to look curiously at me, but was well trained and stood perfectly still for me. I attached our side packs and then turned for Leo, who was standing nervously by, trembling a little. It could have been a chill, as it was a clear and exceedingly cold night, or maybe it was just nerves. I mounted the horse, a black mare with a white forelock, and then extended a hand for Leo. I pulled him up and deposited him in front of me, settling him with his cape wrapped around him, as well as a fur I brought from our room. The horse shuffled her feet restlessly and turned her head to look back at me, showing me the whites of her eyes. But I spoke softly and reassured her, and she soon settled. I rode her out into the city streets, and we were finally on our way through the city gates and out onto the open road. The moon and the stars watched us silently from overhead, lighting our way, and I already felt less anxious and worried. The wind was fierce, however, and I pulled my fur-lined cape more tightly around me. In my lap, Leo was shivering, so I pulled him closer to share my body heat. I could feel him drifting off after a while, but his body was still racked with an occasional deep chill, and I was afraid he might get sick if this cold didn't relent. I reached into the etheric flow and converted some energy into heat, infusing the cape I was wearing with a bit of that kinetic energy, and then spreading it over both of us and the horse. Leo sighed and snuggled deeper against me, and I was able to relax a bit too. We still had a bit of a long journey ahead of us, and I didn't want to stop until we were much further away from Thalia. I considered again the possibility that I was getting too old for this, and I needed to stop soon and settle down with my Omega, and perhaps raise a few children. I'd always wanted a daughter to spoil, like Lex was doing with his little girl. A boy who looked like Leo would be nice too, or maybe one like me. All three would be nice, actually, but I didn't want to scare Leo by mentioning it. I didn't ever want to risk him either. We had plenty of time. We rode all through the night, stopping only near dawn when I was too tired to keep going. I quickly pulled Leo down beside me and put him on a pile of bags and furs, and then I built a blazing fire, using magic of course. I was too tired for much else. I tethered and settled the horse, giving her food and water, and then finally I was able to turn back to Leo. He had the furs spread out and heaped up, and was already lying near the fire under the covers. I dived in beside him, spreading my cape over us both. "Just a little nap," I told him, burying my cold face in the covers. But the little nap turned into a long one, and I didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Leo was already up, sitting by the fire and warming his hands. "I was just about to wake you," he said, turning toward me. "Do you know where we are?" "Yes. We're on the road to Merikosh, your old village. About 10 miles away, I'd say. We made really good time last night." He pointed to the mountains I could see in the distance. "Those mountains are along the border to Egela. I ran there after my family was attacked, and that's where Grimora found me all those years ago." He shook his head. "Poor Grimora," he said softly. "I miss him so much." "I know you do, love. Now, should we make coffee and have a little something to eat?" "If you like." I got up and went to my packs to get out a small pot and a packet of coffee, along with some bread and a portion of beef left over from Lex's supper the night before. He hadn't touched the food, but had wrapped it in a napkin for us. It was the best he could do without summoning the kitchen staff. I hadn't wanted to risk alerting anyone to what we were doing either. Someone had obviously been paying attention to our comings and goings since we arrived at Harrison's castle. I thought now that it must have been Harrison and his spies. I had packed and brought along the grimoire with us as well, in case someone decided to search our room after they found out we'd gone. The books of dark magic Harrison had mentioned earlier were just books after all, though they could be a bit dangerous to the uninitiated or uneducated, or those who were just learning magic. I didn't believe in banning or destroying any kind of books, no matter their content. What it really meant was banning ideas and trying to control people's access to information about those ideas. It stifled independent thought, and I believed that was inherently wrong. But it was Harrison's kingdom. All I could do was follow his laws or leave, and that was beginning to look more and more attractive to me all the time. There was one more option, and that was to work for change. I'd have to talk to Wyatt about all that. He was living with his Omega in the lodge we'd once all shared here in Morovia, before each of us had drifted away. If I went to Egela, or even took Leo to Sadfarma, then Wyatt would be the one left to decide what to do about the lodge. He could decide if he wanted to stay or join one of us in a new place. Meanwhile, I wanted to keep Leo's book with me, because I'd had a chance to look through it while I was waiting for him to return. It was a nasty little thing, in my opinion, but that was only my opinion, no better or worse than anyone else's. It had no harmful magic of its own, and that was the important thing. No one had infused it with anything destructive, in other words. I decided to take it with me when we left, so it wouldn't be found afterward to be used against my Omega. I went back to the fire, made the coffee, and gave Leo some of the food I'd brought. There would be an open-air market in Marrakesh, where I could buy more supplies after we arrived. I never asked you, but have you ever been back to the house you lived in with your parents? It was called Rook Hall, wasn't it? He gave me a slightly wild look and shuddered. Yes, but I've not ever returned. Grimora tried to get me to go with him, but I refused. I knew this whole thing was still upsetting him. Perhaps just the idea of returning was making him nervous and filled him with anxiety. And if that were true, I needed to know. I reached for his hand and held it casually in mine. Did Grimora ever go alone to investigate? No, I never told him everything. He figured it out eventually, but he didn't make me talk about it, and he never asked me questions. It's all right, I said, squeezing his cold hand. But we'll need to go there and see if we can find anyone who might still be living there and knew your family. Anyone who might know exactly what happened that last night. Is it still standing? I assume so. It hasn't been too long. I'll speak to Lex about it. But it's my understanding that the house belonged to the royal family, much like our lodge. As such, it can't be disposed of or sold. I see. We need to go back there ourselves and talk to any servants who might be around. Are you ready for that? Yes, he said, but I wasn't convinced. I decided to let it drop for now. We rode into Marrakesh a little more than an hour later. It was a typical northern Moravian village, though this one was a bit smaller than most. We attracted a fair bit of notice, especially when I stopped and asked directions to the estate. Rook Hall? The old royal estate? The one where the prince used to live? The question surprised me. I guess it hadn't been so long since the shocking events that happened there at all. The old man who had asked was from the marketplace, where I'd stopped to buy some provisions at his stall. Some eggs, goat cheese, and a loaf of bread. Yes, that's the one, I replied. My name is Lord Asher, and I'm here on behalf of His Majesty King Harrison. He has an interest in the place. He may want to reopen it. Oh, is that right, sir? He asked, his eyes avid. There wasn't much new in a small village like this one, so I'd given him some good gossip, which had been my intention. I wanted word to get around that I was here looking into the old place. Maybe some of the former employees might even stop by out of curiosity. Well, I wish you luck. People avoid the old house these days, you know. No one is living there. Just the caretaker and housekeeper. They keep it in good repair. But no one else goes there. Even if they do, they don't spend the night. Is that right? Why not? Well, there are many who say it's haunted. You must know the story of the house, sir, and the murders there. How His Highness went mad one night and killed the whole family. The servants had to run for their lives. There were tales of demons and beasts as well. People say a woman in white walks the halls at night. Is that so? I glanced over at Leo to find him pale and gazing off into the distance, pretending not to have heard. I paid the man and moved farther down the street, with Leo trailing slowly after me. In a nearby booth, I bought some fruit and a few bottles of local beer. It looked like this town had no sign of an inn, and we'd need a place to stay tonight. My hopes were that the old house was in good repair, and we could at least camp out in one of the rooms for the night. I wasn't sure how Leo would feel about that, but I was hopeful that he'd see reason. We'd probably have very little choice. This village was more remote than I thought. I put my purchases in my packs and got on the horse, reaching down for Leo and settling him in front of me again. He sat stiffly, his eyes straight ahead, as we rode slowly out of the village, following the directions I'd been given. It looked a bit like rain, with grey clouds hanging low in the sky overhead. As we topped the ridge overlooking the manor, I got my first sight of the old house. It looked cold and unwelcoming, the perfect setting to imagine a murder or two. The walls of the house were tall and of grey stone, there was a long circular driveway that curved around to the impressive double front doors. The gravel in the old driveway was scattered and sparse. It was strewn with branches, and one fallen tree lay across it. It must have fallen recently, because the rest of the grounds were in good shape, although since the weather had turned so cold this far north, the shrubbery was practically non-existent. It gave the house a stark aspect. I moved my horse around the downed tree easily enough, and up the driveway to the house. The windows were uncovered, and if I had been fanciful, I might have said they looked like empty, dark eye sockets, watching us as we came up the driveway. I remember when there were flowers all along the walkway, Leo said softly, and shrubbery by the house. It used to be beautiful. I'm sure it could be again, with just a little work. He shook his head, and I heard how stupid that sounded in my own head. Why would he be interested in that, or to even set foot inside it again? This was where his family was murdered, and where the witch cast an evil spell on him that almost ruined him. No wonder he was trembling ever so slightly. We made it to the manor house just as the storm that had been threatening finally hit in earnest. I banged on the doors and listened for some sound within, but there was nothing. Stay here, I told Leo. I'm going to look for an open window. He nodded, his eyes wide. Can I go with you? Stay here where it's dry. You'll be fine. I'll be back in a few minutes. I tried the closest windows on the ground floor, and the ones not out of reach. All of them were tightly locked. Finally, I came back around to the porch to find Leo huddled on the front step, shivering from the wind and damp. No luck, I told him, but there's a good barn nearby. We'll head over there for shelter. We got back on the horse and rode over to the small barn nearby on the property. I led the mare inside and helped Leo down. Then, after I unsaddled her and used an old blanket I found in one of the stalls to wipe her down, I got her settled with some hay I found in the loft, and then went back to check on Leo, who was sitting in another one of the empty stalls on a pile of straw. It was probably warmer inside the stall and out of the drafts, so I cleared an area and started the fire for us inside it, and fell down beside Leo. Not as comfortable as I would have liked, but at least it's dry and out of that cold wind. It's fine, he said quietly. Better than that house. Yes, I can only imagine how bad your memories must be of that place. I hugged him, and then got back up to find the food I'd bought at the market. Once I had him warm and dry and fed, I thought he'd go to sleep pretty soon, and that would be for the best. It would give him a chance to process being back here again and help restore him. I wondered if he might have played in or around this barn as a child, or if his father had taken him riding from these same stables. After he ate, he sat wide-eyed beside me, snuggled up close for warmth, and made no move to lie down to sleep. So I began to question him as gently as I could. I had a lot of questions, actually, because so much of his story didn't add up. Harrison had been skeptical of it as well. I started with the thing that had always bothered me the most. Can I ask you a question? Yes, he said softly. Anything. You said Rosamond made a potion to give to your father that was supposed to turn him into a monster, right? A beast, yes. But when you saw him about to drink it, you said you rushed forward and drank it yourself instead. Is that correct? Yes. But why did you do that? Why not just knock it from your father's hand? What? Help me understand why you drank that potion instead of throwing it to the floor. He pulled sharply away. To save my father, he shouted. Why are you asking me this? No need for shouting, Leo, I said, making my voice stern, and he dropped his gaze and tried to pull away from me. I wouldn't let him. No, answer my question. Why did you drink the potion? Why not just knock it from his hand? I don't know. Why are you getting so loud? You do know the answer, and we're going to sit here until you tell me. I kissed his cheek tenderly. You can tell me anything, Leo. He burst into tears, and I held him in my arms and waited him out. I thought the tears were a clever ruse on his part to get out of talking about it, and probably one he'd used for years with Grimora. I decided to wait him out. When he finally subsided, I pulled him over into my lap. "Would you like to know what I think?" I asked him. He dropped his head and didn't answer, so I kept going. "I think you didn't really know what that potion would do to you. Isn't that the truth?" He nodded, looking up at me with a tear-stained face. "Yes." "Do you think it was some other kind of potion?" He raised his tear-stained face. "I thought it was a love potion." "A love potion?" "Yes, my mother made them for the people in the village all the time. I heard her talking to Rosamond and telling her she was making one for my father. She said it would fix him. So I thought she meant it would fix him so she could love him again. I knew she used to love him, but she stopped. They argued all the time." "But that's not how love potions work, Leo. It would have been your father who would have been affected, and not your mother. The one who took it is the one who falls in love." I was only 10. I got mixed up, I guess. I didn't always listen closely. I thought if I took it instead of my father, it might fix me so she could learn to love me. "Oh, baby," I said, hugging him to me. "And it turned you into Banshira instead." "Yes," he wailed and buried his face against my neck, sobbing. I held him a long time until he finally fell asleep and then eased him down beside me. I opened my cape and wrapped us both up in it and settled down to sleep. The idea that he'd taken what he thought was a love potion, trying to get his mother to love him, was heartbreaking. And though I knew how cold Alfred's entire family could be, I couldn't imagine anyone treating Leo so badly. Maybe I didn't want to imagine it. Love potions could be nasty things, and were best left strictly alone. I remember my lessons about them from my teachers long ago, when I was first learning magic. Once a love potion wore off, the feelings of love could rebound violently and turned to hatred. And once any feelings of love were dead, they could never be rekindled, not by a witch or by anyone else. Love spells were powerful and could even turn deadly. Not only that, but if a person were already in love with someone else, then it wouldn't work on them at all. It didn't even work that well. Creating true love, for example, was impossible, because true love couldn't be made to happen, nor could it be stopped once it had already taken hold. We loved who we loved, and there was no magic more mysterious or powerful in the universe. Aside from all that, I wondered why on earth this Lady Rowena had been making a potion to turn her husband into a monster, a beast. He was the father of her children, and Leo said Rosamond was helping her, but could he have gotten everything all mixed up and wrong? The two women had a strong resemblance to each other. Was it Rosamond who had given him the potion? Another question I had was why hadn't they kept looking for Leo after the catastrophe that had befallen him? If it had been my son, I would have never stopped searching for him, not ever. Could Rowena have made it right by providing some kind of antidote? If so, why hadn't she? There were things here that I didn't understand, and I hated mysteries. I fell asleep, still thinking of them and turning them over and over in my head. And I must have been more tired than I thought, because I allowed a stranger to walk right up on us as we lay sleeping early the next morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise. I only awoke when someone put the tip of their boot none too gently against my hip.
"You there," said a gruff voice. "Wake up! You're trespassing!"
I jumped to my feet quickly and had my sword out, brandishing it over the other man's head, with the tip of my dagger under his chin almost before he could cry out. His face blanched with fear.
"Who the fuck are you?"
he managed, as I concentrated on waking up fully and assessing my surroundings and getting my eyes open all the way. I was mortified that I had allowed someone to sneak up on me before I woke up. I really was getting soft. Aware that Leo was awake beside me and making soft growling noises at the visitor, I made a greater effort. "I could ask you the same thing, sir. Who the fuck are you?" I roared back at him.
"I'm the caretaker of this house, John Trask."
"I see," I said, pulling my dagger away a few inches. "I'm Lord Asher, and a representative of the king. This is His Majesty's property."
"Oh, yes, of course, sir,"
he said, trying to bow.
"Excuse me, but I had no way of knowing. No one told us you'd be coming, your lordship."
"You think the king owes you explanations?" I replied, being extra arrogant and unpleasant, because he had frightened me a bit, and I was embarrassed, though that was no real excuse. Leo was crouching beside me, holding onto my leg with one hand and to his dagger with the other, and I was proud of him, and a bit appalled at how bloodthirsty he was. He could be a fierce little thing. "Put your weapon away, love. This man works here." He did as I asked, giving Trask a long, unpleasant look. "I expected the house to be occupied by the caretaker," I said, though that was a lie. I expected no such thing after talking to the man in the village, but I was trying to brazen this out. The man rolled his eyes a bit.
"Oh, no, sir. No one stays overnight in the manor. It's haunted, you know."
"Haunted? Don't be ridiculous. There are no such things as ghosts." He looked up at me, and I could see how torn he was between arguing back that there were indeed things haunting the manor, and not wanting to dispute my word, especially considering I still had weapons. "Where is the housekeeper? I need to inspect the manor, and she needs to ready a room for me and my Omega."
"She's an older lady, and though she'll be here soon, she doesn't get up as early as I do, sir. If you'll wait here, I'll go get her from home. She lives only a short distance away."
I sighed and said, "Very well, but please hurry. It looks as if it may start raining again soon."
"Yes, sir. I'll be back as quickly as I can." Chapter 16. Leo. After the caretaker left, Asher got the fire going again, the flames blazing even higher than before. It was a freezing cold morning, so I sat as close to it as I dared, not sure if this chill I felt was from just the cold weather or the fact that I was going back home again, back to Rook Hall. The problem was it didn't feel like home. The place was named after the fact that so many of the birds roosted in the treetops there. That was what the old house was called years ago anyway. I wasn't sure of its name anymore. Rooks were large black birds that looked a little like crows, and they were thought to bring bad fortune. But in the crazy way of legends, if a large rookery ever deserted a house and flew away never to come back to roost, that was considered to be extremely bad luck too. I guess we were all right on that score, as I saw the big black birds flying around near the manor house and their large nests in the trees. I stood in the doorway for a while as Asher busied himself with coffee. I'd never acquired a taste for the drink, though I suppose it might warm me up. From a distance, and if you squinted your eyes a bit, the house was still a lovely old mansion, though it wasn't in good shape. It was a very old 2-story gray stone house with a side-gabled roof, set well back from the large ornate gate that stood wide open. As I stared at the house, I imagined I saw the twitch of a curtain upstairs, but when I looked again, I didn't see any sign of life at all. I was immediately hit by a feeling of dread as I stared at it. It was almost a feeling of foreboding, and I tried to shake it off as I clutched my amulet in my hand for comfort. I shivered a bit as Asher stepped up beside me and handed me a tin cup full of the coffee he'd just made. I grasped it for warmth and gazed up at him to figure out what he might be thinking. I had confessed things to him the night before, and I wondered what he was thinking of me now. Did he think I could still be lying to him? He stood beside me, gazing at the house, as he took a sip of his coffee and tipped his head toward it. "There has been a warlock operating in this house, and fairly recently." Of all the things I thought he might say, it hadn't been that. I looked up at him, shocked as he nodded toward the hall. "Inside the house. It practically hangs over it like a cloud. I'll need to see the whole thing to check for any kind of fire damage." You mean the fire we sent back to the source when we were attacked? You think it came back here?
Yes, from where it was sent. As soon as the housekeeper gets here, we'll go through the house. If we find the damage, at least we'll finally know the source. Someone here doesn't like you very much.
I shuddered at the idea, and he glanced down at me.
If you don't feel up to it, I'll be fine to go alone, and you can stay here in the barn.
No, I said. I need to go inside. I'd like to see my father's study again. But who could be in there using dark magic?
That's what I intend to find out.
I nodded, and then we both turned toward the gate as a small horse-drawn wagon came through it, with two people sitting on the seat. One was the caretaker, and the other had to be the housekeeper. The wagon came over toward the barn, and the caretaker jumped down and then held out a hand to the gray-haired lady on the seat to help her down. She took his hand, but jumped down with the energy of a much younger person and began walking toward us. She got about halfway when she grabbed the caretaker's arm and gasped. Clutching at a religious medal around her neck, she literally staggered, and the man with her had to put his arm around her to keep her on her feet.
"Young Prince Leo,"
she said, her eyes wide and staring.
"Could it really be you?"
I felt Asher take my arm, and I stared at her without recognition. I had no idea who she was, though she seemed to know me.
"It can, and it is,"
I said, feeling curious about who could possibly have recognized me in this place I hadn't been for so many years. "And who are you, my lady?" Despite the caretaker's arm around her, she suddenly sank to her knees.
"I am the caretaker of the hall, the only one of the old servants left. My name is Amalinia, but when you were a little boy, you couldn't say my full name, and you called me Amal. Oh, my sweet boy, I thought you were long dead and gone." Asher. It was a good thing I was holding on to Leo, because I think he may have fainted had I not been there beside him. As it was, he made a soft noise, and I could see he was upset and undone. I knew he hadn't seen the woman since the day he was forced out of his home, so it must have been a shock. He'd told me the last time he'd seen his Amal, she had been chasing him with a broom and trying to hurt him. I reminded myself that his memories were mixed up surrounding that day, and made myself calm down on his behalf, because what he remembered might not be strictly accurate. I took Leo over by the fire in the stall and sat him down. "You've had a bit of a shock, and so has this lady. Sit here and rest. Drink more coffee if you can, while I go speak to her." He nodded, and I went back over to the two servants, who had their heads together as they whispered frantically to each other. "My name is Lord Asher, madame," I said, giving her a brief bow, "and I represent the king. Leo is my Omega." "Pleased to meet you, sir. He is Leo, then. I knew it. Even though it's been so long since I've seen him, he looks very much like his father, Prince Ludwig." "Yes, I believe there is a resemblance. I've seen Ludwig's portrait in the Royal Gallery. He was a handsome man when he was younger. Not as much as this boy, but still. I was his wife's nurse when she was small, back in Sedfarma. Lady Rowena and I came here to Morovia when she married Prince Ludwig." "Did you? And the late Queen Rosamond? Were you her nurse too?" She glanced up at me uneasily. "No, not Rosamond. She was a bit older, though she came to visit Rowena from time to time. Even after Rowena's marriage to Prince Ludwig, when we came to Morovia, Rosamond would come to visit her sister." She pulled her arm away from the caretaker then and straightened up. "But you must want to see the house. Please come up to the manor, and I'll see about preparing something for you to eat or drink. Perhaps some tea?" "We'll come to the house," I replied. "But there's no need to trouble yourself. You go ahead, and we'll be there soon. I'd like to look around the interior of the hall." She glanced at both of us uneasily, and then gave me a wan smile. "Of course. Come with me, John, and help me get fires going in the fireplaces. The old place can be pretty drafty and cold, though the parlor by the library is still quite nice. I can get you settled there. Leo would like to see his father's old study too, I believe, along with any family records left. She darted a quick look at him. Oh, yes, of course, whatever he wants. Everything belongs to him now, I suppose. I'm not sure about records. I believe the prince's papers were put in a crate and stored years ago, but I can look. Thank you. She curtsied to me, rather painfully, it seemed, holding onto Trask's arm again. I could see that she was a bit older than I'd first thought. Trask walked her back out to the little wagon and helped her up onto the seat. I still needed to interview her and see what she might know, but I had to take care of Leo first. I went over to sit beside him. Are you all right? Of course, he said, his voice brittle and pitched a little high. Again, I can do this by myself. You don't have to go in there. No, I want to see it. I held out a hand to him. All right then, let's go, if you feel ready. We walked up to the house to give the servants a bit more time to get things in order, though I didn't expect much from an old abandoned manor house with only one elderly servant and a groundskeeper. The front door had been left ajar for us, so we walked in, calling out a hello to whoever was still inside. Amalinia came out of a back room as we went inside the foyer and smiled nervously at Leo. It's good to see you again, Leo. May I still call you Leo? He nodded. Yes. She blushed and smiled again, though she seemed to be nervous, as I suppose I would be too if the last time I'd seen him I'd beaten him with a broom. I took a deep breath, trying for patience. I would at least hear her out. As for Leo, he turned slowly around in the main foyer, looking at everything, his eyes bright. As manor houses went, it was a relatively small one. The interior rooms hadn't seen any paint or repairs in over 10 years, but they didn't look too bad. A little plaster missing here and there, some scuff marks on the baseboards and faded spots on the walls where paintings had once hung, but the floors were in surprisingly good shape, though the carpet was threadbare in places. It was clean enough and well aired. My mother's room was down that hallway, Leo said, standing closer to me. And that was my father's study over there. He was inside there having his supper when my mother brought him the potion she'd made for him. If Amalinia heard what he said, she gave no sign of it. I wondered if she were a little hard of hearing, or if she simply had a good poker face. I've been sent here by the king to inspect the house, I told her. Oh, is His Majesty planning on using the manor again? I have no idea, I said, trying to sound bored with it all. But can you show me around, please, starting with the upstairs? She looked uneasy and began wringing her hands. I should warn you, sir. We had a small fire up in the attic not long ago. She glanced over at Leo, looking nervous again. I'm afraid it did some damage. This old wood is dry. We were lucky to get it put out in time, but Trask is seeing to the repairs. I see. What was the cause of the fire? I don't know, sir. No one stays here at night. A villager passing by reported seeing the flames, and he ran and got everyone's attention. How was the fire put out, then? Surely the whole place would have burned to the ground by the time help arrived. Well, She was wringing her hands again, and Leo put a hand on my arm. You're scaring her, Asher. Me? I'm simply asking her a question. Yes, and you're being a little scary. Leo stepped past me and took her hand. Let's go somewhere and sit down so you can tell us. She smiled at him gratefully and let him escort her into his father's study, where they had lit a small fire. It had very little furniture inside, but Leo led her over to the fireplace and pulled up a chair for her to sit on and then knelt beside her. Now, please, tell us what happened. She kept her focus on Leo as she sighed. There is one who likes to come here sometimes. They live with me and have been with me for many years now. I can't ask them to leave after so long. They have no place else to go, and their mind is not quite settled. Sometimes they get out and go for walks at night, and come here. They put the fire out." "An odd way to put it. Sometimes they get out at night." I tamped down my outrage at the idea of some random crazy relation of Amelinia's roaming around the king's property, and decided to just listen. There was something very strange here. "This is a relative?" "More like an old friend." "It's a charity thing, then," Leo said. "Yes," she said, looking relieved that Leo understood. "The poor thing has nowhere else to go. They sleep in my spare room, but there's a little cot up there in the attic." Her voice trailed off as she stared into the fire. "They mean no harm. When the fire started, they had a bucket of water nearby and dashed it on the flames, then ran for more. They got most of it out in time for the villager who was passing to help them with the rest." "With a bucket or two of water?" Again, something was very wrong here. Her story wasn't adding up. "But it was this person who started the fire?" Leo was asking her gently. "Yes, but they didn't mean it. It was an accident, sir," she said, glancing over at me in blatant appeal. "Everything will be repaired and cleaned up, I promise you. I'll pay for it all, and it won't happen again, sir." "Can I see this damage?" I asked, and she nodded, jumping to her feet. She led us up the stairs to the second floor, and then over to a smaller interior staircase that led up to the attics. We could smell the smoke from the bottom of the steps, but when I opened the door, the damage had been mainly confined to the area in and around the firebox, which was made of red clay, now badly scorched. The mantel had been destroyed, along with the flooring around the fireplace and most of the wall. There was an overturned chair nearby, and some buckets on the floor and their sides. Magic had been used to douse these flames, of course. It hung in the air like the scent of the smoke. I turned to look at Amelinia. "And this person you mentioned, were they hurt?" "A little, but they're recovering." "At your house?" I asked as gently as I could, and she finally nodded, though she wouldn't look at me. "Very well. I've seen enough. Let's go back downstairs and find the paperwork in storage. We still need to search through the prince's papers." Chapter 17. By lunchtime, I had discovered the personal papers of the prince, along with Leo's birth information and his certificate. There was a great deal of old correspondence with the late King Alfred, who had been a general at the time, as well as some back and forth with the King's Council of Sadvarma regarding Ludwig taking over the throne when the old King Hendrik died. They made mention of the fact that he was the only legitimate heir. I put all the relevant papers away for safekeeping in my pack and checked on Leo, who had been going through his father's books, putting a few aside to take with him. Amelinia came in with a tray for our lunch. It was simple fare, but welcome after the long morning we'd had. I stopped her as she left the study by saying, "Amelinia, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may." She turned with a look of fear and trepidation on her face, but she came over to sit beside me. "Of course, sir." I leaned back and glanced over at Leo, who had stopped what he was doing and was suddenly paying avid attention. "I'd like you to tell me what you know about the night Leo took a potion that turned him into a monster." "Oh!" she cried, and burst into sudden tears, pulling up her apron to cover her face. Leo made a move toward her, but I shook my head and waved him back to his chair. I waited for her tears to subside and tried again. "Madame, I'm sorry to upset you, but I will have answers no matter how long it takes. Describe that night to me, please." "It was horrible, sir." She glanced over at Leo, and tears streamed down her face again. "He was just a child, a sweet little boy. We were all in shock." Who was in attendance that night?" "Lady Rowena, her sister, Lady Rosamond, who who was here for a visit, Prince Ludwig. They had been arguing. I took the boy out of the room so he wouldn't hear it, but he sneaked back in.
Tell me about the potion.
Lady Rowena was screaming. She couldn't seem to stop until Lady Rosamond did something to make her hush. Leo was wailing and crying and tried to hide under his father's desk, and the prince was so angry. I've never seen him in such a state. Rosamond said they must have gotten the ingredients wrong, that they'd been making a kind of love potion for him. You see, Lady Rowena and the prince had been having marital problems. She was trying to rekindle his love.
Was she?
Yes, so she said, but she was so upset, and Rosamond had done something to her so she'd stop screaming. Oh, the prince was so angry, so furious. I've never seen him in such a rage. He was saying incantations over Leo, and the air was thick with them. He was trying to reverse the spell, you see, but it wasn't working. Gods, you couldn't even think with all the screaming going on.
She buried her face in her hands and cried for a few more minutes, and I let her, just mulling over the things she'd said in my mind. What happened next? How did the prince die that night? She looked up at me, her eyes a little wild, and I knew she was about to lie. I made a pass over her head. Veritas, I called out softly, and she straightened right away in her chair. Rosamond killed him, she said in a low but clear voice. She picked up a letter opener from his desk and stabbed him in the chest when he came around and struck Rowena across the face. Rosamond stabbed him again and again. There was so much blood. Did Leo witness it?
Yes, he was at his father's feet as she killed him. The poor child went even more crazy. He ran from the room, and we couldn't catch him. I called for the other servants, and we all tried. But he was savage. He tried to bite us and rake us with his claws. We had to finally let him go.
Why did you never go after him? Why didn't you keep looking for him? He was just a little boy. She began wringing her hands.
I know, but Lady Rosamond said to stop. She said she'd take over the search. After a month or so had passed, she sent word to us that Leo's body had been found, and he was gone. He was dead.
And what about his mother, Rowena? What happened to her? How did she die? She looked up at me in surprise and shook her head.
But Lady Rowena isn't dead. Whatever gave you that idea?
It took me a moment to recover from that news, but I immediately turned to Leo, who was positively stricken by it. He tried to reel backward, but I pulled him close to me and asked the question I thought I already knew the answer to. She was still under my spell, so I knew we'd finally get the truth. Is the Lady Rowena the one who lives with you now? The one in the attic who started the fire?
Yes, she went mad the night her husband died and never recovered. Rosamond gave me money to keep her here in this house for a few years, but eventually it became too hard, too much. She had begun to roam the countryside, sometimes crying and sometimes raging. She was a danger to herself and others. Her magic was still inside her, you see, still powerful at times. It was then that Rosamond came back and fixed her.
Fixed her? What did she do to her?
I don't know. She brought her priests with her. They spent hours with her in her bedroom, and when they were done, she was different, quieter. Now she spends most of her time alone in her room, writing poetry, she says, but it's all scribbles on a page. From time to time she gets out and comes here, wandering up and down the halls and crying. That's why everyone thinks the place is haunted. I'm a little afraid of Lady Rowena, sir. Even now, I don't know how much longer we can go on.
Leo. I wanted desperately to see my mother, not because I loved her, but because of the opposite feelings I felt consumed with.
I needed to see her and ask her about my father and why she tried to kill him with that horrible potion I'd taken. I needed to find out why she hadn't come after me to try and help me. I was her only son. Did she hate my poor father so much, and did that hatred extend to me too? It must have, if she'd stopped searching for me. Asher tried to talk to me, but I didn't want to listen. I only wanted to go to Amalinia's house to see my mother and demand the answers to my questions. I needed to know why she'd allowed her sister to abandon me to my fate. Why the hell had she hated my poor father so much? Why didn't she love me? Had she ever loved me? Amalinia said she still had some magic. Well, so did I. Rosamond was beyond my reach, but my mother was still here, still nearby. I couldn't wait to go find her and demand answers, and possibly get the revenge I felt like my soul needed. But first, I needed her to take this curse away from me forever, so I could finally remove the amulet. I had tested it in the bath that time, and I could feel the hairs prickling on my back. I wanted the curse gone. I jumped to my feet and ran out into the hallway, but I hadn't made it more than a few steps when Asher grabbed my arm to stop me. "Where do you think you're going?" "You know where. I have to see her. I'll force her to take this fucking thing off me." "What fucking thing? What are you talking about?" "Nothing. Never mind. I just need to see her." "No, revenge isn't the answer, Leo. Everything connects to everything else, don't you see? I know you have all these bitter feelings inside you, so do I. But if you act rashly and do something you'll regret later, then you'll only wind up hurting yourself. We'll take her to face the king's justice. Show him what his queen and her family truly did, since he thinks to blame you." "But it isn't over, don't you see?" "No, you couldn't, because I haven't told you the truth about me. I want to show her." I pulled my amulet out of my shirt and showed it to him. "If I take this off, I can show her what she did to me." He took hold of it and stared into my eyes. "Do you mean this necklace? You think this is some magic charm that took away your curse? Leo, listen to me. There is no magic in this." I reeled back away from him, pushing away his hand and shaking my head. "No, you're wrong. Grimora left me a note. The note was with this amulet, and he told me it would take away my curse, and I put it on and it did." Asher shook his head. "Tell me exactly what the note said." "It said the amulet might give me my heart's desire, and it did. It took away the curse." "Love, I think it was Rosamond's death that removed the curse. Listen to me. Seeking revenge is a never-ending loop of suffering and hatred and negative emotions. It destroys you as surely as the person you hate, and you can never break free from its curse. But if you can put that hatred aside—" He held out a hand to me. "Give me the amulet, Leo. Give me all that hatred and misery and pain, and let's throw off this chain and take away those awful negative feelings for once and for all. Love is so much more powerful than hate, darling. Let me show you. Please, Leo." I looked into his beautiful eyes and knew what he said was probably true. If he felt no magic in the amulet, then it must be true. But still, what if I take this off and I become the beast again? It would kill me, Asher. I know it would. I can't go back to that again. What if it makes you not love me anymore?" He gazed down at me and shook his head. "Nothing in heaven or on earth could ever do that. I'll love you as long as I live, Leo, and even beyond that." I tried to turn away, but he pulled me back into his arms and kissed me tenderly. "I promise I'll love you forever, Leo, no matter what happens. Trust me, sweetheart. Take off the amulet." I took a deep breath and looked into his eyes and saw the truth of his words shining there. I slipped off the chain from around my neck and stood there waiting for the curse to return. But nothing at all happened. I was still human, the same as before. Asher put his arms around me, and I sagged against him, too tired and wrung out to even think. I just leaned into him and felt the relief and love sweep over me. It felt as if I'd finally come home. It was much later in the evening before I recovered enough to leave his arms. Asher had allowed Amalinia to go back home at some point. It had been a long day for her, though no more so for me. It would take me a while to think through all Amalinia had told us. The story had been ugly, and I still didn't understand all of what happened that night. Asher said that, with Rosamond dead, we may never understand it, but he thought most of the tragedy had stemmed from her greed and ambition for the throne of Sedfarma. Though her father would be king, she would wield great power as the crown princess, and Alfred was an old man. She would have known that she'd be queen one day in the not-too-distant future. In the meantime, she could make a brilliant marriage to King Harrison, perhaps with a little more help from her magic. Asher said he suspected Harrison never knew what hit him. But first, my father and I were standing in her way. She had to get rid of both of us. She had used my mother to stay close to the family, and when my mother had expressed the idea that my father wasn't as much in love with her as she wanted him to be, it must have been Rosamond who'd seized that insecurity she felt and worked on it as often as she could, insinuating and sowing doubt. She had been the one to suggest she make him one of her love potions, only what she had made wasn't about love at all. Rosamond had been there that day and made sure of that. It was no love potion she gave him. It was all conjecture, but Asher thought Rosamond had put something horrible and unexpected in the potion my mother made for my father that night. If he'd taken it and turned into a beast, then Rosamond could have killed him and said it was self-defense. She may not have done anything to me that night. She would have bided her time a bit. Only I got in the way and took the potion myself, and that's when everything went so terribly wrong. My mother had been shocked and horrified at what she'd done to her child, and when my father couldn't change me back and attacked her in his grief and rage, Rosamond had felt perfectly justified in killing him. With her husband stabbed to death in front of her and her child turned into a monster, her mind had collapsed. Later, Rosamond and the servants participated in a cover-up that accused my father of killing himself and his family. She had more than likely paid the servants well to back up her story. By this point, Rosamond must have realized my mother had totally lost it, and she wasn't coming back from any of this. It was she who arranged for her to be hidden away, first in the attic, and then at Amalinia's house. As for me, I ran away, and Rosamond made sure no one looked for me very hard. She probably thought I'd die of exposure or shock in a short time, and if it hadn't been for Gramora, she would have been right. She must have been totally surprised when she came to Agella for her brother Chandler's engagement to Brandon, and learned that Brandon had spent time in a cave with a monster named Banshira, who had strangely shown up and been taken in by the wizard Gramora just 10 years earlier. It wasn't long after she found out until she sent her men to investigate, and then raise the nearby village and blame it on the monster Banshira, hoping the populace of Agella or Lex himself would blame the monster and take care of her problem once and for all. Asher and I stayed up late that night talking about it and trying to make sense of it all, until I was so tired I could no longer keep my eyes open. Outside, the storm had finally hit, and it was raging. We'd made ourselves a bed by the fireplace in my father's study, and I snuggled into his arms, numb but happy that we were safe and dry. He held me as I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. It was the muttering that woke me up a few hours later, a low, resonant sound, a little like the distant rumble of thunder. I raised my head to see an old woman squatting by a fire, wearing a tattered white nightdress. For one horrible moment, I thought it was the ghost, but then I realized I was looking at a solid figure. She was scattering some powders over the flames that hissed when they hit. An evil-smelling smoke was slowly spreading over the room. It was her voice as she chanted that I'd heard, along with the powders sizzling as they hit the fire. I could barely make out the woman's hunched figure through the gray pall of smoke that hung heavy in the air in the darkened room. I gasped and reached for Asher, but he lay on his back, his eyes open but rolled back in his head. He looked like he was dead. It scared me so much that I cried out, and she turned to look at me.
"Ludwig, is that you? Hush now, or you'll wake him."
I shook Asher hard, and he moaned a little, so at least I knew he was still alive. I sobbed with relief and turned back to her. The rain outside was still beating down on the roof, and the wind was howling. My face must have looked wild too, because she blanched and drew back. "What have you done to him?" I raised my hand menacingly over my head, intending to do whatever it took to make her comply. "Undo it, now!"
"But I have to kill him, dear. Don't you see? He means to take this house away from us. I can't let that happen. Rosamond said—"
"Rosamond is dead!" She turned to look at me, and I got a good look at her in the firelight. She wasn't as old as I'd first thought. Her hair was gray and thin, but her eyes, though pale blue, were bright and shiny. They also were blank. Her face was burned in places, as were her hands. It was lined beyond her years, and she looked tired and sick. Her gown was soaked through, and she was shivering.
"No, Ludwig, you must be mistaken. I saw Rosamond just the other day."
"I'm not Ludwig, and Rosamond is dead and in her tomb. She was a vile human being. She killed my father."
"I don't understand what you mean."
She reached behind her for a goblet full of red liquid and tried to hand it to me.
"Drink this. It will calm you."
I dashed it from her hands, and she drew back, looking confused.
"Why are you so angry? Be quiet, or you'll wake up Leo. He's sleeping in his room."
"Mother, I am Leo. Please try to focus on what I'm saying."
"First, let me finish what I started,"
she said, and drew back her hand. I could feel the magic in her then, swirling around inside her, restless and tumultuous. The magic called to me in a dark, seductive voice, inviting me to join in with her and finish this thing once and for all. For one awful fraction of a moment, it seemed so reasonable. Then I shook myself and pushed the horrible thought away from me as hard as I could. I saw her fall backward too, and then stagger to her feet. She drew back her hand again, her fingertips sparkling with unholy fire, and I knew she was seconds away from hurling it at him as he lay helpless on the floor. "No!" I screamed, and I gave her a push with my magic, intending only to make her step away and leave him alone. She fell backward on the floor instead, her mouth falling open in surprise. Beside me, Asher was struggling to sit up, and I turned first to him, helping him to rise. "Asher!" I shouted. "It's Rowena! She's here to kill you! We have to get out of here!" I heard a noise behind me as the door was wrenched open, and Rowena ran out past us. She seemed to be gasping for air as she ran out into the hallway. After a moment, I heard the front door slam behind her. My attention was all on Asher. I got him to his feet and led him, staggering, from the smoky room. Whatever she'd put on the fire was thick and oily on my skin and clogged my nostrils. I knew we had to get out of that room. I don't know how I managed to lead him from there, but somehow I did. We went down the hallway to the main entryway, where the door was still hanging open, but at least the cold wind was blowing into the house, clearing out some of the noxious smoke. I stood in the doorway with my arm around Asher until he recovered enough to move on his own. Then we made our way back to the barn, where Asher's horse was still stabled. At least we were away from the oppressive atmosphere in that house. I took us back to our stall and made a fire to warm us. Asher wrapped his arms around me when I sat down beside him, but it was a long time before I managed to calm down. In the morning, after a long night, Asher went back into the house for his packs and the few books I'd wanted to take with me. He said there was no sign of anyone inside and coaxed me into going back in with him to find some food for our breakfast. He also talked me into taking a nap by the parlor fireplace, and when I awoke, I felt much better, though still drained of energy. Around mid-morning, John Trask showed up and told Asher he needed to speak to him outside. When Asher returned, he looked solemn. He took my hand and told me that a woman, Trask had called her Amelinia's lodger, had been found early that morning on the road. She had run out into the rain in her nightdress and been overcome by the cold and the storm and had died during the night. The poor woman wasn't right in the head, Trask said. Still, it's a terrible shame.
Yes, Asher said, glancing at me. Please tell Amalinia that we'll stop by and talk to her about arrangements.
That would be kind, sir. I'll tell her.
He left then, and I shuddered. In fact, I couldn't seem to stop. Not because I felt so much, but because I felt nothing at all. Can you find out where my father is buried and put her beside him? I asked. I think she might have liked that. Asher put his arms around me then, and I buried my face against his shoulder. Epilogue. Asher. I was sitting in Harrison's office, with Harrison and Lex beside me, and Lex held up his glass in a toast.
To the new regent of Sadvarma,
he said, and I smiled. That might be a tad premature. We have a meeting with the Sadvarman Council. Nothing has been decided yet. They want you to stay in the palace after you arrive, and they're planning a huge reception. I think it's a foregone conclusion, Harrison replied. You have the paperwork to prove who Leo really is. Leo's father's name has been cleared at last, or it soon will be with the testimony of this Amalinia person. My scribes are in Merkosh, taking her testimony as we speak, to put it all in the record.
I finally got an answer to my letters to Brandon and Roxbury, too,
Lex told them.
They said they can definitely identify Banshira once they speak to him, and make assurances about how gentle he was with them. Cremora told them a little of his story, too, which they will attest to in front of the council if necessary.
Harrison nodded. And the council is thrilled at the idea of having you as Leo's regent. Now, as soon as I can see Leo and apologize to him, I'll feel like we might be setting things right at last. Give him a little time, Harrison. I know he'll come around. With his mother's recent death, it's been a lot for him to take in. I know it has. It's been a lot for me, too, to realize what Rosamond did. I didn't fully believe it until I spoke with Amalinia at Lady Rowena's funeral. I always felt as if I were being disloyal to my consort for the thoughts I sometimes had about her. I tried really hard to make excuses for Rosamond, for years now. He sighed and drained his glass. Apologize for me again. I hated the estrangement between us, Ash. I want that to be over. Consider it done. Leo may take a little more time, but he'll come around. Omegas can be extremely stubborn.
Tell me about it,
Lex said, laughing.
Where is Leo anyway?
Perhaps you should have asked sooner. Rory took him shopping this morning at last, and when they returned, I heard they spent a good deal of our gold on new wardrobes. I understand a celebratory hat was purchased this morning as well. He's promised to wear it for me tonight, and nothing else when he comes to bed.
Now you're just bragging,
Lex said. I stayed a while longer, but I was anxious to get back to our room in Harrison's castle to find my Omega. I opened the door and saw immediately that he and Rory had deftly unpacked their purchases, judging from the number of boxes, including hat boxes, all over the floor of the room. Bright splashes of color were thrown across the bed, mostly waistcoats that Leo had been trying on in front of the mirror, as well as breeches and neckcloths in various colors to match. Leo, where are you? I called, and I heard his footsteps coming from the small receiving room next door. He stepped in the room, completely naked, except for a simple tri-coned flat hat with a magnificent orange feather trailing off the back. He did a little twirl for me. Do you like it? I love it. I mean the hat. Oh, yes, the hat. It's very understated, in excellent taste. Thank you, he said, preening a little. I've decided to wear it tonight for dinner with the king. You're going? I said, feeling really pleased with him. Thank you, love. I know it's hard for you to forgive him, but he's one of my oldest friends. Which is why I'm going to dinner tonight and treating him and everyone else to a view of my new hat. I love you, Asher, and I want to love your friends too. Why don't you come over here and sit on my lap and tell me about it? By the way, I thought you said you'd be waiting for me in bed with your new hat. I was just checking it in the mirror before you got back to make sure it's perfect. I'd been moving closer to him as we talked, so now I swooped in and picked him up in my arms where he needed to be. We spent the rest of the afternoon in bed, and much later that day, I left him in bed as I went over to the window to pull the curtains together as darkness was just beginning to fall. I stood there for a moment, looking out at the twilit garden below as the trees shed their red and golden leaves and let them fall to the ground and blow gently over what was left of the grass. Winter was definitely coming, but I didn't mind. We'd soon be leaving for Sadfarma, and there Leo might assume his new role as king. He had a lot to learn, but then so did I. At least we could learn it together. I looked up and saw the first stars coming out and made a wish like I had when I was a child. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might, have this wish I wish tonight. From behind me in my bed, I heard his voice. Can I have your wish? Always. Then I wish for happiness, and you loving me as much as I love you. That's what I want. That's all I want. I turned and raised my hand over my head. Little sparks appeared in the air over my head and cascaded all around me like the stars in the sky. Then you shall have your heart's desire, I said, waving my hand, as I walked slowly back over toward the bed.
This concludes Alpha's Magic by Shannon West, narrated by Gabriel McKnight. Copyright 2024 by Shannon West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shannon West and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.